Ghislaine's journey began with the devastating realization that he was doomed to repeat his mistakes. But now, with the knowledge of his past life, he's risen to challenge fate itself. From chapters 1 to 100, Ghislaine fought to regain his strength, to survive, and to outwit those who once controlled him. But every victory made him more dangerous, more capable, and now his path is leading to greater challenges. With the system no longer in control, Ghislaine's fate is now in his hands, and the power he's gathered begins to draw the attention of both enemies and allies alike. As the story moves into chapters 100-200, Ghislaine must now confront new political schemes, hidden enemies, and deadly alliances. It's no longer just about strength, but strategy and control over a broken world. Every decision he makes now is a game of life and death, as each move can change the fate of not only himself but the entire system. But as the power struggles escalate, Ghislaine must also face the ghosts of his past, those who remember his previous failures, and those who seek to destroy his future. His rise is not only a personal journey, but a fight to reshape the world, one decision at a time. The real test is just beginning. Will Ghislaine master the system, or will it crush him once again? The choice is his, and this time he won't be a pawn in the game. Claude slowly woke up, rubbing his eyes until his vision cleared, realizing he was thankfully still in one piece after his ordeal. He immediately started grumbling about the insane workload Ghislaine had dumped on him, calling the generous lord a complete demon. He ranted about how he should just quit and let the whole estate fall apart, since he was the only one capable of handling the tasks. Just as he was plotting his immediate escape, the door clicked open, causing Claude to leap onto the bed in a panic. A calm, emotionless maid named Wendy entered and introduced herself as his personal attendant, assigned for both service and protection. Claude scoffed at the idea of being protected by a maid, questioning if the estate was really that short on staff. Wendy's only response was to suddenly raise her hand and perform a quick, controlled throwing motion toward the wall. Thunk, a dagger whizzed past his ear and embedded itself in the wall, perfectly pinning a scuttling cockroach. Wendy remained composed, simply informing him that he was also expected to address the castle's pest control issues. Realizing the maid was completely abnormal, Claude swallowed nervously and immediately agreed to the task. Wendy then informed him that the Lord ordered him to start working right away, making it clear this protection was actually strict surveillance. Before they left, Wendy relayed a message from head steward Belinda: wash up immediately, or she would kill him if he brought a single flea near the Lord. Walking to the office, Claude cautiously asked if all the servants were knife-wielding assassins, terrified of the answer. Wendy explained that only a few were trained directly under Belinda since childhood, which was a small relief to the steward. He finally arrived at the office only to find his desk piled impossibly high, with every backlogged document in the estate. A few days later, Claude was gaunt and hollow-eyed, muttering about how impossible it was to revive such a ruined estate. He realized that while Ghislaine's plans were sound, the estate was a bottomless pit, with no stable income source to replenish the funds. The runestones were finite, and without tax revenue or trade, the entire project would soon run dry, leaving them worse off than before. Then a brilliant, easy, and potentially lucrative idea struck him, causing his face to immediately brighten with a cunning grin. Gathering his notes, Claude deliberately slowed his pace toward the council room, savoring his role as the fashionably late hero. When Claude complained that this was his only chance to rest, Wendy glanced at his exhausted face and surprisingly conceded the point. Finally reaching the hall, Claude reveled in the attention as the retainers bowed, enjoying the power Ghislaine had inadvertently granted him. Not everyone was deferential. Kaor scowled openly, so Claude tried to appease the volatile warrior with a slow, deliberate wink. Kaor immediately exploded, drawing his sword and charging at the steward, initiating total chaos in the council chamber. Before anyone could be hurt, Ghislaine stomped his foot, releasing a crushing wave of mana that instantly froze everyone in place. The combatants reluctantly sheathed their weapons, returning to their positions while Claude sighed deeply in relief, barely having survived the encounter. Ghislaine asked for a work update, and Claude immediately dropped a bombshell. They needed to scrap every project and start completely over. Claude explained the land was too barren for farming, meaning no population growth, and therefore zero sustainable tax revenue. Belinda argued they could just use the runestones, but Claude insisted that finite magic resources wouldn't solve the long-term upkeep problem. Ghislaine merely chuckled at the outburst and calmly asked Claude to present the better, quick money idea he clearly had planned. Claude grinned confidently, announcing that the solution for fast, stable revenue was simple. They should open a casino. Before the word was even finished, Belinda's foot shot out across the table, landing squarely on Claude's face. Claude let out a strange shriek as he was violently knocked backward and sprawled on the floor. He yelled at his motionless bodyguard Wendy, while Belinda pointed an accusing finger at him. Belinda shouted that she would never allow such a vulgar gambling den on the first land Ghislaine ever received. She condemned Claude, claiming his mind was completely consumed by his desire to build a casino. Claude frantically protested, insisting he had quit gambling and begged them to listen to his real plan. Belinda sharply mocked him, suggesting he would sooner give up breathing than quit his habits. Claude explained his vision, turning the territory into a grand entertainment city like Austin, attracting rich nobles. Belinda paused, stroking her chin as she considered the financial reality of the wealth generated by Austin. Claude continued, arguing they could be the first to create a well-planned cultural and tourist city in the kingdom. He pointed out that nobles, mercenaries, and adventurers all secretly craved such lucrative entertainment. The retainers realized the financial potential and started nodding in cautious agreement. Claude turned to Ghislaine, asking if he could resist money rolling in without lifting a finger. Ghislaine leaned back in his chair with a chuckle, calling it an interesting idea for later consideration. Claude grew exasperated, insisting his profitable plan was better than wasting money on the original goal. Ghislaine cut him off, asking what the most urgent problem facing the territory was right now. Claude stated that food was the immediate crisis. They were running out of money buying sustenance. Ghislaine calmly declared that he would personally take care of the food situation immediately. Claude looked at him in utter frustration, having repeatedly explained that the land was barren and useless. He sarcastically asked if Ghislaine was secretly the god of farming or understood cultivation techniques. Ghislaine admitted he knew nothing about farming, but reiterated that he would still handle it. Claude persisted, arguing that other lords failed because the land was impossible to cultivate. Ghislaine grinned and suddenly proposed a bet to resolve the argument quickly. Claude scoffed internally. A seasoned gambler like himself wouldn't fear this challenge. Ghislaine set the stakes. If he won, Claude would work as his unpaid servant for 10 years. Claude, trying to hide his excitement, slyly asked for the duration of the wager. Ghislaine revealed the time frame, 3 months, shocking everyone in the room. Claude's jaw dropped in disbelief. It was the dead of winter, guaranteeing his victory. Suppressing his laughter, Claude asked what he would receive if he managed to win. Ghislaine offered 5,000 gold, enough money for Claude to live comfortably for the rest of his life. Belinda and Gillian immediately protested, calling the bet reckless and urging their lord to reconsider. Claude feigned solemnity, telling them they could not interfere with the lord's great endeavor, while Kaor grinned. Ghislaine ignored the protests and challenged Claude one last time, asking if he was scared to take the gamble. Claude felt a flicker of unease at Ghislaine's confidence, but confirmed the crop must be wheat. Believing Ghislaine was clueless, Claude finally accepted the high-stakes wager with a slight smile. Ghislaine confirmed the terms and made everyone present witness the binding agreement. Belinda, frustrated, signaled Wendy to ensure Claude's safety, but Claude demanded Ghislaine guarantee it. Ghislaine assured him that any harm to the chief administrator would result in severe accountability for the staff. Claude laughed maniacally, promising to work hard before dancing joyfully out of the room, followed by a sighing Wendy. The remaining retainers stared in silent bewilderment, unable to understand the Lord's strategy. Ghislaine stood up calmly, announcing that it was now time for him to get to work. Rumors spread quickly across the territory about the Lord's absurd bet with the chief administrator. The common folk shook their heads, believing the Lord had finally gone too far with his impulsive behavior. Meanwhile, the head maid, Belinda, was absolutely seething, unable to act against the protected administrator. She couldn't believe the young master had gambled everything on a problem that had plagued the territory for centuries. Even temporary magic fixes wouldn't work on the scale. Ghislaine knew nothing about agriculture, making the bet pointless. Belinda's resentment toward Claude was so intense it started unsettling the entire atmosphere within the castle walls. Observing the rising tension, Vanessa worried about how she could possibly help her lord win. She considered using massive amounts of mana to boost the soil, but quickly realized she didn't have the power or the resources. Days passed, and Vanessa grew visibly gaunt from stress, feeling utterly useless to her generous lord. In contrast, the gambler Kaor was having the time of his life, drinking with the Cerberus mercenary corps. He believed this was the one challenge Ghislaine couldn't solve with mere strength or overwhelming power. But Kaor's fun was abruptly cut short when he spotted the perpetually grim Jillian approaching their gathering. Knowing Jillian was furious about the bet, Kaor immediately ordered the mercenaries to disperse before they caught an earful. While the castle was a mess of worry and frustration, Claude threw himself into his work with unprecedented energy. He didn't feel tired at all, motivated only by the thought of his impending freedom in 3 months. Claude was determined to finish every task perfectly, so no one could find fault with his departure. Of course, this motivation had nothing to do with the maid Wendy, constantly watching him from behind. Claude suddenly asked if she was planning to stab him or poison his food, catching Wendy completely off guard. He warned her that if he died, Ghislaine would be even more humiliated, so she had better keep him safe. Having reiterated his warning for the 23rd time, Claude cheerfully returned to his paperwork. Meanwhile, Ghislaine reviewed Claude's progress and quickly assembled a small squad of mercenaries for a direct action. He assigned Jillian to coordinate surf returns and Kaor to sweep the northern mountains for slash-and-burn farmers. Ghislaine took the southern region himself, knowing they needed speed over subtlety to deal with the anxious serfs. The serfs were already on edge, and hearing that the fearsome new lord was hunting them caused their morale to plummet. Ghislaine quickly located the hidden slash-and-burn farmers high up in the remote mountains. The farmers desperately pleaded for time or land, fearing starvation if they returned to the estate. Ghislaine coldly refused, stating they needed to move now, promising only food and work later. Seeing his unyielding stance, a rebellious farmer stepped forward, club in hand, and shouted defiance. Ghislaine claimed he was a nonviolent, kind person, a statement so ridiculous it made his own mercenaries look confused. Ignoring their protests, Ghislaine simply nodded to his men and ordered the immediate arrest of everyone present. Driven by desperation, the farmers fought back fiercely, believing death in combat was better than slow exploitation. But their hope was instantly crushed as the mercenaries casually knocked them down like broken dolls. Ghislaine surveyed the scene of groaning, fallen figures, and trembling families huddled nearby. He waved reassuringly, telling the terrified families not to worry, as he wasn't going to kill anyone. Ghislaine then gave the order to tear down the hastily built shacks to ensure no one could return or hide there later. Watching their homes destroyed, the farmers realized with despair that their independent life was truly over. Ghislaine noticed a child sobbing and shrugged, knowing that only action, not words, would convince these distrustful people. The captured farmers were bound and dragged down the mountain, their families following with faces full of dread. Ghislaine whistled happily, satisfied with his haul of over 40 people, ready to put them to work. Finally arriving back at the estate, the farmers were shocked by the unexpected sight that greeted them. The estate was suddenly flooded, with people setting up camp outside the castle walls, fulfilling the rumors of the new lord rounding up all the residents. Claude, drowning in paperwork, was impressed by Ghislaine's ruthless efficiency, joking he was better than any fisherman or slave trader. Claude's sarcasm earned him a swift smack, proving he had a unique talent for saying one word too many and getting himself into trouble. Ghislaine told him to focus, so Claude quickly informed the farmers they could return home or move into a brand new village being established. Then came the real shock. Soldiers brought out large sacks of wheat, meat, and vegetables, far more plentiful than the scraps they had been surviving on. The Lord was providing this food from his personal funds, and the farmers, fearing execution moments earlier, immediately fell to the ground in gratitude. Ghislaine simply clicked his tongue, telling them they wouldn't have been hit if they had just come quietly in the first place. As the group was led away, Ghislaine spotted a small boy who had been captured earlier, winking at him playfully. This pattern repeated over the next few weeks. Runaways were rounded up, fed, housed, and put to work. Belinda was alarmed by Ghislaine's relentless pace, worried about his health, and more importantly, the farming bet he seemed to be ignoring. Ghislaine assured her there was plenty of time. Now that the workers were rested and fed, it was time to clear the new farmlands. The serfs were motivated by the money, but they couldn't hide their doubts about the land itself, knowing it was notoriously poor and barren. They whispered about the bet between the lord and the chief administrator, wondering if Ghislaine even understood how useless this soil was for crops. Despite their worries, the serfs worked incredibly hard for the promised pay, competing with each other until the land was cleared in just a few days. Ghislaine, surveying the vast stretch of newly tilled earth, couldn't stop smiling, pleased that the once useless lands would finally be put to use. The workers watched the smiling Ghislaine nervously, dreading the moment he realized he was wrong and the crops failed. Ghislaine gathered the workers once the job was done, praising their speed and enthusiasm. The serfs exchanged hopeful glances, realizing this meant one thing: they were about to receive their bonus pay. Ghislaine was the easiest lord to work for because he understood that generous rewards were the greatest motivator. The workers beamed, thanking him profusely and promising to work even harder on the next task. Watching them, Ghislaine frowned slightly, annoyed that they were still saving every coin instead of spending it to circulate wealth in the estate. His managers were no better. Claude constantly nagged the workers, making him the most unpopular supervisor. Belinda was equally unpredictable, sitting stiffly and then suddenly bursting out in frustration for no apparent reason. And then there were Jillian and Kaor, whose mere overwhelming presence made it hard for the serfs to even breathe near them. Since he couldn't micromanage his managers, Ghislaine decided to push the estate's development himself by pouring in money for repairs and expansion. The atmosphere visibly brightened, and the serfs, with full bellies and steady work, began singing Ghislaine's praises. Just as the serfs started singing his praises, Ghislaine called in the mages to finally begin the actual work on the barren soil. The mages arrived with big, self-satisfied grins, having heard the juicy rumors about Ghislaine's ridiculous, unwinnable bet. Ofoy was ecstatic. Finally, the demon Ghislaine was going to be publicly humiliated, and Claude was his accidental hero. Clearing his throat dramatically, Ofoy adopted a smug, respectful tone and asked Ghislaine why he had been summoned. Ofoy immediately jumped to the conclusion that Ghislaine planned to use powerful magic to enhance the land's fertility, explaining the terrible consequences. Ghislaine quickly corrected him. They were going to inscribe a massive, complicated magic circle in the large clearing behind the castle. Ghislaine vaguely mentioned runestones, mana condensation, and overlapping restoration circles, leaving the mages utterly confused by the unfamiliar formation. Ofoy challenged Ghislaine's knowledge, but Ghislaine ignored him, demanding precision and speed, warning that he would personally inspect their work. Ofoy grudgingly accepted, recognizing the mention of a monocondensation circle and realizing the immense cost and rarity of such a formation. Ofoy asked if Ghislaine intended to use the powerful formation for his own personal mana cultivation, but Ghislaine looked genuinely bewildered. Ofoy quickly adjusted his theory and guessed the true purpose: 200 circles designed to train the hundreds of estate mercenaries. The other mages gasped in shock, realizing that 200 circles would require an astronomical amount of runestones and resources. Ghislaine confirmed the scale and demanded they start immediately, giving Ofoy a backhanded compliment about his unexpected sharpness. Ofoy tried to protest the complexity and safety of the unverified, overlapping design, worried about using unknown magic. Ghislaine silenced Ofoy instantly, giving him such a sharp, intimidating look that the mage heir immediately backed down and agreed to comply. Ghislaine left. Ofoy, still reeling from the praise, led the mages to the clearing and instructed Vanessa to start the meticulous inscription. The mages quickly lost their confidence. The overlapping, unfamiliar circuits wouldn't connect, and confusion reigned supreme. Ofoy started chewing his nails, panicking over the prospect of failure and facing the Lord's well-known, nasty temper. Seeing the chaos, the quiet Vanessa stepped forward and timidly offered to try fixing a particularly difficult section of the circle. Vanessa worked slowly but meticulously, correcting the mage's mistakes and demonstrating a deep knowledge that quickly earned her authority. Ofoy watched, amazed that the timid mage, despite lacking mana, possessed an understanding of circles that rivaled the magic tower elders. As Vanessa took charge, Ofoy helped out while muttering incessantly about the strange, unverified design of the complex formation. He concluded that Ghislaine was simply desperate to win the bet and bribe the mercenaries, calling the entire, costly effort pathetic. Meanwhile, rumors of 200 mana condensation circles being built spread like wildfire among the estate's mercenary corps. Gambling and drinking were forgotten as the mercenaries excitedly discussed mana cultivation and the promise of long-term contracts with the boss. After several intense days of work, the enormous, complex array of overlapping mana circles was finally complete in the clearing. Ofoy tried to boast about his achievement, but the mercenaries ignored him completely and rushed straight toward Ghislaine. Ghislaine, who was inspecting the work, was taken aback by the sudden rush, prompting Jillian to step forward and explain their eagerness. Ghislaine chuckled, telling the excited men not to worry, assuring them that they would all definitely get their turn using the circles. Gordon, unable to contain his excitement, blurted out the question: who gets to go into the circle first for mana cultivation? Ghislaine answered nonchalantly, gesturing to the side where the utterly exhausted Claude plopped a large, heavy sack into his waiting hand. Reaching into the sack, Ghislaine pulled out a handful of shiny, plump wheat grains, displaying them to the confused mercenaries. Gordon blinked, asking Ghislaine to confirm that the first thing going into the immensely expensive mana circles was, in fact, just wheat. Ghislaine snapped, confirming that yes, it was wheat, and demanding why Gordon thought he himself should be the priority. It was only then that the mercenaries realized this was not a joke, and their faces twisted in disbelief at the colossal waste of resources on grain. Gordon, completely unable to contain his frustration, loudly protested why wheat seeds were getting the magic circle before people. Ghislaine immediately pointed out that with veterans like Jillian and Kayor around, Gordon shouldn't even expect to be first. Having nothing more to say, Gordon scratched the back of his neck awkwardly as Ghislaine laughed at the dumbfounded mercenaries. Ghislaine told them they would all get their turn later, but Gordon, desperate, kept pleading for a chance to try it now. Ghislaine warned him that without the proper mana cultivation techniques, stepping into that condensation circle would make his body explode. But the human desire for a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was strong, and Gordon insisted he knew a little technique. Jillian had to grab the back of Gordon's neck to shut him up, but Gordon kept whining, still riding the high of their recent success. Seeing the mercenaries' hope, Ghislaine smirked and observed that everyone seemed to have too much energy these days. He then ordered Jillian to make them run 200 laps around the training field and drill shock tactics until bedtime. At that, the mercenaries instantly turned pale and began desperately trying to back away from the training grounds. But it was too late. Once Ghislaine gave a command, he never rescinded it unless something truly urgent happened. The mercenaries began to regret their actions, glaring at Gordon and hitting him as they frantically looked around. In a panic, they realized Kaor was nowhere to be found, having successfully snuck off to avoid the grueling drill. Jillian cast a pitiful glance at the mercenaries before speaking in a low, menacing voice. He commanded them to start running immediately, and the mercenaries left with grim faces, regretting their outburst. Ofoy, who had been watching silently, suddenly burst out laughing at the ridiculous idea of training wheat. He mocked Ghislaine for thinking wheat could absorb mana and survive in barren soil, without simply exploding like a person would. Ofoy grabbed onto Vanessa for support, laughing so hard he worried his belly button might fall off. Internally, Ofoy lamented the waste of valuable runestones on what he saw as a fool's futile experiment. Ghislaine, noticing the look of pity and greed on Ofoy's face, decided to smirk and propose an immediate bet. If Ghislaine won, Ofoy would work for him for 10 years unpaid. If he lost, Ofoy would get 5,000 gold and freedom. Ofoy, sensing a guaranteed win, quickly nodded with flared nostrils, eagerly accepting the deal. The other mages nearby eagerly jumped in as well, shouting in celebration about their potential freedom. Vanessa rushed forward, highly anxious that Ghislaine was jeopardizing large-scale construction by betting away the mages. Ghislaine told her not to worry and calmly asked if she didn't trust him. Unable to argue against common sense, Vanessa hurried away to inform Belinda of the situation instead. Ghislaine clicked his tongue, enjoying the sudden quiet, noting how much energy people had. Claude, looking like a walking corpse from overwork, weakly asked if Ghislaine was truly going to use wheat seeds. Ghislaine confirmed he was aiming to create the ultimate strain through selective breeding. Claude sighed deeply, noting the deadline was only a month and a half away, doubting any result was possible. Ghislaine dismissed the concern, stating confidently that a month was plenty of time for the process. Claude struggled to suppress his laughter, realizing the timeline was impossible even if the seeds survived the mana. He suggested Ghislaine admit defeat, now, to avoid the greater humiliation of wasting valuable runestones publicly. Claude emphasized he was only offering a draw out of consideration for Ghislaine saving Anna. Ghislaine looked at Claude with pity, refusing the draw and excited about winning high-quality slaves instead. Convinced Ghislaine was bluffing, Claude decided to stick around just to watch the wheat explode. Ghislaine grinned and carefully began placing the wheat seeds into the intricate, glowing magic circle. As he activated the runestones, the magic circle began to glow intensely, and the mana started gathering. The wheat seeds scattered within the circle began to tremble intensely, but contrary to all predictions, they did not explode. Ghislaine smiled, announcing success, knowing these seeds would soon possess extraordinary vitality. Claude, still uneasy, spoke up with a twinge of doubt, asking if Ghislaine truly knew the seeds wouldn't burst. Ghislaine confirmed he knew, claiming he wouldn't try such a risky feat otherwise. Claude dismissed it as a fluke or secret magic, convinced the Lord couldn't possibly know a technique unknown to the Academy. Satisfied Ghislaine was bluffing about the poor soil issue, Claude casually took his leave to avoid being assigned more work. With everyone gone, Ghislaine was left alone, finally getting a brief moment of peace after handling all immediate tasks. He realized it was time to address the strange changes in his body, which started after the blood python venom exposure. Ghislaine sighed, knowing the test he needed to perform could be dangerous, but he couldn't put it off any longer. With grim resolve, he decided to conduct the experiment, even if it meant putting his life on the line. Ghislaine had been trying to control the sinister energy that had seeped into his mana during training, but it was too subtle. He realized the nature of his mana had fundamentally changed after exposure to the blood python's venom. The potent poison had penetrated his mana barrier, and a small amount had chemically reacted with his internal energy. He concluded there was only one way to truly understand this mysterious synergy: repeat the process deliberately. If his theory was correct, this immense danger could actually unlock a massive new opportunity for growth. He had snuck out before dawn, bottle in hand, ensuring that even if he collapsed, no one would find him until morning. Ghislaine knew he couldn't afford to gamble with his life, but he couldn't ignore this chance to accelerate his power either. He carefully checked his mana reserves, calculating the precise risk versus the potential reward. If I control the amount properly, I won't die, he convinced himself, ready to take the necessary gamble for exponential growth. He needed to grow stronger and quickly, knowing that the future was never guaranteed, even with his foreknowledge. This enormous danger presented itself as a new opportunity, and Ghislaine refused to let it slip away. His instincts were screaming that this venom was the key to unlocking even greater power. He suppressed his anxiety and, with a final surge of resolve, opened the specialized bottle. Ghislaine placed a single drop of the potent liquid onto his tongue, and his face immediately went pale from the shock. Without hesitation, he emptied the entire contents of the bottle into his mouth. In an instant, his skin turned purple, then began to scorch and darken as the poison coursed through him. The pain was excruciating, feeling like his internal organs were being slashed by thousands of invisible blades. The venom was strong enough to corrode stone, yet Ghislaine had taken it raw, depending entirely on his willpower and mana. His 3 mana cores whirled furiously, releasing energy in a desperate attempt to clash with the powerful toxin. Mana and venom engaged in a fierce internal battle, each trying to devour the other within his body. Ghislaine's eyes widened in horror and excitement, blood vessels burst, and crimson tears streamed down his face. Blood also seeped from the corners of his mouth, indicating internal damage as every vein in his body swelled. Not bad at all, he managed to grin, fueled by the excruciating pain and his growing anticipation. This was the power. If he could absorb it, he knew he would become exponentially stronger. With his mind teetering on the edge, Ghislaine desperately continued his mana practice, aligning the swirling cores with his will. Gradually, the mana that had fought the venom began to merge with it, altering its very nature. He felt his mana increase, realizing that all the unnecessary elements had burned away, leaving only pure essence. As expected, the venom had fused with his mana, absorbing its energy and dramatically improving his recovery ability. After enduring what felt like an eternity, his complexion gradually returned to normal, and the paralysis faded. The poisonous energy was gone, and the moment he confirmed his success, the tension left his body completely. He slowly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by the sight of Belinda, whose face was trembling with concern. "Young master, what happened to you? You look like a corpse. Look how pale your face is," she cried out. Ghislaine struggled to sit up, realizing he was in his bed, surrounded by the key members of his estate. Jillian, looking serious, confronted him about the empty bottle they had found in the training grounds. "Yeah, I did. It had quite the kick. Spicy stuff," Ghislaine replied nonchalantly, leaving everyone gaping in disbelief. Belinda, trembling with barely suppressed anger, demanded to know why he would do something so recklessly self-destructive. "It was just part of my training," he insisted, which only made her angrier, arguing that the family technique didn't involve poison. Finally, unable to hold back, she snapped, "Young master, do you have a death wish?" She suggested he was either stressed, mad, or perhaps missing Lady Amelia, so much he had given up on life. Claude shuffled forward, looking dejected, and offered to call off their bet, unable to bear driving his benefactor to death. "I'll call it a draw. We'll pretend none of this happened," Claude mumbled, feeling awful about the perceived distress. Ghislaine looked around and realized everyone, including Ulfoy, believed he had drunk the poison out of humiliation over the bet. He let out a hearty laugh, waving them away. "The results are right in front of us. Why cancel it now? Your pride isn't worth this. Why are you being so stubborn? It's driving me crazy," Belinda exclaimed, desperate. Ghislaine sighed deeply, feeling that he was the truly frustrated one, stuck in this ridiculous misunderstanding. "All right, enough. Everyone get back to work. The bet continues as planned," he commanded. Belinda softened her tone, thinking he was still delirious from the poison, and trying to coax him back to bed. Gillian added his support, suggesting the Lord rest because he still didn't look well at all. But Ghislaine got up and insisted on resuming his duties, muttering that he couldn't afford to waste time lying down. Despite his body creaking with weakness and his gaunt, skeleton-like appearance, he wandered out to check on the estate's progress. The sudden change in their lord's appearance deeply shocked the townsfolk and staff who saw him. "Is he dying of some disease? What'll we do if the lord suddenly dies?" they worried, fearing the next successor. Ghislaine trudged along with a faint smile, feeling the immense power within him, even as he coughed up blood. As usual, Belinda trailed closely behind, relentlessly scolding him for his recklessness and refusal to rest. Belinda was forced to postpone everything just to look after Ghislaine, who could barely stand after his last poison session. He kept insisting he was fine, even as his condition worsened, but internally, Ghislaine felt a massive surge of overflowing energy. Just 2 days later, Ghislaine walked out of his room completely recovered, leaving Belinda speechless on the spot. He realized the poison wasn't killing him. It was accelerating his mana growth and recovery rate, making it an indispensable shortcut. Consequently, the poison supply quickly disappeared, and Ghislaine was often found passed out on the training grounds floor. This led to rumors that Ghislaine was so desperate about his bet with Claude that he was deliberately poisoning himself. The massive workload and public resentment only made Claude's perpetual exhaustion worse, forcing him to beg Ghislaine to stop. Claude offered to call the bet a draw, pointing out that Ghislaine looked like a literal skeleton, but Ghislaine simply coughed and accused Claude of being afraid to lose. Ghislaine immediately dismissed the argument and handed Claude a huge stack of new documents, much to the administrator's sheer horror. Realizing he was only getting more work, Claude stopped visiting, which pleased Ghislaine immensely. Now he could assign the work to everyone else. With the nagging silenced, Ghislaine happily lifted the final bottle of blood python venom, realizing he had consumed the entire military supply in just a few days. He decided it was a worthwhile investment, and without hesitation, tilted the bottle back and chugged the entire potent dose in one go. Having reached complete immunity, Ghislaine sat down to circulate the poison throughout his body, mixing it with his accumulated mana. After several hours in a trance, he opened his eyes, which flashed momentarily with a deep crimson light. The poison had doubled his total mana reserves, an incredible boost that would normally take years of dedicated training to achieve. To test his improved recovery, Ghislaine intentionally cut his palm with a dagger, watching as the long wound instantly stitched itself closed. With his poison training complete, Ghislaine's body rapidly regained its mass, transforming him from a gaunt figure into a vibrant, healthy young lord. Belinda was utterly confused by his sudden health, jokingly asking if he was experiencing the final burst of energy before death. Seeing the results, Belinda even considered trying the venom herself, causing Ghislaine to quickly mumble that he was completely done with poison. Claude, who was standing nearby, immediately chimed in, clarifying that Ghislaine wasn't done. He just couldn't drink any more because the warehouse was empty. Relieved the poison stunts were over, Claude asked about the mana-infused wheat seeds Ghislaine had prepared, noting they looked almost monstrous. The massive seeds, now the size of a thumb, faintly glowed blue, signaling they were ready for the next phase of the reclamation project. Claude pointed out that planting them now, with only half a month remaining for the bet, was utterly pointless. Ghislaine simply snorted at Claude's suggestion of monster farming and ordered him to start recruiting workers immediately for the second phase. Claude internally resolved that Ghislaine needed to be embarrassed for his pride and left to handle the recruitment, certain that failure was imminent. Meanwhile, Ghislaine summoned the wizards, and Ofoy arrived grumbling, exhausted from the non-stop workload and public pressure to quit the bet. The wizards had been forced into manual labor, using their magic for tasks too time-consuming for regular workers, blurring the line between mage and laborer. Ghislaine explained that he needed runestones engraved with simple spells, one for warmth, one for humidity, and one to alter mana flow. Ofoy questioned why he would waste expensive runestones on such cheap, simple magic, especially since Ghislaine was still planning to plant the seeds so late in the season. Ghislaine casually stated the stones would be used to change the very nature of the land, causing Ofoy to rub his face in sheer, dumbfounded exasperation. Suddenly, remembering a sage's advice about not arguing with fools, Ofoy closed his eyes and began meditating right there, mana swirling around him. Ghislaine watched in utter confusion, wondering why someone would have an epiphany while discussing temperature control spells. Moments later, Ofoy opened his eyes with a serene gleam, having achieved a small but deeply satisfying internal revelation. He decided to simply agree with Ghislaine to maintain his peace of mind, smiling softly as he accepted the bizarre runestone request. Next, Ghislaine gathered 100 fully armed, mounted mercenaries, led by Jillian, who were excited by the prospect of a long-awaited fight. However, workers approached and tied large carts equipped only with steel shovels to the horses, confusing the heavily armed men. When a mercenary asked about the unusual gear, Ghislaine grinned and replied, "We're going to dig, of course." When asked where they were headed, Ghislaine pointed toward the dangerous border and announced their destination, the Forest of Beasts. The mercenaries were thoroughly confused, noting the unusual number of carts and the shovels they were hauling. But Ghislaine, as always, gave no explanations, simply shouting the order to move out and charging ahead. The mercenaries had no choice but to follow their lord's lead, quickly riding after him like the wind. 2 days later, they reached the outskirts of Ferdium, near the Forest of Beasts. Skaven, the guard captain, tilted his head in confusion when he spotted the large number of accompanying carts. However, Ghislaine's group turned their horses away from the runestone harvesting area entirely. Alarmed, Skaven shouted after them, warning that they were not following the proper route. Ghislaine and his mercenaries had already vanished into the depths of the monster-infested forest. Skaven threw his hands up in frustration, wondering what on earth had possessed his unpredictable lord this time. His companion Ricardo simply concluded that there was no point trying to understand Ghislaine's motives. Meanwhile, Ghislaine galloped deeper, ignoring their complaints, as the thick trees began to block their path. He abruptly shouted an order to the mercenaries, "Cut the carts loose." Freed from the heavy load, the mercenaries spurred their horses to catch up to their speeding leader. Soon they reached the forest boundary, marked by the towering, monstrous Duras Ents disguised as trees. Ghislaine charged directly toward the plant monsters, ordering a full breakthrough. Though surprised by the sudden assault, the mercenaries quickly raised their spears in response. The Ents, accustomed to ambushing slow prey, were too slow to react to the high-speed charge. The spears pierced the tough exterior of the monsters with devastating force. The impact of the successful strike, however, knocked several mercenaries off their horses. Ghislaine shattered one Ent into pieces and immediately announced the punishment for losing a mount. One mercenary complained that he deserved a heads-up, but Ghislaine simply laughed in response. He declared that enemies don't wait for warnings and continued to decimate the monsters. His power, now more than doubled, made the Duras Ents no match for him. With restless energy, Ghislaine landed and shattered an ant into 3 pieces with just 2 swift punches. He rampaged across the battlefield, slaughtering the remaining monsters that the mercenaries had cornered. Before long, the last of the Duras Ents fell silent, leaving the battlefield eerily quiet. Ghislaine checked for casualties, relieved when no one reported any fatalities. He then ordered the 20 dejected mercenaries, who had lost their horses, to step out for punishment. Their task was to borrow horses from Ferdium and retrieve the abandoned carts, while the rest were given a break. Once they returned, Ghislaine handed them shovels and gave the next baffling command: fill the carts with the fertile black soil. Gillian approached Ghislaine, asking cautiously why they were collecting dirt after fighting monsters. Ghislaine explained that the forest soil was rich with life, unlike the dry land back at the estate. He planned to mix this ancient, nutrient-filled dirt with the reclaimed land to replenish its lacking fertility. The mercenaries quickly finished their shoveling and departed, the heavy carts rumbling behind them. Scavin and Ricardo watched the bizarre spectacle of the Lord hauling massive amounts of dirt and decided to stick to their policy of non-inquiry. Back at the estate, Ghislaine immediately gathered the workers and issued instructions for mixing the new soil into the reclaimed land. An old foreman cautiously stepped forward, worried about the type of soil and the massive 1:2 mixing ratio. He reminded Ghislaine that previous attempts to use manure had failed to fix the dry, rough land. Ghislaine assured him that this was the right amount and that the mixture would prevent weeds and pests. The foreman sighed, concluding that their lord was inexplicably stubborn when it came to agriculture. The workers reluctantly began mixing the soil, skeptical that anything could grow in such an aggressive combination. They felt sorry for their generous lord, believing he was now wasting time and money out of sheer pride. Belinda watched the process, biting her nails anxiously as the deadline for the bet with Claude rapidly approached. Her biggest fear was not the wasted money, but the humiliation Ghislaine would face if he lost to his vassal. She even considered kidnapping the chief administrator to prevent the loss, driven crazy by the passing time. Finally, the day before the bet's end arrived, finding Claude smiling in relief during the final meeting. Claude gave his final report, expressing gratitude and noting that he was ready for his farewell. Ghislaine, looking indifferent, questioned if it wasn't too early for goodbyes. Claude dismissed the idea, confident that nothing could possibly change in a single day. The vassals exchanged nervous glances, feeling the tension, while Kaor was the only one chuckling to himself. Ecstatic, Claude spread his arms wide and shouted that he was finally free from the estate's burdens. At that exact moment, a low-ranking official rushed into the hall, pale and breathless. He stammered out the impossible news: sprouts were growing in the reclaimed fields already. Claude's face contorted in disbelief, his moment of triumph instantly shattered by the report. Ghislaine stood up, a smug smile finally creeping across his lips. It was time to confirm the results of the bet. Claude nervously trailed behind Ghislaine, desperately hoping his reasoning about the failed farming project was correct. He convinced himself the inspector had made a mistake, otherwise he was facing 10 years of slavery. News had spread quickly, and a large, shocked crowd, including mages, had already assembled at the reclaimed land. The disbelieving onlookers parted instantly as Ghislaine walked forward, eager to see the results himself. Ghislaine smiled widely, unable to hide his satisfaction at the sight of the successful crop. What greeted them were perfect, upright rows of vibrant green wheat sprouts, far sooner than anyone expected. Nearby, Alfoy clenched his fists, the enlightenment he felt just days ago dissolving into pure, enraged disbelief. The thought of becoming a slave for 10 years made his mana unstable and teetering on the edge of an outburst. Overwhelmed by the humiliating reality of his defeat, Alfoy suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed onto the ground. Ghislaine clicked his tongue, wondering why anyone would suffer a mana backlash over a simple agricultural bet. He instructed the attendants to quickly remove Alfoy, reminding them that valuable slaves shouldn't be allowed to fall ill. Watching Ofoy being dragged off, Claude realized that everything he believed about Ghislaine had just completely crumbled. He couldn't grasp how Ghislaine, lacking any known agricultural knowledge, had pulled off this unprecedented success. Denial set in, and the top graduate of the Royal Academy screamed internally that he couldn't have lost to this man. He mumbled incoherently about seeing things and being exhausted, attempting to escape the truth through delusion. Ghislaine grabbed Claude firmly by the shoulders, snapping him out of his spiraling denial. "Snap out of it, Claude. You can't lose your mind yet. You still owe me 10 years of service." Ghislaine delivered the final blow with a smug pat on the shoulder, which was the last straw for Claude. Unable to endure the humiliation and the infuriating grin, Claude promptly passed out, catching Wendy's attention. Ghislaine, amused, instructed Wendy to make sure Claude rested well, as he had many tasks lined up for his new slave. Wendy gave a slight bow and efficiently dragged the unconscious, prone body of the former top official away. Whistling cheerfully, Ghislaine then leisurely made his way to check the progress of the other fields across the estate. The success was universal. Sprouts were either fully grown or emerging in every single field he had reclaimed. Belinda, still confused, pressed her master, asking how he had known this method would actually work. Ghislaine vaguely replied that the seeds had somehow absorbed enough mana to withstand the soil's strong nutrients. For the estate's inhabitants, this success banished their greatest fear, the constant, looming threat of starvation. Elders who had survived past famines gazed at the thriving fields with tears, praising their new lord. In the great hall, Ghislaine gathered his silent vassals, sitting smugly and challenging anyone else to bet against him. The vassals remained silent, their logic defeated by the tangible reality of the successful harvest. Ghislaine then instructed Jillian to station troops around the fields to prevent any wild animals or idiots from damaging them. Jillian grinned, informing his lord that the estate people had already volunteered themselves to guard the fields day and night. Far away, Count Harold flipped through a report on Ghislaine, his face pale and marked by exhaustion and sleepless nights. He muttered that Ghislaine was a lunatic who failed to do basic arithmetic, explaining why his actions were unpredictable. He was bewildered to hear Ghislaine was pouring massive amounts of money into farming land, completely unsuitable for crops. His aide suggested that Ghislaine was simply a reckless young lord, wasting the money he had earned from the runestones. Harold agreed, his pride blinding him to the truth, confirming his belief that Ghislaine was just a lucky upstart. Deciding Ghislaine would inevitably destroy himself, Harold instructed his aide to leave the Baron alone for now. He stated that securing the north was far more important. Failure on this next task was not an option. Harold addressed his strategists, demanding they use any means necessary to crush the remaining unconquered northern estates. Frustrated by the memory of Ghislaine, Harold vowed that after dealing with the northern swordmaster, the Baron would be next. Ghislaine presented the slave contract, clearly stating the terrifying 10-year term written in bold letters. Claude, his hands trembling, pleaded for Ghislaine to call the whole thing a draw instead. Ghislaine just laughed, reminding them that losing a high-stakes bet to a lord has painful consequences. Realizing resistance was futile, Claude slowly brought his hand toward the document. The moment he stamped his palm, Claude's theatrical tears vanished, accepting the loss immediately. Ofoy, however, was a proud Magic Tower successor, utterly mortified by this unexpected humiliation. He refused the contract outright and desperately tried to back away from the table. Claude, already a professional loser, cheekily reminded Ofoy that this is just how gambling works. Enraged, Ofoy screamed that Claude's misplaced confidence was the reason for this entire disaster. 6 more months and they could have returned to the Magic Tower, but now they were trapped for a decade. Ofoy desperately yelled he would rather die than sign away 10 years of his life. Ghislaine merely nodded and suggested that dying was a perfectly acceptable option. Suddenly, nearby mercenaries tackled the fleeing Ofoy and pinned him to the floor. He froze instantly when a mercenary's sword pressed dangerously against his throat. Ofoy protested, reminding Ghislaine he was the respected successor of the Magic Tower. Ghislaine flashed a wicked smile, explaining why he hadn't punished Ofoy earlier for showing off. If Ghislaine had reacted violently then, Ofoy would have backed off, and that wouldn't have been fun. Ofoy's face went white as he understood Ghislaine had lured him into this high-stakes trap. Ghislaine confirmed his suspicions, grinning at the mages, collective regret over their naivety. Securing the general manager and 6 mages was a great haul for a single, simple bet. This contract was necessary to ensure none of them revealed the territory's experimental secrets. Seeing Ofoy still resisting, Ghislaine sighed dramatically in feigned annoyance. He pulled a small hand axe from his waist, offering Ofoy an alternative punishment. Ghislaine offered to let him off with just a hand, citing the need to protect his lordly honor. Ofoy stammered, questioning why a lord carrying an axe suddenly cared about honor. Claude chimed in, noting that losing a hand was a great way to cure a gambling addiction. Ghislaine raised the small axe with a terrifying, decided expression on his face. Just before the strike, Ofoy shrieked, agreeing to sign the slave contract immediately. Ghislaine collected the documents, while Ofoy secretly memorized where they were stored. Next, Ghislaine handed Claude a new stack of documents for additional, immediate work. Claude scoffed, already swamped and wondering if his lord was kidding about more assignments. The task was simple: find everyone on the list and convince them to join the territory. Claude blinked, realizing the list contained over 100 names and multiple distant locations. This was a list of Ghislaine's most talented former subordinates from his past life. Claude grimaced, arguing they lacked the necessary manpower to send people across countries to recruit. Ghislaine told him to hire external guilds or recruiters, since money was not an issue. Realizing he was now a slave, Claude had to swallow his rising anger and frustration. Ghislaine then changed the subject, stating they needed to start a money-making business next. Claude exploded, demanding Ghislaine stop plotting and just sell the massive grain surplus immediately. Ghislaine calmly refused, insisting they must stockpile the grain for future emergencies. Claude worried the enormous grain surplus would rot before they could possibly use it all. Ghislaine explained that their freakish, mono-grown grain would last for years in storage. Accepting the unknown nature of the crop, Claude asked what kind of business Ghislaine planned to start. Since they lacked resources, Ghislaine proposed making unique specialty products to generate wealth. Claude scoffed, pointing out they lacked the technology and skilled workers for such an endeavor. Ghislaine cheerfully agreed they didn't have the necessary means yet. Claude begged Ghislaine to stop wasting time and money on impractical schemes. Ghislaine smiled wickedly and offered Claude a new bet, 20 years on the line this time. Claude almost instinctively accepted the challenge, but a sudden chill finally stopped him. Claude decided to try and rope Ofoy into the next bet, suggesting they split the risk and potential servitude time. Ofoy was having none of it. He was completely done with Ghislaine's dangerous gambling schemes after the last loss. Ghislaine tried to tempt Claude with a reduced sentence of only 10 years, but Claude had already lost his nerve. Disappointed by their refusal, Ghislaine simply handed Claude a massive stack of new work documents and schematics. The papers detailed plans for buying up large quantities of rare herbs and constructing unfamiliar facilities. Ghislaine explained he was creating a unique specialty product, far more lucrative than selling mere grain or rune stones to the nobility. Claude grumbled that if Ghislaine failed, the territory would just end up with a reputation for selling weird herbal concoctions. Despite the fear of being called a quack, Claude realized he was a slave and had no choice but to start the exhausting preparation work. Next, Ghislaine directed Ofoy and the mages to start overhauling the territory's entire water system, aqueducts, wells, and reservoirs. Ofoy immediately protested, arguing that mages were not laborers meant for digging ditches and clearing rocks. Ghislaine coolly reminded O'Foy that he had signed a contract and threatened to sell the rare mage slave on the open market. Alarmed by the prospect of being sold, O'Foy instantly folded and bowed deeply, promising to work hard. While outwardly compliant, O'Foy was gritting his teeth, swearing he would endure only until the magic tower elder arrived. As Claude and the mages slumped out, O'Foy immediately rounded on Claude, blaming him for the entire mess. Claude sarcastically retorted that he hadn't forced O'Foy to gamble, and called the mages incompetent for not figuring out the magic involved. Infuriated by the insult, O'Foy began gathering magic power, and the other mages followed suit. Claude immediately cried for help and ducked behind Wendy, who quickly drew her dagger to defend him. Both sides glared at each other, ready to fight in the middle of the hallway. Ghislaine walked past and clicked his tongue, scolding them for brawling instead of working. He then advised them to solve their problems peacefully, citing his own commitment to nonviolent solutions. Terrified of being assigned even more work, Claude and the mages quickly scattered to their respective duties. Ghislaine chuckled and continued touring the estate, having secured massive stockpiles of food despite the successful winter harvest. The local populace constantly praised Ghislaine for ensuring food security and accelerating the harvest schedule. Money flowed, workers flocked in, and the entire Fenris territory was buzzing with rapid, accelerated growth. Thanks to the diligent laborers, the branch of the Scarlet Flame Magic Tower was completed in record time. Soon after, one of the 5 elders of the Magic Tower arrived, leading a group of 20 additional mages. The elder, who had previously been dismissive, now showed Ghislaine great respect due to his new residency in the territory. Ghislaine noted the elder's discomfort, knowing he had been chosen by lottery for this undesirable, desolate assignment. Before Ghislaine could speak, a loud cry interrupted them as O'Foy rushed in, panting heavily. O'Foy frantically shouted to the elder, begging him to save him from being a slave. Before O'Foy could finish the word slave, Belinda swiftly grabbed his head and twisted his neck. With a sickening crack, O'Foy fell unconscious mid-sentence, leaving the elder utterly bewildered. Ghislaine smoothly blocked the elder's view and claimed O'Foy was just tired from experiments, needing to be knocked out periodically. Belinda quickly carried the unconscious O'Foy away, leaving the elder completely confused by the strange scene. Ghislaine suggested the elder return home, arguing that this rural territory was beneath his stature and that O'Foy could manage the branch instead. Although Ghislaine was polite, the elder felt a chilling threat. If he stayed, things would become extremely uncomfortable. Ghislaine sealed the deal by promising to sell the elder a large volume of rune stones at the rising market price. Relieved to be excused, the elder quickly accepted the terms and hurried away, having learned that prolonged interaction with Ghislaine only led to trouble. Ghislaine smiled, satisfied that he now had 26 mages available to exploit for construction under the guise of the Magic Tower branch. The new mages, arrogant in their prestige, felt honored by Ghislaine's warm welcome, unaware they were about to become his personal workforce. O'Foy, the supposed heir of the Magic Tower, was now constantly participating in the territory's massive construction work. His mana was continuously drained, and the lack of rest was evident in his perpetually weary expression. New mages, fresh from the Scarlet Flame Tower, quickly started complaining about the menial, non-magical labor. They insisted they were proud mages, not manual laborers, and this was not what they signed up for. O'Foy, looking half dead, could only shake his head and offer the weak excuse that the Lord had ordered it. The new mages couldn't understand how the confident heir of the Magic Tower had been reduced to such a cowardly wreck. But it wasn't just O'Foy. The other veteran mages were also keeping their heads down, focusing solely on the work. When questioned why they were so compliant, one of the older mages claimed he was crying because the work was so much fun. The new recruits grew increasingly uneasy, realizing the older mages looked more like exhausted laborers than dignified scholars. They decided they had to act, resolving to confront the Lord and demand they be allowed to quit the menial tasks immediately. They tried to convince Ulfoy, the branch head, to join them, but he nervously refused, claiming the confrontation was too scary. Frustrated by his pathetic display, the new mages scornfully declared they no longer recognized him as the Tower Master's successor. With fiery determination, the group of mages stormed off, planning to threaten Ghislaine into letting them leave the territory entirely. Ulfoy stared blankly until they were gone, but the instant they were out of sight, his and the remaining mages' expressions completely shifted. They suppressed their laughter, congratulating themselves on successfully tricking the new recruits into suffering the same fate. They knew these fools had no idea how terrifying their lord truly was, anticipating their immediate downfall. Just as expected, the mages found Ghislaine, who was now looking down at their complaints with a completely blank expression. The mages were defiant, announcing they refused to work any longer and would return to the magic tower if he didn't treat them properly. Ghislaine stroked his chin, wondering why Ulfoy hadn't managed to stop them from coming to him. When the mages described Ulfoy as a drooling wreck, Ghislaine laughed softly, recognizing the attempt to trick him. He quickly reminded them that the Tower Master had signed a contract requiring their cooperation, making their departure a breach. The mages insisted that no noble would dare force mages into such labor, demanding they focus only on research and defense. Ghislaine stood silently, recognizing that their mage pride was a tricky thing, but he couldn't afford to waste time losing their labor. Heartbreakingly, Ghislaine decided there was no other way, and he called out for someone to bring him a club. A soldier immediately entered, carrying a finely polished club, its craftsmanship evident in the grooves of the wood. Ghislaine twirled the club, ignoring the mage's outrage, and proposed a new bet: attack him all at once. If they managed to land a scratch, they were free with infinite rune stones. If they lost, they would each sign a contract. Seeing an opportunity to vent their built-up resentment, all 20 mages quickly gathered their mana simultaneously. Ghislaine stood serene amidst the rising magical chaos, lamenting that the world kept forcing him to acquire more slaves. With graceful movements, Ghislaine swung the club, cutting through the flow of their combined mana and instantly ending the fight. That day, 20 more defeated mages were added to the territory's highly specialized construction labor force. A few days later, Claude arrived to report to Ghislaine that all the requested herbs and specialized tools had arrived. Claude was genuinely curious, noting the blueprints involved complex processes like boiling, mixing, and refining, typical of alchemical concoctions. Ghislaine simply grinned, telling Claude it was a product the nobles would love, but he wouldn't spoil the surprise. Claude suppressed a snarky comment, deciding to lie low and wait for Ghislaine to inevitably fail so he could try to win back his freedom. The Herbal Development Lab was set up, consisting of piles of raw herbs and specialized tools designed by Ghislaine. The mages were brought in and ordered to inscribe magic circles onto the complex tools to extract properties and purify impurities. Curiosity, the mage's natural instinct, gnawed at Ulfoy, but he forced himself to remain silent, fearing another painful bet. After days of work, a thick, black liquid finally flowed out of the equipment, and Ghislaine immediately frowned, noting the incorrect color and smell. After several adjustments to the recipe, Ghislaine finally achieved the desired result: a stream of pure white, refined extract. The product was complete, and Ghislaine chuckled, knowing he had beaten his competitors to this massive source of income. The product was ready. Now it just needed mass production and marketing to the outside world. Ghislaine instructed the workers to stir the extract until it cooled and thickened into a viscous substance. He scooped a small amount onto his finger and watched as the essence quickly absorbed into his skin. The curious workers gathered around, asking what this strange, pleasant-smelling substance was. Ghislaine proudly explained that this concentrated extract, called essence, was for noble skincare. He knew nobles obsessed over their appearance, making clear skin a vital symbol of status and wealth. This product, unlike others, offered dramatic, fast results, especially for those with poor skin. In his previous life, this very cosmetic had swept the continent, bringing the Delphine dukedom incredible fortune. Ghislaine filled a small glass bottle and decided his maid, Belinda, would be the best judge. Belinda was astonished when Ghislaine handed her the expensive-looking cosmetic bottle as a personal gift. Her brief sense of pride vanished when Ghislaine casually announced that he had created it himself. She instantly grew wary, reminding him that using random cosmetic concoctions could ruin her skin forever. Ghislaine insisted it would make her skin glow, but Belinda firmly rejected the offer, valuing her looks too much. She pointed out that watching a farm succeed was different from testing an experimental product on your own face. Ghislaine frowned, realizing he couldn't force the essence on her, so he looked for another volunteer. He spotted Wendy and tried to wave her over, offering the cream as a gift she could trust. Wendy immediately used mana to blur her figure and flee, muttering that she was too busy. Ghislaine clicked his tongue in frustration, noting that she had fled straight toward Claude's office. He entered the office and saw Wendy hiding behind a pillar before handing the cosmetic to Claude. Claude inspected it with a suspicious look, hearing Ghislaine boast it would be the territory's specialty product. Claude chuckled internally, immediately sensing a high-stakes gambling opportunity had arrived. Since Ghislaine never studied alchemy, Claude was certain the homemade cosmetic would be a failure. Claude masked his excitement and challenged Ghislaine, who would trust an unknown product from a backwater territory. Ghislaine, predictably provoked, immediately proposed a new wager on the essence's success. The terms were set: 20 years of servitude or 10 years off plus 5,000 gold. Claude needed to lower the risk, so he hurried away, claiming he needed a partner for the bet. He quickly approached Ofoy, who was still resentful about losing their previous gamble. Claude offered Ofoy a chance to escape slavery by betting against Ghislaine's specialty product. Claude questioned if Ofoy's former mage tower had ever managed to create a successful beauty product. Ofoy admitted that even their sixth circle master could only manage to produce fancy soap, not effective cosmetics. Claude hammered the point: if the greatest mages failed, how could Ghislaine possibly succeed? Then Claude boosted his ego, urging him to trust his own superior knowledge and experience. Feeling his confidence swell, Ofoy declared his resolve, ready to bet his life one more time. This grand statement was overheard by other mages, who mistook it for fierce brotherhood and camaraderie. Watching the scene unfold, Wendy simply muttered that they were all completely insane. As the group of mages aggressively barged into the room, Ghislaine simply smirked in amusement. Claude stepped forward, declaring that they were betting their future against his new cosmetic product. If they won, Ghislaine would cancel their slave contracts and pay them 2,000 gold coins each. When Ghislaine feigned refusal, the mages' eyes lit up, believing their reckless lord was finally showing doubt. Ghislaine paused for effect, then accepted the bet, finding it hard to feel bad about adding 10 years to their contracts. Claude, giddy with excitement, happily rushed to gather witnesses, and Ghislaine generously gave them 1 month to prove him wrong. Belinda, who had missed the initial negotiation, immediately confronted Ghislaine, furious over the reckless gamble. She demanded to know how they could objectively prove the cosmetic worked when results were subjective. Ghislaine assured her that the mages were definitely excluded, as they would cheat to win the bet. Belinda remained stressed, worrying that even a single pimple would allow the mages to claim victory. Ghislaine began searching the assembled crowd for a trustworthy volunteer, but every retainer immediately averted their eyes. He considered forcing someone, but realized that wouldn't guarantee consistent application for the trial. Kaor immediately snorted with defiance, claiming that real men do not put that kind of stuff on their face. Ghislaine raised an eyebrow and exposed Keor's secret, asking if he forgot about sticking fruit peels on his face every night. Keor was flustered, insisting that the fruit peels had only been an accident while he was eating. Ghislaine shrugged off the rejection and announced that the bet was still on, regardless of who tested the product. Belinda glared at her lord, critiquing him for running around the estate begging people to test his product. Confused by her outburst, Ghislaine tilted his head and asked her to try the cosmetic herself. Caught off guard, Belinda blushed but quickly agreed, planning to cheat by using manhwa to tighten her skin later. However, Claude, sensing deception, immediately interjected, forbidding the head maid from being the tester. He argued that her skin was already too good, adding that she had a few fine lines around her eyes. "Shut up," Belinda snapped, her face turning crimson with pure rage at the unexpected insult. Ghislaine agreed they needed someone with rougher skin, dismissing the crowd to continue the search. Ghislaine began making his rounds through the estate, trying to convince servants and mercenaries to try the noble cosmetic. Every person he approached nervously apologized and backed away, uneasy about testing an unknown product. Ghislaine realized that, without a prestigious name like the Delphine Dukedom, no one trusted his product. He clicked his tongue in frustration, realizing that finding buyers would be the real challenge, not making the product. Gossip spread quickly. The staff questioned Ghislaine's latest eccentric behavior and doubted his cosmetic endeavor. Weeks passed, and Ghislaine was about to resort to force when a voice interrupted him. "My lord, I'll try it." It was Jillian, who had just returned from inspecting the territory and was volunteering to test the cream. Ghislaine realized Jillian, with his rough, weathered skin, was the perfect candidate for the trial. Jillian applied the product diligently every night, treating it as another one of Ghislaine's commands. 3 days later, Keor noticed the subtle change and teased Jillian about having found a girlfriend. Jillian responded flatly with a threat, refusing to acknowledge the mercenary's comment. 2 more days passed, and the whispers grew louder as staff noticed Jillian's healthy, smoother complexion. Jillian's weathered skin had transformed into a vibrant bronze tone, astonishing even himself. Realizing its efficacy, Jillian began using the product even more diligently, succumbing to vanity. Exactly 1 week after the trial began, the door to Ghislaine's office flew open with a loud bang. Ghislaine looked up, startled to see Belinda, Claude, Wendy, and a group of others panting in the doorway. Belinda, breathless and glaring, pointed directly at him and demanded the cosmetic for herself. Ghislaine pretended innocence, though he knew exactly why Belinda was standing there. Belinda dramatically clutched her chest, demanding some of that new cosmetic. She claimed she needed it urgently to combat the signs of aging. She quickly confessed that the others had selfishly blocked her from getting any. Ghislaine simply chuckled and tossed several containers of the cosmetic toward her. Belinda beamed, clutching the precious cosmetics tightly before rushing away satisfied. Next up, Keor and a group of usually rugged mercenaries confidently stepped forward. Ghislaine reminded them that real men supposedly didn't use grooming products. Keor elbowed his buddy, muttering that he wanted the cosmetic to impress a woman. Ghislaine admired their honesty and agreed to let them test the products. He instructed them to report any side effects, and the mercenaries cheered loudly. Ghislaine also gave strict orders to Wendy to distribute sample to the rest of the staff. Meanwhile, the other eager vassals gleefully grabbed their own containers to try out. The only ones left biting their nails were Claude and the anxious mages. Ghislaine firmly told them they couldn't have any, as the bet was still ongoing. Despite their dejection, Claude tried to reassure the mages that they still had time. Perhaps Jillian's smooth skin was just a fluke related to his mana control, they rationalized. Moments later, Jillian himself came to visit Ghislaine, looking remarkably refreshed. Ghislaine praised Jillian, whose early participation had made the testing much smoother. Jillian admitted the product was excellent and made him feel years younger. the real reason for his visit. He wanted another container for his daughter, Rachel. Ghislaine, recognizing a parent's love, happily handed over several extra containers. Ghislaine then decided to check on Vanessa, who had been training nonstop. He arrived at the training grounds to find Vanessa startled and flushed red by his presence. Ghislaine was shocked by her appearance, greasy hair and rumpled clothes from endless study. He cleared his throat and handed her a container, telling her to try it out. Vanessa lowered her head, smiling shyly at the unexpected and rare gift. Ghislaine peered back and saw Vanessa immediately return to her mountain of books. Back in the castle, the news spread, and the remaining samples were quickly snapped up. The response was overwhelming. Everyone was raving about the product's amazing effects. Ghislaine reviewed the steady flow of reports, noting 0 side effects after 2 weeks. Meanwhile, Claude and the mages grew increasingly desperate and on edge. Claude loudly insisted that they remain rational and ignore the temporary excitement. Wendy watched him, internally criticizing his audacity, knowing he pushed the mages into the bet. She realized the cosmetics were working on her too, confirming their imminent doom. Claude desperately clung to the hope that a few users might still report side effects. Ghislaine, however, decided to reward everyone for their hard work. He announced a massive banquet to be held on the final day of the bet. As excitement built, Claude and the mages wandered around in utter despair. They just wished for the world to end, rather than face another humiliating defeat. With the banquet day finally arriving, Ghislaine decided to forget about territory management and just relax for a day. He muttered that he wished he could enjoy some carefree fun, just like in his old mercenary king days. Ghislaine gave a slight smile as he walked toward the banquet hall, ready to wrap things up and achieve some peace. The banquet was unusual because Ghislaine insisted that even the servants should be allowed to attend the festivities. Meanwhile, the mages and Claude huddled anxiously in a corner, looking utterly pale and despondent. They were frantically searching for just one person who might have suffered side effects to force a tie in the bet. As the food was set and the band took its place, Ghislaine finally made his entrance, looking impatient. Ignoring all formalities, he plopped down in a chair immediately and began tearing into a piece of meat. Flustered vassals scrambled, shouting for the hastily gathered band to start the music immediately. The music began with an awful, off-key screeching, barely hitting the notes as the people rushed in. The entering crowd wore their cleanest clothes, but the most striking detail was their glowing, radiant skin. Seeing the perfect results, Claude instinctively turned his head away, feeling a sharp sting in his eyes. He cursed under his breath, realizing that everyone's skin was smooth and clean, confirming their total loss. Ghislaine finally raised a hand, stopping the terrible, off-key music that was starting to hurt his ears. He gave a brief, direct speech, thanking them for their hard work and promising them a day of rest before the next busy period. With a sly smile, Ghislaine then turned toward the mages and announced that the time had come to settle their bet. He asked anyone who experienced side effects to step forward, promising them compensation. Silence hung in the air, then people began to speak, praising the cosmetic as incredibly effective and perfect. The hall erupted in compliments, with many lamenting that they wouldn't be able to buy the product again soon. Ghislaine leaned back arrogantly, basking in the endless compliments and satisfied with his victory. He then challenged Claude, asking if the results of the bet were clear enough for him to accept defeat. Claude sighed deeply, staring up at the ceiling before chuckling bitterly and admitting that he had lost again. He tried to put a positive spin on the situation, offering Ofoy a fist bump, saying they fought well. But as Ofoy raised his hand to meet Claude's, his palm suddenly opened and flames erupted outward. Wendy yanked Claude back, saving his face from getting burned, though he ended up tumbling onto the floor. Claude looked up to find Ofoy and the rest of the mages glaring at him with icy expressions and gathering magic. Realizing the dire situation, Wendy scooped Claude up and bolted out of the banquet hall immediately. Ghislaine waved dismissively at the bewildered guests, telling them to keep enjoying themselves while he went to catch the runners. The chase ended when Ghislaine intervened and subdued the mages, leaving Claude looking thoroughly battered. Claude explained that while the cosmetic was a success, the high cost of materials prevented mass production. The most expensive ingredient was the fairy's blessing flower, which was incredibly rare and valuable. Ghislaine decided they would sell it at a high price, targeting the nobles who were their intended market anyway. Claude remained skeptical, pointing out that without connections, the capital nobles might not buy their rural product. Ghislaine then proposed an insane promotional strategy, kidnapping nobles, forcing them to use the product for 2 weeks. Claude's eyes widened in disbelief, instantly rejecting the idea and urging Ghislaine to act sensibly for once. Ghislaine conceded that the kidnapping plan had flaws and decided they needed to travel to the capital to build connections. Claude wished him luck, secretly looking forward to Ghislaine's long absence so he could finally rest. But then Ghislaine dropped a bombshell, telling Claude that he would be accompanying him on the trip. Ghislaine informed Claude that he needed to come along to the capital to figure out how they were going to sell their new product. Claude insisted he was too busy, but Ghislaine knew he would just take a break if left alone. The company needed long-term management. Ghislaine added that if Claude was going to handle sales across the entire kingdom, he needed to personally prepare the market and find distributors. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, Claude suddenly proposed they just sell the rights to a big, reputable trading company instead. Ghislaine scoffed, asking why he would hand over all the profit when they had already established their own trading company. Ghislaine explained that he never handed over what was his, and relying on another company would simply take too long. The Lord explained that time was money, and he needed to open sales channels and acquire funds as rapidly as possible. Claude grumbled, wondering why Ghislaine was always rushing them when they still had plenty of runestones and resources left. Ghislaine internally recognized that the funds were insufficient. He needed to prepare for the Duke's inevitable attack and secure alliances. He resolved to start the war when and where he chose, ensuring that the fight would never take place on the Fenris territory. Meanwhile, Claude just assumed his boss had made too many powerful enemies, which was the real source of the constant pressure. Eventually, Claude hit his limit, throwing a dramatic tantrum about having to manage everything, begging for death instead. Ghislaine calmly suggested hiring more staff, but Claude countered that the current managers were already overloaded and unskilled in new areas. Ghislaine paused, realizing Claude was right about the manpower shortage, and then a specific potential assistant came to mind. He offered Claude an introduction to a helper, breaking into a gentle smile as he described the perfect person to share the workload. Claude immediately asked if the helper was a woman, and upon hearing it was a man, he instantly rejected the offer. Ghislaine gave him the final choice: accept the help or suffer alone, forcing Claude to reluctantly ask who this capable person was. Ghislaine declared they were going right now, reinforcing his mantra that time was money and refusing to waste another second. Claude worriedly asked what Ghislaine would do if the potential assistant refused the job offer. Ghislaine replied with a faint smile that if the man refused, they would simply kill him. Moments later, Ghislaine and Claude arrived at the old Diggled Count's castle, grimacing at the unrecovered, devastated state of the lands. Ghislaine noted that leaving the lands to Ferdium was taking too long and openly contemplated annexing the Diggled territory for himself. Claude called his lord a shameless scoundrel, but Ghislaine merely saw it as seizing an opportunity before it went to waste. Ghislaine led them directly toward the underground prison, confirming the specific man he needed was still being held there. The prison cells were packed with captured criminals who had been causing chaos in the war-torn and unpoliced territory. Ghislaine checked each cell until he finally located the man he was looking for, Lowell, sitting alone and looking dazed in a slightly cleaner cell. Ghislaine spoke through the bars, asking the thin, dazed man if he still remembered who he was. Lowell instantly recognized Ghislaine, who had slaughtered the previous count, and scrambled backward against the cold stone wall in sheer panic. Trembling, Lowell begged Ghislaine to spare him, believing the Lord had finally come to carry out his execution. Instead of responding, Ghislaine repeated the bizarre question he had asked Lowell previously. What is 750 multiplied by 1920? Lowell snapped out the answer instantly, 1,440,000, a calculation he had rehearsed daily since his imprisonment. Claude was genuinely shocked by the lightning-fast response and immediately recognized the man's sharp mind could be a massive asset. Claude quickly turned to Ghislaine and confirmed he wanted him, joking that the man looked like a skeleton soldier who needed better food. Ghislaine turned back to the prisoner, grabbing the cold iron bars and simply stated, "Come work for me." Before explaining the task, Ghislaine casually proposed a 20-year slave contract just to ensure Lowell's loyalty and commitment. Lowell was deeply uneasy and felt trapped, knowing that refusal was not an option for someone in his current predicament. Ghislaine sighed dramatically and offered his two final, non-negotiable options: execution or starving to death in the prison cell. Lowell quickly agreed to the slave contract, desperate for freedom and survival outside the prison cell. Claude was overjoyed, finally having someone to share the mountainous administrative workload, but Lowell instantly recoiled from his touch. Despite his gut feeling that Claude spelled trouble, Lowell was determined to prove his worth and survive this last chance. To show his value, Lowell enthusiastically detailed his extensive knowledge of every corrupt and underhanded trick imaginable. Claude listened, utterly astonished by the sheer depravity, realizing this man had mastered true, pure corruption. Claude shook his head in disgust, calling him a piece of garbage who perfectly embodied corruption. Believing that in Diggled being called trash was the highest compliment, Lowell beamed with pride. Ghislaine smiled slightly at the exchange and warned Claude to straighten out their new hire immediately. Claude let out a heavy sigh, accepting the monumental task of rehabilitating this experienced administrator. Still oblivious to his faults, Lowell confidently believed that Ghislaine would soon embrace his profit-maximizing methods. Then they arrived at Fenris territory, and Lowell's confidence instantly shattered as he saw the impossibly thriving gate. Lines of organized merchants entered the gates, surrounded by mountains of neatly stacked food supplies and valuable goods. New buildings dominated the skyline, and the residents looked surprisingly cheerful and well-fed, a foreign sight indeed. Lowell stared, utterly confused and trying to process the strange reality of a successful, ethical territory. Claude, noticing the profound shock, smugly patted him on the shoulder, claiming credit for the success. Lowell asked if Claude truly did this, forcing the administrator to sheepishly admit it was the Lord's work too. Claude internally conceded that Ghislaine's financial resources and sheer driving force deserved the majority of the recognition. Lowell stared blankly, recalling his lost childhood dream of creating a land where no one went hungry, a dream he thought was impossible. Ghislaine interrupted his thoughts, asking him how he felt seeing the transformation after all this time. Lowell quickly shook his head, admitting the change was incredible, recalling how utterly broken the people here once were. Ghislaine's cold gaze bore into Lowell, warning that if he tried any old corrupt tricks, he would personally execute him. Tense and fearful, Lowell nodded firmly, vowing to contribute honestly to the territory's development. Ghislaine, satisfied with the response, turned to Claude to discuss how they would best utilize Lowell's unique skill set. Claude decided that Lowell's expertise in dirty work made him perfect for a spy and administrative secretary role. Ghislaine approved the plan, recognizing the utility of Lowell's morally compromised background. Ghislaine stressed the need to ensure that absolutely no information leaked from their carefully controlled territory. With key personnel confined and guards stationed, the territory was placed under complete information lockdown. Ghislaine instructed Claude to properly train Lowell and gather supplies for the first cosmetic shipment in 2 weeks. Claude immediately threw his arm over Lowell's shoulder, pretending they were close friends, ready to start the training. Lowell instantly resisted Claude's forced friendliness, wondering why the man insisted on constantly touching him. Ghislaine watched the bickering duo leave, smiling contentedly at the thought of increasing Claude's workload now that he had help. 2 weeks later, a frantic Claude approached Ghislaine, his face etched with concern over dwindling operational funds. Claude stressed that they needed immediate cash flow, arguing that waiting for future runestone profits would be too late. Ghislaine cut off his worries, assuring Claude that he would give him the money he needed right now. They headed to a private storage room where Ghislaine leaned in to deliver a serious, confidential warning not to tell his father. Ghislaine opened the chests, revealing a dazzling hidden fortune of gold coins, jewels, and priceless ornaments. Ghislaine casually explained that this was the personal wealth he had looted from Count Diggold and his retainers. Claude realized this was high treason, but Ghislaine silenced him, claiming it was merely payment for the runestones he provided. Ghislaine had taken far more spoils than he spent, ensuring the entire venture was profitable, regardless of the runestones he gave away. Claude, still struggling to process the scale, cautiously asked if Count Ferdium was aware of this staggering amount of hidden treasure. Ghislaine confirmed that he had reported the enemy territories as dirt poor, making everyone, including his father, assume their wealth was spent on the war. In fact, Ghislaine admitted his real motive was not just to eliminate threats, but also to gather all the hidden assets of the exploiting nobles. Claude realized the territory was ruined because its lords had been hoarding wealth, a fact Ghislaine expanded upon by revealing he also looted baronies on the way back. When questioned why he kept everything, Ghislaine simply stated he hated letting anyone take what was his, confirming his identity as a noble-dressed bandit. Seeing an opportunity, Claude tried to leverage the secret, threatening to expose the stash if Ghislaine didn't reduce his crushing workload. Ghislaine stated he was tired of empty threats, and moments later, a loud yelp was heard, confirming that the negotiations had ended violently. Claude picked himself up from the corner of the room, sniffling and utterly defeated, quickly vowing to keep quiet until the day he died. Ghislaine clapped his hands, and suddenly Wendy and several mercenaries materialized from the shadows, ready to haul the loot away. Claude was stunned, realizing Ghislaine had anticipated everything, from his financial need to his arrival, and even had the cleanup crew waiting. Ghislaine draped an arm around the still-recovering Claude, assuring him that he would handle the funds, allowing Claude to focus solely on his work. With the money secured, Claude quickly purchased the necessary materials and began preparing the territory for their upcoming trip to the capital. Ghislaine, needing military oversight during his absence, traveled to Ferdium to enlist Commander Randolph for basic training duties. Randolph agreed without argument, but Ghislaine's father, Zwalter, intervened, frowning deeply upon hearing his son intended to leave the fief for mere business. Zwalter lectured Ghislaine, emphasizing that a lord must grasp the importance of his responsibilities and should not carry goods around like a merchant. Ghislaine dismissed the concerns about pride, insisting that his personal presence was necessary for an important matter in the capital. When Zwalter refused to allow the trip, Ghislaine immediately cut him off, offering a massive bribe, a year's worth of food supplies for the territory. The promise of a year's worth of food was too much money to refuse, and Zwalter's stern face instantly melted into a warm, supportive smile. Zwalter quickly reversed his stance, telling Ghislaine it was high time he broadened his horizons and wished him a safe journey to the capital. Back home, Ghislaine faced renewed opposition from his own retainers, including Belinda and Gillian, who strongly objected to his personal departure. They insisted he should send the trading company head, Claude, to maintain the proper appearance of a noble lord. Ghislaine finally silenced their protests by reiterating that he had other important personal matters to handle in the capital, making his presence non-negotiable. A few days later, Ghislaine inspected the multiple wagons loaded with goods, smiling in satisfaction at the scale of the first major shipment. Claude worriedly pointed out the complex, expensive freezing magic circles and runestones needed to prevent the valuable cosmetics from spoiling during the long journey. Ghislaine remained supremely confident, assuring Claude that the products would be a massive hit and they would sell every last bit. Belinda arrived, leading a large entourage of 20 attendants, insisting that a noble lord needed such a massive display for proper appearances in the capital. Moments later, Jillian and Kaor arrived fully armed, leading a massive group of 50 mercenaries to protect the valuable goods and their lord. Before they could depart, Claude realized they still needed a proper name for the cosmetic product to market it to the nobles. Ghislaine enthusiastically suggested the name Lovely Bling Bling, which caused Claude to collapse into a fit of hysterical laughter at the ridiculous lack of elegance. Belinda firmly vetoed the suggestion, insisting that only a name with suitable elegance would be accepted by the high society of the capital. Ghislaine then revealed the product's true original name, Deneb, named after an ancient star. Belinda immediately approved of the elegant name, while Kaor, listening from the rear, privately wondered why they didn't just stick with Lovely Bling Bling. Ghislaine mounted his horse, surveying his massive, dependable entourage of retainers, mercenaries, and wagons ready to follow him. Grinning broadly, Ghislaine spurred his horse forward, leading the massive convoy toward the capital. The capital city of Cardinia was just as massive as the rumors claimed, surrounded by a moat wide as a river. The accompanying mercenaries were completely speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer, imposing scale of the fortress. Even the usually composed Belinda and the seasoned veteran Jillian couldn't help but gasp at the magnificent sight. While everyone admired the view, Ghislaine alone glared coldly at the fortress, lost in memories of its past conquest. This impregnable city had once fallen to him in less than a week during his devastating campaign years ago. His sole objective had been to eliminate Duke Delphine, a goal he ultimately failed to achieve. Driven by fury, he had then rampaged across the kingdom, earning the title of a vengeance-driven demon. He vividly recalled the sensation of his own neck being severed and swore to succeed in his current mission. Suddenly, Ghislaine's unconscious killing intent surged, causing the nearby horses to rear up in sheer terror. He quickly managed to suppress the outburst, calming the terrified animals and turning to face his worried retainers. Ghislaine offered a ridiculous explanation, claiming he was just jealous of the castle's immense size and grandeur. Although the others were dumbfounded, Belinda and Jillian knew their lord had a deeper, hidden reason for his sudden rage. Ignoring their unspoken concerns, Ghislaine waved his hand dismissively and urged the group to finally proceed toward the gates. Despite the late hour, the castle entrance was bustling with people undergoing strict, thorough security checks. A knight clad in full, gleaming armor blocked their path, demanding identification with a rigid posture and haughty tone. After reviewing the documents, the knight verified Ghislaine's identity, confirming him as a vassal of the Margrave of Ferdium. Irritated by the knight's arrogance, Belinda and Jillian exchanged glances, recognizing the need to restrain themselves in the capital. When the knight asked for the head of the trading company, Ghislaine casually confirmed that he was the one in charge. He then pointed to Claude, stating that the wagons contained high-end cosmetics, all personally manufactured by the Baron himself. The knight's rigid composure finally broke, replaced by a momentary, subtle look of intense confusion at the bizarre declaration. Despite his doubts, the knight diligently ordered his soldiers to begin the thorough, wagon-by-wagon inspection process. The cautious knight asked if the cosmetics were poisonous, prompting Ghislaine to challenge him to test the product himself. Hesitantly, the knight picked up a container, sniffed the contents, and then rubbed a small amount onto the back of his hand. Ghislaine cheekily offered the knight a container as a souvenir, but the stern soldier quickly shook his head in refusal. Ghislaine warned the knight that he would regret turning down such high-end, expensive merchandise later on. The knight's frustration was visible as he glared at Ghislaine, insisting that he would have no regrets about the refusal. Kior burst out laughing, commenting that the knight finally looked like a human instead of a wooden doll. The knight shot Kior a sharp, hostile glare, barely concealing his mounting fury at the provocation. Finally, the knight scribbled the entry into the registry, sternly announcing that the eccentric group was clear to pass. As Belinda walked past, she cast a pitying look back, delivering a final, subtle warning about his missed opportunity. Claude followed, giving the exasperated knight a playful wink before moving into the city. Once inside, they discovered the capital was a dizzying, bustling metropolis, unlike anything they had ever experienced. After letting his party marvel at the sights, Ghislaine quickly secured 2 large inns to house the entire group and their massive inventory. Once settled, Ghislaine called Claude to review their strategy, prioritizing finding a permanent base and a shop location. Claude suggested attending noble banquets for promotion, but Ghislaine was clearly less than thrilled about socializing. Claude asked why they weren't trying to network with nobles to sell the new cosmetics. Ghislaine dismissed the idea, asking how many nobles would befriend a poor baron. Claude insisted they must at least advertise the product's existence to the noble class. Ghislaine countered that they shouldn't spread the word, the nobles must come looking for them. Claude then suggested buying an expensive property in the central district near the palace. Belinda quickly agreed, noting that luxury goods must be sold from a luxurious location. Ghislaine scoffed, pointing out that such a mansion costs their entire annual territory budget. Claude accepted the financial reality, but stressed they still needed a base in the capital. Ghislaine agreed, but demanded a cheap, large mansion on the outskirts for storage and staff. Claude worried that selling high-end products from the outskirts would look shabby. Ghislaine simply assured him that the nobles would come running with money soon enough. Claude muttered about Ghislaine's incredible stinginess, despite his wealth and power. The next day, Claude began his difficult search, scouring the entire capital for a property. Eventually, he found a large, cheap mansion that met Ghislaine's specific demands on the outskirts. A real estate agent, grinning broadly, proudly presented the massive, cheap property. The group immediately noticed the eerie, uncomfortable atmosphere around the place. The garden was withered, and dense, overgrown trees cast heavy shadows even in broad daylight. Belinda stared deadpan at the agent, demanding to know why the property was in this state. The agent admitted there were bad rumors about the place, but claimed they were harmless talk. Belinda screamed at Ghislaine to find another place, worried they would be exhausted living there. As if to echo her concerns, a flock of crows suddenly cawed loudly and burst from the mansion. Ignoring the protests, Ghislaine thoroughly inspected the mansion and agreed to buy it. Belinda warned him that the haunted atmosphere might drain his mana, but Ghislaine shrugged it off. He told the agent that undead were the worst they might face, and they could just deal with them. The agent happily quoted the heavily discounted price, 500 gold for the massive property. Ghislaine immediately shocked him by countering with a flat offer of only 200 gold. The frantic agent protested that 500 gold was already a massive, huge giveaway. Ghislaine threatened to leave, questioning the agent about the property's unsaleable status. Ghislaine pointed out that tearing it down would cost too much due to the haunting rumors. The agent began sweating profusely, as Ghislaine saw through his every bluff and move. Ghislaine firmly patted the agent's shoulder, urging him to hurry up and move things along. When the agent hesitated, Ghislaine immediately turned to leave, signaling the group to follow. Panicked, the agent called out, offering to lower the price further to stop them. Ghislaine turned back, giving the agent a final chance to name his acceptable price. After a brief internal struggle, the defeated agent finally accepted the 200 gold offer. As if welcoming its new owner, A group of crows circled overhead, cawing loudly. Claude and Belinda continued grumbling about the terrible, creepy location they were stuck with. Ghislaine smiled brightly, assuring them that the rumors were just superstitions. Ghislaine swung the huge front door open, which screeched like a banshee's wail. Claude recoiled at the sound, finding even the door creepy in this place. Suddenly, Claude and Belinda screamed and pointed at a shadowy corner of the lobby. Ghislaine prepared to draw his sword, then burst out laughing at the sight. It was just a cobweb-draped, rusty suit of armor standing in the dim corner. Ghislaine ordered the group to hire workers for cleaning and repairs, and to get rid of the crows. Moments later, mercenaries returned, stating that the rumors made it impossible to hire anyone. 3 days later, the mansion was cleaned and repaired, looking far less ominous. Ghislaine declared it time to start promoting the cosmetics, having secured the location. Claude asked about the plan, assuming Ghislaine wouldn't attend any noble banquets. Ghislaine announced his plan, sending the cosmetics as gifts to every noble household. Claude yelled in frustration, arguing that nobles would just throw away any free gifts. Ghislaine simply smirked, clarifying that he was sending the cosmetics to the servants instead. Ghislaine confirmed he was sending the cosmetic samples directly to the servants, completely bypassing the capital's noble households. Belinda immediately challenged Claude, asking if he even understood the strategy or was just pretending to agree with the Lord. Claude bristled, reminding her he was the top graduate of Saron Academy and handled all administrative duties for the estate, certainly not clueless. She simply retorted that despite his qualifications, he always manages to get outsmarted by the Lord anyway. Ghislaine intervened, explaining the core issue. Belinda's excitement vanished the moment she learned he had made the cosmetic himself. The Fenris staff knew Ghislaine lacked any expertise in alchemy, so they naturally didn't trust his homemade products. But in the capital, servants would trust the product simply because it came with a noble's name attached, especially since they didn't know him. Ghislaine explained that if even one person used it and saw the benefits, word would spread like wildfire through the entire manor staff. Jillian, who had tested the product first, immediately recognized the brilliance of the plan, nodding solemnly in agreement. He called it a brilliant strategy, winning over the powerful noble by first capturing the loyalty of the people around them. Belinda grumbled, frustrated she hadn't seen the obvious solution, blaming her own lack of immediate trust in Ghislaine. Ghislaine chuckled, admitting that was exactly why he hated explaining things. Even when he told people the truth, they didn't believe him. Claude seized the opportunity to lecture the group about their lack of loyalty and critical thinking, comparing them to an idiot. He then smugly tapped his temple, asking if they could now feel the immense difference in intelligence. The air instantly grew thick with hostility, as the rest of the group bristled at his condescending antics. Feigning ignorance of the rising tension, Claude quickly turned away and promised to wrap up the goods for the prominent noble households. Ghislaine instructed him to send the nobles a cheap token gift to maintain appearances, since ignoring them completely would be strange. His suggestion, send them some mandrake roots, making the gift as cheap as possible. Claude sighed, realizing he needed to write a highly diplomatic letter to prevent the nobles from thinking they were being mocked. Once the deliveries were made, Ghislaine settled in to wait at the mansion, trusting his plan would soon take effect. Meanwhile, Count Aylesbury, a highly influential noble, was reviewing the countless gifts sent to curry his favor. He paused when he reached the package from Baron Fenris, a name he barely recognized. The Count was instantly captivated by the letter, finding the writing exquisitely elegant and full of high praise for himself. Eagerly, he ordered his servant to open the accompanying gift, expecting something equally extravagant to match the grand words. But inside the box, the Count and his staff found only a single, dried-up mandrake root. Furious at the audacity of the impoverished country lord, Aylesbury flung the root and the box across the ornate room. His butler then cautiously mentioned that the Baron had also sent a separate gift to the servants, a cosmetic cream. The Count scoffed, calling it cheap peasant cosmetics, and authorized the staff to use it or throw it away, not caring either way. As predicted, most of the staff were wary, but a few curious souls decided to try the cream, intrigued by the noble crest on the packaging. 10 days later, Countess Marielle, the Count's wife, struggled to apply her makeup, frustrated by her aging skin. She lamented her loss of youth, regretting she hadn't learned manhwa cultivation techniques to maintain her flawless appearance. As she left her room, receiving the polite bows of her maids, she suddenly stopped, sensing something was amiss. Marielle stopped, her sharp eyes scanning the line of women, noticing subtle yet distinct changes in their complexions. A few maids had skin that was noticeably clearer, healthier, and more radiant than the rest of the staff. Marielle stepped towards the maid with the most improved complexion, her graceful demeanor replaced by stern intensity. She demanded to know everything the maid had done, eaten, or used that could possibly explain the sudden change in her skin. Marielle questioned her maid, who nervously revealed she received some new beauty cream from a new noble, Baron Fenris. The head maid clarified that Baron Fenris was new to the capital and had sent gifts to the entire household staff, but only a useless mandrake root to the Count. Marielle scoffed, realizing the new Baron had foolishly ignored her status as the capital's social queen and tried to appeal only to her husband. When she learned her husband only received a mandrake, Marielle was baffled, wondering where this apparently broke noble got such high-quality products. The head maid informed her that the creams were developed by Baron Fenris's own trading company, which piqued Marielle's interest immediately. Realizing the product was legitimate, Marielle instantly canceled her entire day, paid the maid, and began examining the jar of cream herself. Her reputation was on the line if the product failed, but her intuition screamed that this was a revolutionary chance she couldn't afford to miss. Deciding to seize the opportunity, Marielle thoroughly washed her face and slowly began applying the new cream to her skin. It felt cool and refreshing, absorbing quickly and leaving her skin feeling hydrated from the inside out, confirming her initial excitement. Though dramatic results weren't visible overnight, Marielle woke up feeling a noticeable difference and confirmed there were no adverse effects. Knowing she couldn't wait, she immediately called the head maid and demanded to know where Baron Fenris was residing. She learned he was staying at the infamous Crow Mansion, an old, dilapidated and rumored haunted house on the city's outskirts. Marielle realized that his financial desperation meant she could easily secure an exclusive contract and control the distribution of this amazing product. Without hesitation, she ordered her carriage prepared. She was going to meet Baron Fenris immediately. Meanwhile, outside the Crow Mansion, Claude was manning a makeshift booth when he saw a ridiculously grand carriage approach, flanked by guards. The head maid descended first, surveying the rundown entrance with disdain before announcing the arrival of the Countess of Aylesbury. Claude, completely overwhelmed by the entourage's imposing presence, realized that the nobility of the major nations operated on a terrifyingly different level. Then the carriage door opened, and Marielle, the Countess herself, stepped out with perfect, effortless grace. The mercenaries watching from a distance were stunned by her mature beauty and overwhelming dignity, finding her completely unattainable. Used to such attention, Marielle glanced around and introduced herself, stating plainly that she was here to meet Baron Fenris. Claude stood frozen, mouth agape, until a sharp kick to the shin from Belinda snapped him back to his senses. Rubbing his leg, Claude quickly deduced the only reason a powerful countess would visit a haunted mansion. The cosmetics had worked spectacularly. Ever the salesman, Claude immediately put on his best smile and tried to offer the countess cosmetics right then and there. Marielle maintained her polite but firm smile, repeating that she was only there to meet Baron Fenris in person, not his subordinates. Realizing he was out of his depth, Claude sighed and reluctantly offered to guide the Countess and her entourage inside to meet his lord. As she entered the grounds, Marielle's refined composure wavered slightly at the sight of the gray, lifeless garden and the unsettling crows flying overhead. She internally dismissed the Baron as desperately poor, confirming her earlier thought that securing a favorable contract would be incredibly easy. They eventually found Baron Ghislaine Fenris crouched in a corner of the garden, casually feeding the unsettling black crows. Ghislaine slowly stood up as he was announced, a large crow settling perfectly onto his shoulder, giving him a bizarrely eerie appearance. He politely introduced himself, and Marielle, slightly startled by his youth and unexpected composure, quickly assessed the handsome young baron. Marielle wasted no time on pleasantries, immediately stating that she was there to discuss the exclusive rights to his company's newly developed cosmetics. Ghislaine's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. She was getting straight to business, confirming he had caught a major influencer. Once seated, Marielle laid out her proposal. She would buy all his production, handle distribution, and provide the political protection he needed in the capital. She added a subtle warning that if he refused her backing, doing business in the capital would become extremely difficult due to competition. Ghislaine nodded, agreeing to the exclusivity, but then warned that the price for his revolutionary product would be much higher than she anticipated. Marielle almost laughed, confident that as one of the capital's wealthiest women, if she couldn't afford it, no one could. Ghislaine then delivered the shocking figure, 100 gold pieces per single jar of cream. Marielle's elegant smile instantly faltered, and she demanded clarification, certain she must have misunderstood the outrageous number. Countess Marielle was absolutely stunned by the price tag, 100 gold pieces for a single jar of cream. She demanded to know who would pay that much, arguing that even renowned luxury brands were cheaper. Marielle countered that jewelry was permanent, while cosmetics were used up and wasted. Ghislaine smugly confirmed that her personal visit here proved the product's worth already. Realizing she couldn't win the price argument, Marielle quickly pivoted, offering to negotiate distribution rights in the capital. But Ghislaine shrugged off the offer, claiming this product would sell even if displayed in the dirtiest alley. Marielle realized the only way to monopolize it was through crime, a line she refused to cross. Seeing the Countess defeated, Claude nudged Ghislaine, urging him to just take the deal for goodwill. Ghislaine decided against playing the fool, but recognized maintaining a relationship with Marielle was beneficial for the future. He offered a compromise. Instead of exclusive rights, she would get the prestige of being the first to introduce it to high society. Ghislaine then moved a large, prepared box toward her, filled with around 50 jars of the coveted cream. Marielle opened the box, her expression shifting from curiosity to surprise at the sheer quantity of product. Ghislaine explained the marketing strategy. She would be the trendsetter, proving her keen eye for quality. Marielle immediately understood the value of this social gamble, smiling brightly at the prospect of increasing her reputation. She accepted the proposal, securing her social standing even without exclusive rights. Wasting no time, Marielle stood up, ready to rush to the next social gathering and introduce the product. Ghislaine offered a slight bow as she left, and the crow perched on his shoulder mimicked the gesture perfectly. Thanks to Marielle's endorsement, word spread like wildfire, and nobles flocked to buy the expensive cream. Claude and Belinda were ecstatic as the gold poured in, filling the mansion's coffers to the brim. Claude joked that they should abandon their estate life and just stick to this easy business venture. Belinda urged Ghislaine to immediately scale up production to meet the overwhelming demand. Despite the pressure, Ghislaine remained unmoved, insisting they must wait patiently for the next phase of his plan. He murmured that the rumors should be reaching the ears of his true target soon enough. Several days later, an elegantly dressed butler arrived at the mansion gates, seeking Baron Fenris. Ghislaine realized immediately that the Marquis of Branford, the kingdom's most powerful noble, had finally taken the bait. The butler quickly skipped the formalities, asking directly if the cream truly cleared the skin. Ghislaine gave a vague answer, confirming it improved condition but demanding to know the specific concerns about side effects. Cutting him off, Ghislaine smirked and asked directly if the product was intended for the Marquis's secluded young daughter. The butler reluctantly confirmed the rumors were true and nodded in defeat. Ghislaine offered 2 jars as samples, mentioning he knew about her long-standing seclusion due to her condition. Just as the butler turned to leave, Ghislaine casually dropped the bombshell. He also knew how to cure the eternal curse. Back at the Branford estate, the Marquis inspected the jars skeptically, troubled by political enemies and his daughter's illness. He recalled his daughter's severe condition, constant red spots preventing her from sleeping or going outside. He decided to deliver the cream himself, walking through the gloomy, hushed halls of his mansion. The Marquis entered Rosaline's room, a sealed space illuminated only by a few faint candles. The Marquis coldly announced that the political marriage could no longer be delayed. Rosaline argued desperately about being forced to marry while disfigured, but the Marquis cut her off, declaring that the family comes first. Left alone, Rosaline slowly began applying the cream, tears mixing with the product, desperate for a cure. Days later, the cream failed to clear the blotches, only emphasizing them, and Rosaline shoved the jars aside in anger. In a fit of frustration, Rosaline hurled a glass object against the wall, the shattering noise echoing through the empty room. Meanwhile, Ghislaine arrived casually at the heavily guarded gates of the Branford estate. He instructed the guard to inform the Marquis that Baron Fenris had come to do some business. The guard insisted the Marquis was away, but Ghislaine knew better and demanded to be announced immediately. Marquis Branford wasn't someone you just dropped in on. Appointments took months, and dozens of nobles were currently waiting. Ghislaine dismissed the standard protocol, claiming his business was too important to wait in a guestbook line. Sighing dramatically, the guard finally asked Ghislaine for the specific reason for his urgent visit. Ghislaine stated he was here regarding Lady Rosaline, specifically to check on her condition after purchasing his cosmetics. The guard instantly froze, remembering the countless charlatans who had nearly poisoned the young lady with fake cures. Knowing the Marquis's wrath, the guard cautiously warned Ghislaine that he was likely marching straight to his death. Ghislaine assured the terrified guard that he would be fine, demanding the message be relayed immediately. The guard panicked, explaining that even delivering such an audacious message could cost him his own life. Ghislaine relented slightly, suggesting the guard bypass the Marquis and just call the butler instead. Under pressure, the guard gave in and reluctantly called for the estate's highly formal butler. Moments later, the emotionless butler arrived at the gate, asking Ghislaine to state his business plainly. Ghislaine asked if the cosmetics worked, and the butler bluntly confirmed they were of no use whatsoever. Ghislaine admitted he expected that result, claiming he needed to discuss a more serious solution directly with the Marquis. Ghislaine demanded the butler relay a message. This was the Marquis's daughter's last, best chance for a cure. The butler hesitated, issuing a severe warning about the Marquis's unforgiving nature if this turned out to be a lie. Frustrated by the delay, Ghislaine pointed out that the butler had nothing to lose by simply delivering the message. Although the cosmetics failed Rosaline, the butler was slightly swayed by Ghislaine's undeniable confidence and the product's wider success. The butler finally agreed to deliver the risky message, acknowledging the danger Baron Fenris was placing himself in. The butler found the Marquis in his study, surrounded by mountains of urgent paperwork, and relayed the audacious message. The Marquis tilted his head, recognizing the name of the young noble who had sold the highly praised, yet ineffective, cosmetics. More than the claim of a cure, the Marquis was offended by the sheer audacity of an uninvited noble challenging his authority. The Marquis immediately ordered the butler to dismiss Ghislaine and make it absolutely clear he was never to return. The butler carefully suggested that perhaps they should hear out the confident newcomer, especially since Rosaline's condition had worsened. The Marquis remained indifferent, stating that while a cure would be nice, it wasn't strictly necessary since her life wasn't in danger. The butler countered that curing her would bring peace to the estate, and suggested they could punish the Baron severely if he lied. The Marquis agreed to the arrangement, commanding the butler to bring Ghislaine in while also gathering more information on him. Moments later, the Branford estate gates swung open, shocking the guard as Ghislaine strolled confidently through the entrance. The Marquis sat in the main hall, greeting Ghislaine with a sarcastic tone, questioning his claim to help his daughter. Ghislaine bypassed formalities entirely, boldly confirming that he indeed believed he could cure Rosaline. The Marquis questioned his trustworthiness, prompting Ghislaine to claim he had successfully cured the seemingly impossible ailment, the eternal punishment. The Marquis started reading Ghislaine's file aloud, listing off derogatory nicknames like Northern Rogue and a bundle of inferiority. Ghislaine composed himself and raised his head, pointing out that even divine power had failed to cure the Marquis's daughter. Intrigued by the boldness, the Marquis leaned forward, asking how Ghislaine could possibly know the symptoms without even seeing Rosaline. Ghislaine simply insisted, "Let me try," arguing that the attempt wouldn't take much time. The Marquis chuckled coldly, asking if Ghislaine was prepared to risk his life, given his reckless attitude in the capital. The Marquis offered Ghislaine a graceful exit, forgiving his rudeness out of respect for his loyal, though poor, father. Ghislaine ignored the political warning entirely, challenging the Marquis directly by questioning his desire to cure Rosaline. The Marquis, indifferent to the challenge, gave Ghislaine permission to proceed, promising a simple reward if he succeeded. As the Marquis rose to leave, Ghislaine stopped him, stating loudly that he was not interested in an ordinary reward. Instead of payment, Ghislaine demanded the Marquis grant him one specific, unnamed request of his choosing. Marquis Branford squinted, unsure if he had heard Ghislaine correctly, demanding a favor. Everyone nearby, even the usually unflappable butler, froze in absolute gaping shock. The Marquis turned fully toward Ghislaine, his expression hardening as he demanded, "Say that again." Ghislaine confirmed he was bargaining for one request, claiming it was a fair price for success. The Marquis immediately accused Ghislaine of using his daughter's desperate condition as leverage. Ghislaine pointed out that fulfilling one request should be easy for a man of the Marquis's vast stature. A dangerous, icy glint appeared in the Marquis's eyes as he questioned the worth of the proposed cure. Ghislaine delivered the cutting truth: power is meaningless if you cannot even protect your own family. The Marquis erupted in fury, his voice echoing as he shouted, "You insolent fool!" Pale with terror, Belinda and Claude desperately tugged at Ghislaine's sleeves, urging him to stop. Ignoring their panic, Ghislaine pulled free and demanded the Marquis decide whether to abandon his daughter. The situation was so absurd that the Marquis's anger cooled, replaced by a hollow, strange laugh. The Marquis accepted the wager, but warned Ghislaine that the price for failure would be steep. Unfazed by the threat, Ghislaine remained calm and simply asked the Marquis to state his terms. The Marquis ground out the ultimate condition: Ghislaine must wager the existence of his entire family. Belinda, Claude, and Gillian went deathly pale, realizing the wager now meant total annihilation for their house. Ghislaine accepted the family wager instantly, calling it a fair exchange to balance the stakes. The Marquis, his smile turning cruel, asked Ghislaine exactly how much time he required for the cure. Ghislaine declared his timeline: 15 days would be more than enough to resolve the issue. The Marquis turned to his butler, ordering him to prepare to sever all financial support for Ferdinand. The butler, accustomed to such deadly orders, bowed and acknowledged the command with a neutral face. Next, the Marquis addressed the heavily armored captain of the guard standing nearby. The order was given to immediately surround Ghislaine's estate and enforce a strict blockade. The captain accepted the command, preparing to mobilize the troops instantly. The Marquis finalized the terms. The occupants were under house arrest, facing execution after 15 days. Belinda and Claude were frozen in absolute terror, realizing they were now facing a death sentence. Claude realized this. Madman had dragged them into a real nightmare, far beyond their usual scrapes. Gillian lowered his gaze with a heavy sigh, already calculating potential escape routes from the capital. Ghislaine, however, ignored the panic around him, maintaining his defiant, fearless eye contact with the Marquis. The Marquis delivered his final, cold dismissal, granting Ghislaine permission to proceed with the impossible task. Moments later, a massive contingent of Branford soldiers surrounded the ornate gates of the Furdham estate. Frightened noble servants from neighboring houses quickly abandoned the estate, fleeing with their belongings. Outraged high-ranking nobles, desperate for their cosmetics, stormed the gates demanding the soldiers open them. A Branford knight silently raised the banner, displaying the roaring lion emblem of the all-powerful Marquis. Seeing the emblem, the angry nobles instantly fell silent, their outrage replaced by sudden fear and respect. Inside the besieged estate, Kaor paced aggressively in the courtyard, grinding his teeth over the forced lockdown. Kaor assured his worried mercenaries that their crazy lord was likely letting this happen just to mess with them. Since they were stuck, Kaor declared the only logical response was to throw a massive feast and drink away their worries. After that tense meeting, Ghislaine and the crew were escorted deeper into the Marquis's fortress, noting the heavy guard presence everywhere. Belinda, already stressed, tugged on Ghislaine's sleeve, demanding to know how he let things escalate this far against such a powerful noble. This wasn't like dealing with the Magic Tower. Powerful nobles were known for being ruthless, and this time the Marquis didn't even need their help. Gillian, meanwhile, was already scouting escape routes, promising to carve a path out if things went south, but Ghislaine just smiled. Claude started formulating his backup plan, taking the Marquis's daughter, Rosaline, hostage, though he needed more intelligence first. Claude cautiously asked the butler about Lady Rosaline, hoping she wasn't some kind of martial arts expert, which earned him a stern rebuke. The butler proudly launched into a list of her accomplishments, revealing she was a patron for countless guilds, societies, and philosophical organizations. Claude realized the gravity of the situation. This wasn't just some noble's daughter. Failure meant death for the entire group. The butler then praised her unparalleled kindness, noting she was gentle and charitable, which actually gave Claude a sliver of hope. While the others admired her reputation, Ghislaine remained completely indifferent, leaving Claude once again puzzled by his impossible arrogance. Belinda, feeling slightly reassured, asked about the rumors of Lady Rosaline's impending marriage. The butler admitted that the fiancé was an infamous layabout, and that the marriage would never have been considered if Rosaline were healthy. Claude tried to compliment the arrangement, but the butler's face darkened, saying she used to be the excellent woman they described. They arrived at the door, and when the butler knocked, a low, repressed voice full of resentment answered from inside. The butler announced that Baron Fenris was here to treat her condition, but Rosaline's response was a sharp, irritated dismissal. Stating it was a direct order from the Marquis, the butler quickly flung the door open, immediately diving behind it for cover without explanation. Whoosh! A heavy object flew out of the low-lit room, narrowly missing Ghislaine's head and heading straight for Claude. Wendy caught the candlestick just in time, leaving Claude utterly stunned. So much for the kind, gentle woman he'd been told about. The embarrassed butler tried to explain that she had been on edge lately, but his practiced dive suggested this was a regular occurrence. Before Claude could demand answers, a sharp voice screamed threats from inside, and a barrage of candlesticks, books, and plates flew out. While the servants huddled in fear, Ghislaine and his experienced companions easily dodged and deflected the continuous stream of projectiles. The voice from inside continued, demanding they leave before she tore them to pieces, proving that her reputation for kindness was clearly outdated. Ghislaine was genuinely caught off guard. In his previous life, there was no mention of Rosaline Branford having such a foul temper. The butler quietly closed the door again, awkwardly suggesting they give the young lady a moment to cool down. Claude finally lost his patience, demanding how the butler could have described her as kind and gentle just moments ago. The butler insisted that before she fell ill, she truly was an angel, defending his mistress despite the violent outburst. After a few moments, the silence returned, and the butler cautiously opened the door once more. Inside, a woman stood with her back to the light, wearing simple clothes, a mask covering her face and gloves concealing her hands. The light from the hallway caught the mask, and through the small gaps, a pair of piercing, glaring eyes fixed upon them. Everyone swallowed hard, unable to step into the room as Rosaline's low, controlled voice filled the space. "Leave, before I kill you all." Rosaline's chilling command made everyone pause, but Ghislaine ignored the warning and strode confidently into the room. For someone of noble status, the room was surprisingly disheveled, making the accompanying butler visibly cringe in shame. The butler hardened his expression and delivered the Marquis's direct order. Baron Fenris would be treating her condition for the next 15 days. He emphasized that the Baron was highly knowledgeable in medicine and the creator of the capital's most popular cosmetics. Despite the lengthy explanation, the lady remained silent, her heavy breathing betraying the turmoil hidden behind the mask she wore. Ghislaine clicked his tongue, realizing the official records had deliberately omitted the reality of her isolated and unhealthy living situation. He quickly dismissed the history. His only goal was to cure her now so he wouldn't have to see her again. He started gently, "I'm Ghislaine. I'll be treating your condition from now on." Before he could even finish, the lady cut him off with an icy, ominous demand. "I don't need it. Get out." Ghislaine gazed into her eyes, which were filled with a terrifying mix of bitterness and deep-seated resentment. He recognized the look instantly. She was barely holding together, consumed by unresolved problems that threatened a violent outburst. The butler spoke in a somber tone, explaining that the lady had endured many hardships from previous failed treatments. Ghislaine understood. Because of those incompetent quacks, she now distrusted him completely. He realized he would have to earn her trust first, forcing a smile despite his internal irritation. He told her he was different, to which the lady sharply questioned, "And how exactly are you different?" Ghislaine made his sincere declaration, "I've staked my life on this treatment." His sincerity was met only with derisive laughter. Her shoulders shook as she mocked his empty vow. She challenged him, asking if he truly thought he was the first person to promise to cure her, even if it cost them their life. Her voice rising in anger, she jabbed a finger toward his chest, declaring his life was worthless to her. The butler, sweating profusely, tried desperately to intervene, but Rosaline ignored him, continuing her furious tirade. She mocked him further, calling him a useless nobleman whose death would be entertaining since he was the first noble doctor to fail her. Belinda, standing nearby, could not tolerate hearing someone insult her master and stepped forward to protest. The lady turned her intense, enraged gaze onto Belinda, startling the maid into taking a nervous step back. Ghislaine realized that Belinda's perfect skin, glowing from his cosmetics, had only triggered the lady's deep insecurity. He tried again to speak, but the lady screamed, throwing objects around the room once more in a violent fit. The panicked butler grabbed Ghislaine's arm and urgently urged him to retreat before things escalated further. Ghislaine quickly deflected the last of the flying debris as he and the others retreated, the sound of smashing still audible after the door slammed shut. Ghislaine scratched his chin, concluding that they needed to calm her down before treatment could even begin. Claude suggested they simply leave, arguing that if she didn't want the treatment, even the Marquis couldn't force her. Ghislaine shook his head. They had risked their lives for this opportunity, and one rejection wasn't enough to make him give up. After a brief moment of thought, Ghislaine announced his radical solution. They would simply force the treatment upon her. Belinda cautiously asked if they were even allowed to do that, but Ghislaine insisted that results trumped permission. The butler stammered a protest, suggesting they take more time to convince her, but Ghislaine was firm about their 15-day deadline. Ghislaine pressured the reluctant servant, asking if the butler was prepared to take responsibility for their failure to proceed. With the butler's reluctant agreement secured, Ghislaine gave his first order: procure the finest mandrake root. Mandrake root, a potent tonic typically used by men, confused the group, who believed it was too strong for a woman. Ghislaine ignored their confusion and continued listing the rare and expensive herbs needed for the preparation. Impressed by the Marquis's wealth, Ghislaine soon inspected the prepared herbal concoction, ready to proceed with the forced treatment. They returned to the room, and the butler knocked, nervously announcing he had brought new servants to attend to the lady. After a long silence, the lady reluctantly gave permission, and the door slowly creaked open. Two women entered, dressed in the elegant, understated uniforms of the Branford family's personal servants. Rosaline immediately recognized them as the doctor's entourage and stood up, grinding her teeth in anger at the audacity of the deception. "You're playing games with me. Do you two want to die?" she spat, but Belinda simply smiled, completely undeterred. Before the lady could finish her threat, Belinda declared they were starting the treatment immediately, and the two maids moved like lightning. Belinda swiftly pinned Rosaline's shoulders to the bed, immobilizing her with professional force. Wendy quickly moved to secure Rosaline's legs, holding her down tightly despite the resistance. Rosaline thrashed and screamed on the bed, but the two women held her fast. She shrieked for the butler to call the soldiers and arrest these people immediately. The butler, however, averted his gaze, conflicted but unwilling to defy the Marquis's direct orders. If this risky treatment failed, the staff and soldiers who complied would face severe punishment. As Rosaline's initial strength faded, Ghislaine leisurely strolled into the tense room. He commented that capturing her felt like dealing with a wild beast. Rosaline glared up at him with pure murderous intent, threatening him with death. Ghislaine remained unfazed, stating he already knew he would die if the treatment failed. Taken aback by his audacity, Rosaline could only curse him as an insane bastard. Ghislaine clapped his hands, signaling the servants to open the curtains and let in some light. The servants rushed to pull back the heavy draperies, instantly flooding the room with bright sunlight. As the light hit her, Rosaline's eyes widened in sudden, paralyzing fear behind her mask. Ghislaine approached, announcing that he needed to assess her condition by removing the mask. Ignoring her violent protests, Ghislaine pulled the hideous covering away. He frowned deeply, noting her face was far more inflamed and peeling than expected. The others in the room gasped, covering their mouths in shock at the sight. Rosaline shrieked in agony as the sunlight struck her exposed skin, worsening her condition instantly. Ghislaine immediately stepped between her and the window, shielding her body from the harmful light. He barked orders to the servants to close the curtains quickly. Even after the light was gone, Rosaline remained tearful and could only curse the doctor. Ghislaine awkwardly scratched his head, admitting the reaction was worse than he expected. He announced that the assessment was complete, and it was time to begin the actual treatment. Servants brought a bowl containing a concentrated, foul-smelling black liquid. Rosaline scowled at the pungent tonic, immediately refusing to drink the poison-like concoction. Ghislaine responded simply, "Oh, you will," before swiftly manipulating her neck muscles. Her mouth involuntarily opened, locked wide by his deft technique. He calmly poured the medicine down her throat, ensuring most of the liquid was swallowed. The moment the tonic hit her tongue, Rosaline gagged violently at the revolting taste. She demanded to be released, believing the ordeal was over, but Ghislaine corrected her. He explained that the tonic was just a preliminary step. The real, agonizing treatment was next. The nervous butler cautiously asked if Ghislaine was truly certain he could cure her. Ghislaine, panicking internally, gave a vague explanation about the body's internal balance. Rosaline and the butler immediately countered, pointing out that she constantly overheated. Thinking fast, Ghislaine claimed the internal coldness was forcing the heat to escape outward. The others slowly nodded, finally convinced by his cobbled-together medical theory. Just as he was relieved, Claude interrupted, pressing for the illness's ultimate origin. Frustrated, Ghislaine silenced Claude by grabbing his shoulder with surprising, painful force. He released Claude, bluntly stating that some people are simply born with it. Everyone reluctantly backed off, finally leaving Ghislaine to begin the painful procedure. Ghislaine knew the treatment was excruciating, so painful that death might seem like a mercy. He reflected that in the past, her sheer determination had allowed her to endure it. Ghislaine needed her to endure this agony now, as failure was not an option for their shared future. Ghislaine took Rosaline's hand, steadying his breath and preparing for the delicate procedure ahead. He knew she lacked the mental resilience of his past life, realizing this sheltered noblewoman was incredibly fragile. Ghislaine began channeling his mana, warning her that the unfamiliar sensation would be painful, but necessary for the cure. Rosaline swallowed nervously, asking how painful it would be, but Ghislaine simply ignored her, ready to begin. He focused entirely on controlling his mana, swiftly spreading it through her body to harness the medicinal energy before it could dissipate. Then, Ghislaine's heat-infused mana began its work, forcefully breaking through the cold energy that had settled deep within her body. She felt a jarring, shattering sensation inside, immediately followed by an overwhelming, horrific agony. It felt like sharp, piercing spears were tearing through her insides, shredding her organs, a pain she had never imagined. Desperate to escape, she thrashed wildly, trying to wrench her wrist free from Ghislaine's unyielding grasp. The butler and servants watched from a distance, shocked and questioning if Ghislaine was truly a quack. Belinda tightly held Rosaline down, distressed by the screams, and asked Ghislaine if the treatment was actually safe. Sweating from the strain, Ghislaine insisted that she had to trust him and endure it, or the pain would only worsen. But trust was non-existent, and Rosaline's only response was to scream her refusal and beg him to stop. Watching her writhe, Ghislaine's expression hardened. The process was proving to be exactly as difficult as he had feared. Rosaline bit down on her lips so hard they started bleeding, but the external wound was nothing compared to the agony inside. As her body shook violently, Ghislaine immediately withdrew his hand, realizing he risked making her condition dangerous if he continued. He was forced to stop, having broken through far less than his initial plan, but accepting the setback for the first session. Ghislaine told the exhausted, gasping Rosaline that she had done well, announcing they would resume the treatment in the evening. Belinda and Wendy cautiously released her, and Rosaline immediately collapsed onto the bed, utterly spent. The concerned butler rushed over, directing the servants to quickly check on Lady Rosaline and wipe away her sweat. Once they finished, Ghislaine scooped up a massive amount of cream and began slathering it over Rosaline's face. The butler watched the excessive application, hesitantly asking if Ghislaine wasn't using far too much. Rosaline weakly muttered that the cream wouldn't work, calling him a quack even in her weakened state. Ghislaine justified the amount as necessary for recovery, secretly grinning over the opportunity for extra profit from restocking the expensive product. Rosaline clenched her teeth, realizing she must endure this unbearable pain again and again. She asked Ghislaine, with rising horror, if she truly had to go through this torture for 2 whole weeks. Ignoring her pleas, Ghislaine placed the mask back on her face and announced he would see her again that evening. Mercenaries took turns guarding the room, ensuring Rosaline couldn't possibly try to leave. Despite the luxurious care they received, Ghislaine's group lived in constant anxiety due to the cycle of Rosaline's agonizing screams. As her mana paths were gradually cleared in the subsequent sessions, her cries of pain only grew louder. Realizing Ghislaine wouldn't stop the torture, Rosaline screamed threats, swearing she would kill him. Her threats then turned to the servants, warning them she would kill them if they kept bringing her the medicine. Terrified by her words and trapped between her threat and Lord Branford's orders, The servants dropped to their knees, pleading for mercy. The butler attempted to intervene, suggesting they pause the treatment and consult with Lord Branford again. Ghislaine cut him off, smiling coldly as he explained that his life and his family's entire future depended on finishing this quickly. Seeing the servant's helplessness, Ghislaine decided to prepare the medicine himself to prevent further delays. Rosaline glared at him with murderous intent, screaming her refusal and demanding her father be called immediately. Ghislaine ignored her hysteria, grabbing her wrist firmly while Belinda and Wendy restrained her once more. He forced the medicine into her mouth and restarted the agonizing treatment. The unbearable pain broke her last shred of will. She succumbed to the agony, and a thin line of blood trickled from her mouth as her eyes began to shut. The butler cried out in shock as Rosaline groaned, feeling the creeping shadow of death approach. Ghislaine's expression twisted with alarm, realizing that if he continued, he would kill her. He withdrew his mana, realizing her body couldn't withstand the force, and that her fragile resolve had completely shattered. Belinda, holding onto Rosaline's motionless body, urgently shouted at Ghislaine to stop the treatment immediately. Rosaline was violently coughing up blood, shaking uncontrollably, barely managing to whisper a warning to the man treating her. Ghislaine ignored the chaos, focusing only on using his mana to stabilize the torn energy pathway inside her body. Once Ghislaine stepped back, the servants immediately rushed to the young lady's side, and the furious butler confronted Ghislaine, accusing him of attempting murder. Ghislaine coldly dismissed the butler's outrage, reminding him that the Marquis himself had authorized this entire procedure. Ghislaine simply ignored the butler's impotent rage and finished applying the cosmetic, replacing Rosaline's mask while she lay there weakly. He knew they were past the point of no return. Stopping now meant certain death for her. Realizing Ghislaine was far too dangerous, the butler went directly to the night captain, Tolio, demanding immediate security reinforcements around the mansion. Tolio, skeptical but obliged, agreed to tighten security and assigned several skilled knights to shadow the butler. When Ghislaine returned, he found the butler flanked by several heavily armored knights, ready to intervene at the slightest provocation. Ghislaine sneered, warning them that if they dared interrupt the delicate mana treatment, they would be signing Rosaline's death warrant. Inside, Rosaline was sitting up, seemingly defeated, staring blankly ahead as Ghislaine approached to resume the procedure. She requested a pause and asked him point-blank if this brutal treatment was actually going to kill her. Ghislaine remained silent for a moment before confirming honestly, yes, if she couldn't endure it, she could die. The knights outside were furious at his casual admission, but Rosaline seemed resigned, realizing she was doomed either way. She accused Ghislaine of using her life as leverage against her father, a claim he immediately and unapologetically confirmed. She questioned his confidence, reminding him she almost died moments ago, but Ghislaine insisted survival depended entirely on her will to endure the pain. She realized with horror that only 3 days had passed, meaning she still had 10 agonizing days left. Rosaline asked Ghislaine to check her current condition before proceeding, hoping to delay the torture. Suddenly, just as Ghislaine was about to finish the check, Rosaline's free hand flashed out, drawing a hidden dagger and stabbing directly toward his head. Before anyone could react, Ghislaine casually flicked his fingers and caught the blade midair. He concluded that Rosaline wasn't afraid of dying, but rather preferred death over continuing her current agonizing existence. Ghislaine kept pushing, telling the sick woman that her half-hearted resolve meant she was only scratching the surface of survival. The butler, completely furious, shouted that the Baron was going too far and demanded he stop tormenting the young lady. Ghislaine ignored the protests, saying that if she couldn't make the decision, he would force her to try to survive through treatment. Suddenly, the tension broke as the crowd parted, and the Marquis of Branford entered, flanked by his head knight. The relieved butler quickly confessed his mistake to the Marquis and begged him to immediately halt the dangerous treatment. The Marquis looked around the bloody, chaotic room with a cold expression, asking if they were running a witch hunt. Rosaline wasn't happy to see her father. Clutching a dagger, she lashed out, asking if he was checking his merchandise. The horrified butler stammered, realizing the once dignified young lady was now unrecognizable due to her illness and Ghislaine's influence. The Marquis calmly offered a shocking declaration. He would halt the treatment right now if Rosaline desired it. Ghislaine bit his lip, knowing that if she accepted the offer, the treatment would fail without her will to endure the pain. After a tense silence, Rosaline finally spoke, asking what the consequences would be for Baron Fenris if she refused the treatment. The Marquis confirmed that Ghislaine would simply leave, free from any responsibility, since the patient refused. Rosaline let out a hollow, bitter laugh, muttering that her father and Ghislaine were both the same, humiliating her only to let the doctor walk away. She lifted her head, fury in her eyes, telling Ghislaine she couldn't stand his arrogant, know-it-all attitude. Ghislaine remained silent. He couldn't exactly tell her he knew everything because he had lived through this before. She demanded how she could possibly trust a treatment that might kill her, especially since they started it without her consent. Ghislaine retorted that worrying about trust now was pointless. What good would that do when they were already underway? Rosaline snarled, threw the dagger to the ground with a clang, and turned to her father, announcing she would continue the treatment. Everyone was stunned by the sudden reversal, especially the butler, who reminded her she could die. Ignoring them, Rosaline stated her condition. If the treatment failed, the quack wouldn't walk away, and she would decide how he died. The Marquis replied in his usual calm manner, "As you wish." She added a chilling second condition. If she died, her father had to tear Ghislaine apart on her behalf. Only Ghislaine smiled inwardly, realizing her venomous hatred was the perfect motivation to make her endure the pain. Rosaline glared at him, promising to survive the remaining 10 days just so she could personally ensure his death. Ghislaine shrugged and smiled, telling her he liked the look in her eyes and welcoming the challenge. Then she turned to the butler and shockingly demanded that her arms and legs be tied to the bed, and a gag prepared for the next session. Though uncomfortable, the butler reluctantly agreed to prepare the restraints for the young lady. Ghislaine was impressed. Staking your life on a grudge, especially when there was an easy way out, showed remarkable venom and resolve. From that day forward, Rosaline endured the excruciating treatments, but the butler's constant nagging drove Ghislaine crazy. After a week of strain, Ghislaine's patience ran out, and he finally snapped, ordering everyone out of the room immediately. The butler protested, arguing they needed to stay in case something went wrong with the volatile manhwa treatment. Rosaline intervened, telling the servants to obey Ghislaine, saying she didn't want them used as an excuse for failure later. Left alone, the two continued the intense treatment, with Rosaline enduring the daily agony of coughing up blood. Ghislaine realized they were running out of time, so he decided to take a dangerous risk and push through the blockages much faster. He ruthlessly targeted the strongest manhwa blockages, causing a cracking sound as Rosaline's manhwa road began to burst apart. Blood gushed from her mouth, but Rosaline held on, impressing Ghislaine with her sheer, desperate willpower to survive. Ghislaine moved even more aggressively, ripping through the remaining obstacles in her body, pushing both of them to their absolute limits. Finally, on the 15th day, the agreed-upon deadline, Rosaline survived, hanging on solely by her deep-seated willpower. As Ghislaine withdrew his hand, Rosaline smiled weakly, whispering, "You're dead now," before finally losing consciousness. Exhausted, Ghislaine let out a long sigh, carefully replaced her mask, and slumped into a chair, allowing himself a brief moment of recovery. At dawn, the door burst open as the Marquis of Branford and his knights stormed into the room to assess the outcome. Marquis Branford entered the low-lit room, frowning at the musty smell and the lingering scent of blood in the air. On the bed lay Rosaline, looking dangerously thin and unwell after the grueling treatment. The Marquis ordered the windows opened immediately to let in fresh air and clear the stench. As the curtains fluttered open, several servants rushed forward to shield Rosaline from any direct light exposure. In the corner, Ghislaine sat completely spent, his exhaustion evident with heavy circles under his eyes. His close attendants immediately rushed to his side, asking if their young master was all right. The commotion caused Rosaline to slowly open her eyes and sit up, letting out a soft, pained sigh. Her relief quickly turned to fury, and she pointed directly at Ghislaine, demanding his immediate arrest. Rosaline shrieked when the knights hesitated, looking to their captain for confirmation. The knight captain gave a silent signal, and the guards moved to surround Ghislaine, blocking any escape routes. Ghislaine's group immediately moved into a defensive posture, standing guard around their young master. Belinda urgently whispered to Ghislaine, but he remained silent, simply showing his fatigue. Claude prepared mentally for a violent confrontation, calculating his options for taking a hostage if necessary. Before the situation could erupt, the Marquis spoke, his voice cutting through the escalating tension. Rosaline scoffed at the Marquis's intervention, deciding to reveal the supposed failure of the treatment herself. She roughly yanked off the mask and tossed it aside, exposing her face to the light without fear of pain. Glaring at Ghislaine, she shouted again for his arrest, convinced the treatment had failed completely. Instead of obeying, the room fell silent, followed by strange gasps of collective awe from the onlookers. Rosaline was utterly bewildered, demanding to know why they were all staring instead of moving. The teary-eyed butler approached and gently grabbed her hand, overcome with emotional relief. The rest of the servants and knights burst into exclamations of surprise and shared relief. A terrifying realization flashed through Rosaline's mind, and she gestured sharply toward the window. The servants cautiously stepped aside, allowing a shaft of sunlight to fall directly onto Rosaline's cheek. She flinched instinctively, but when she felt no searing pain, her hand flew up to touch her face. Suppressing her fear, she spoke with a trembling voice, asking desperately for a mirror. Servants scrambled to comply, holding a small mirror close for her to see clearly. Rosaline saw her reflection, disheveled and in stained clothes but with clean skin. Her trembling hand gently traced the outline of her cheek, confirming the smooth, healed surface. The butler confirmed the miracle, tearfully announcing that the treatment was finally successful. Rosaline clutched her chest, overwhelmed, stammering that this must be a cruel dream or a hallucination. Ghislaine walked toward her with a slight, mischievous smile, confirming the treatment was complete. At his words, the weight of her suffering finally broke her, and a single tear rolled down her cheek. She covered her mouth, trying desperately to stifle the sobs that racked her body. Belinda, clicking her tongue, suggested they leave so Rosaline could cry properly in private. The Marquis stared solemnly at his daughter for a moment, then turned and silently left the room. Outside the room, the Marquis gave a slight smirk, admitting Ghislaine's impressive skills. The butler, regaining his composure, bowed deeply and profusely thanked Ghislaine for his unmatched skills. Claude watched the exchange, squinting, still unable to reconcile Ghislaine's success with his half-baked methods. The Marquis summoned his vassals, declaring they would finalize the deal with Baron Fenris immediately. Later in the main hall, the Marquis sat high above the gathered vassals, looking down at Ghislaine. The Marquis acknowledged the successful outcome and demanded Ghislaine state his request freely. Ghislaine smiled, took a breath, and stated he didn't want anything too big. With everyone holding their breath, Ghislaine delivered the shocking request to become his patron. The Marquis and all the vassals reacted with utter, wide-eyed astonishment at the audacity. Belinda, however, looked at Ghislaine with immense pride, believing he had rightfully demanded everything. The Marquis let out a low growl, realizing Ghislaine wanted a lifetime of political protection, not just money. The Marquis, Branford, was stunned by Ghislaine's sheer audacity, but he couldn't deny the young man came prepared from the start. Normally, he would have instantly shut down such an outrageous request, but the tense silence of the hall demanded a careful response. Ghislaine, meanwhile, was internally annoyed, wondering why the Marquis was taking so long to decide after making such a grand promise. The Marquis closed his eyes, acknowledging that while Ghislaine was troublesome, he was also one of the most exceptional young nobles he had encountered. Reports had underestimated Ghislaine, and with his growing influence, he was bound to become an unstoppable force worth backing. After a lengthy internal debate weighing the pros and cons, the seasoned politician finally realized that Ghislaine was simply too valuable to ignore. The Marquis slowly nodded his head and uttered two simple words, "Very well." The Marquis then formally declared his patronage before everyone, stating that Ghislaine's enemies would instantly become his own. The only condition was that Ghislaine must ensure his actions never tarnished the Marquis's honor. Ghislaine accepted the condition with a meaningful smile, knowing he had just secured a powerful shield for the Ferdium estate. He knew the Marquis intended to use him as a pawn against the ducal forces, but Ghislaine was happy to play the game for now. This alliance would certainly rattle those bastards in Duke Delphine's faction, buying Ghislaine critical time to pursue his other goals. The Marquis then ordered his butler to immediately broadcast the news to the royal family and all the major nobles of the kingdom. Ghislaine surveyed the vassals, whose faces were contorted with shock and blatant displeasure at the sudden shift in power. He couldn't resist teasing them, pointing out their lack of eye contact until they nervously raised their heads and forced smiles. It was hard to believe these pale, stammering figures were the proud nobles who usually strutted through the capital. Marquis Branford watched the exchange, suppressing a smile, realizing that this brazen kid was truly entertaining and worth the headache. Before the Marquis could discuss the terms of repayment, a trembling guard interrupted them, announcing the unexpected arrival of his daughter, Rosaline. Despite the Marquis having told her to rest, Rosaline had ignored the message and come straight to the hall. The door creaked open and Rosaline stepped in, looking elegant and completely cured, her face radiating firm resolve. The butler rushed over, showering her with compliments on her stunning appearance and swift recovery. She greeted her father, who informed her that he had just agreed to become Ghislaine's patron as a reward for her successful treatment. Rosaline's eyes widened. Securing patronage was unheard of, proving Ghislaine was truly exceptional. As she approached, Ghislaine grew instantly wary, remembering her previous violent threats and curses during the treatment. He braced himself internally, expecting her infamous temper to erupt and perhaps land him a humiliating slap for his harsh methods. The room fell silent as Rosaline stopped before him, placed her hand on her chest, and performed a deep, formal bow. "Thank you, Baron," she stated clearly. Her sudden, sincere show of gratitude stunned everyone present, including Ghislaine. Rosaline then looked around innocently, acting as if she couldn't understand why everyone was staring at her, saying she was just embarrassed. When Ghislaine cautiously asked if she was all right, reminding her of her death threats, she denied everything with a sweet smile. She turned to her maid, Belinda, who immediately and flatly backed up her mistress, confirming she had said no such thing. Before Ghislaine could argue further, Rosaline opened a delicate fan, hiding her face but letting her eyes flash with sharp, dangerous intensity. Seeing the silent fire in her gaze, Ghislaine quickly forced a smile and conceded that he must have misheard her words. Satisfied, Rosaline closed the fan and offered a gentle apology for any rudeness she might have shown during the painful process. Ghislaine accepted, acknowledging her impressive mental fortitude for enduring such an agonizing, painful cure. Rosaline then promised to repay him using all her influence, offering to help him with anything he needed. Ghislaine, however, immediately and sharply refused her offer, wanting nothing more from the newly cured noblewoman. Rosaline was surprised by Ghislaine's refusal, but she quickly insisted that she must offer something in return to save face. Ghislaine politely replied that her recovery was reward enough, internally preferring to avoid further involvement with the terrifying woman. Rosaline, ignoring his rejection, suddenly announced that she would become his personal sponsor from that day forward. The surrounding vassals were stunned by the declaration, knowing her influence could cripple the capital's economy. Her sponsorship meant Ghislaine would gain the backing of her powerful maternal family, including the kingdom's chancellor. Rosaline beamed with pride and asked Ghislaine if he thought this was a suitable reward. Ghislaine, still prioritizing boundaries over wealth, politely reiterated that her kind words were sufficient. Rosaline seemed genuinely disappointed, asking if he didn't need help with his many ambitious plans. Before Ghislaine could finish his third refusal, Rosaline snapped her fan open and took a deep, calming breath. Staring at him intensely over the top of the fan, she radiated palpable killing intent and demanded he accept the offer. Ghislaine sighed and reluctantly accepted, realizing it was easier to comply than risk her temper after the grueling treatment. Rosaline immediately smiled sweetly, closing the fan with a snap and assuring him that he would not regret his choice. The vassals, who had been frozen in fear, finally relaxed slightly but remained silent, terrified of Rosaline's volatility. One vassal quietly whispered to his neighbor, questioning if her personality had suddenly changed since her recovery. The companion shushed him in alarm, and the oblivious vassal slowly turned, sensing a foreboding presence behind him. Rosaline was glaring at him with a menacing smile, casually fiddling with the small dagger she kept at her waist. The terrified vassal realized she was merely putting on a sweet act for Ghislaine, and quickly bowed his head in submission. Ghislaine, watching her, called out cautiously, feeling an overwhelming sense of discomfort from her overly radiant, fake smile. The Marquis calmly interrupted, stating that since the pleasantries were over, Ghislaine should make his request as a new client. Ghislaine readily nodded, confirming that he needed the Marquis's help to solve the most pressing issue of the Fenris estate. The Marquis raised an eyebrow, noting that Ghislaine wouldn't seek him out for an easy matter. Ghislaine countered that, while the request was massive, it would not be difficult for someone of the Marquis's authority. Intrigued, the Marquis smiled slightly and invited Ghislaine to state his request immediately. The Marquis offered to move to a private room, but Ghislaine declined, saying everyone would find out soon enough anyway. The vassals held their breath, expecting a long list of demands, eager to hear the most urgent issue Ghislaine faced. Without hesitation, Ghislaine stated his primary need. He required more people for the Fenris estate. The Marquis tilted his head, puzzled, asking for clarification on why the population shortage was his first demand. Ghislaine explained that Fenris was a wasteland before he took over, and he lacked the workers needed for his development projects. The Marquis acknowledged the situation, but noted that increasing population was not something easily controlled, even by a king. Ghislaine shook his head, revealing his audacious plan. He wanted people transferred from the royal family's estates. The Marquis frowned, and the vassals immediately erupted in murmurs, scoffing at the outrageous and impossible request. Rosaline watched the scene with gleaming eyes, recognizing the sheer boldness of demanding such a vital resource. The Marquis challenged Ghislaine, asking if he truly believed such a request, bordering on absurd, was possible even with his patronage. Ghislaine affirmed, arguing that if the Marquis was going to back him, he should commit fully and establish Ghislaine as the sole representative of the North. Ghislaine added that he knew the Marquis was unhappy with the person he was currently considering for the Northern representative role. The Marquis suddenly burst into loud, hearty laughter, shocking Rosaline and the vassals who had never seen him so expressive. The laughter abruptly ceased, and the Marquis glared sharply at Ghislaine, demanding to know how he discovered the secret plan. Ghislaine explained it was a pure conclusion based on thought, now confirmed by the Marquis's surprised reaction. Realizing the secret was out, the Marquis asked Ghislaine which estate he suspected was the current target of his political maneuverings. Ghislaine confidently named the Briven estate, noting its alignment with the Royalists and the financial strength of the Red Flame Tower. Marquis Branford scrutinized Ghislaine, trying to gauge if the young man was truly serious about his demands. Ghislaine realized that supporting the Briven estate was pointless. Duke Delphine already controlled it completely. All that royalist investment into Briven was essentially being funneled to strengthen the enemy faction. Continuing to fund Briven was like pouring water into a bottomless pit of political maneuvering. If the royalist faction switched their massive support to Ghislaine instead, Delphine's previous efforts would be completely wasted. Ghislaine's proposal was simple. Stop wasting time on weak fools, hand over the entire budget, and he would handle the fighting personally. Branford, who initially thought Ghislaine was just seeking easy patronage, began to realize the true depth of his political thinking. Ghislaine was far more promising than the lazy Count of Briven, and the Marquis found himself increasingly impressed by the young man's audacity. Although tempted, Branford couldn't move the entire royalist faction alone, and a major fear remained. What if Ghislaine was a spy? Branford voiced his hesitation, stating the request was too risky for someone they couldn't fully trust yet. Ghislaine immediately countered by asking if Branford trusted the incompetent Count of Briven more than him. The real issue was Ghislaine's sudden shift in capability, making his long-hidden true self highly suspicious. Ghislaine suppressed the urge to reveal his reincarnation, and instead offered his father's reputation as collateral. He reminded Branford that he was the loyal heir of Count Ferdium, a reliable defender of the northern borders. Branford found it absurd that one young man was forcing him to rethink the royalist faction's entire strategy. Ghislaine pressed the point, bringing up the recent war with Diggold and the suspicious involvement of Count Desmond. He suggested that Desmond, a known Delphine ally, had secretly supplied troops to their common enemy. Branford immediately called for the war reports and began meticulously reviewing the details of the skirmish. The reports confirmed that Diggold had deployed an unusually large force, and this detail, combined with Ghislaine's words, made everything click. The room fell silent as Branford closed his eyes in deep consideration of the massive political realignment Ghislaine proposed. Claude, biting his lip, recognized this as a massive, decade-defining opportunity for the Ferdium estate. Claude knew manpower was their biggest obstacle, requiring the ability to recruit peasants currently bound to other lands. Claude stared at Ghislaine in utter bewilderment, wondering how he knew such complex, internal political details despite rarely leaving the estate. Branford finally opened his eyes and asked for Ghislaine's final request. Ghislaine immediately asked for a 3-year tax exemption for Ferdium and its vassals. The surrounding vassals immediately began murmuring in outrage. No noble family could simply refuse to pay taxes. Branford was perplexed by this seemingly foolish demand, but Claude instantly went pale with dread. Claude realized Ghislaine planned another huge, expensive project that would consume every penny, plunging them back into administrative chaos. Seeing Claude's alarmed reaction confirmed to Branford that the request was completely unreasonable, and this only made the Marquis more curious. Ghislaine confirmed that, with the support and the tax exemption, he could handle everything else needed to fight Duke Delphine. Ghislaine's unstated request was for Branford's political protection, knowing the Marquis's backing would shield him from noble backlash. The Marquis admired Ghislaine's sheer audacity and recognized that the young man was determined to achieve his goals at any cost. To solidify their alliance and ensure loyalty, Branford decided to strengthen their relationship with a surprising counter-proposal. He offered a prestigious political marriage for Ghislaine's younger sister to a prominent noble in the royalist faction. The proposal shocked everyone. Such an honor for a small family was completely unexpected. Everyone expected immediate acceptance, but Ghislaine bowed his head, covering his face with his hand. Ghislaine raised his head, still chuckling, and gave his final, blunt answer. He appreciated the offer, but he had to decline. The pleasant meeting instantly soured as the Marquis's vassals reacted with open hostility to Ghislaine's refusal. They couldn't believe this arrogant upstart, making money but daring to dismiss a marriage alliance with the Marquis's family. However, the Marquis himself was not irritated. Instead, he looked genuinely curious about Ghislaine's decision. He pointed out that the marriage was a beneficial offer, securing both the Marquis's trust and the Ferdium family's future. Ghislaine shook his head, stating that he would never sell out his family just to gain temporary advantage or power. This response stunned the other nobles, who viewed arranged marriage as the easiest way to secure their family standing. The Marquis smirked, asking what Ghislaine would do if his father, the Count, agreed to the proposal anyway. Ghislaine's confidence was unwavering. If his sister refused the match, he would stop the marriage, even defying his own father. Rosaline, watching from the side, found his foolish refusal admirable, noting how easily he rejected such a powerful temptation. The Marquis stared at Ghislaine for a moment, concluding that he was certainly unlike any noble he had ever encountered. The Marquis then switched to a frosty tone, conceding the point and finally agreeing to grant Ghislaine his previous request for aid. The surrounding vassals were astonished that the Marquis would agree to such outrageous demands after being openly defied. Ghislaine, completely unsurprised by the concession, simply offered a slight bow and a confident smile. The Marquis warned Ghislaine that one mistake in this new political world could cost him his estate, his head, and his entire family. The Marquis confirmed that the full strength of the royalist faction would be used to redirect aid to Ferdium. Military supplies, food, and people from the royal domain would begin moving to Ghislaine's land in planned phases. Ghislaine's success thrilled Belinda, who saw Ferdium as her second home and was relieved she hadn't stopped his reckless negotiating. The Marquis noted that even with the speed, the 5-year migration timeline wouldn't meet Ghislaine's immediate labor needs. Ghislaine countered immediately, stating he needed to purchase a substantial number of slaves from across the regions in the meantime. The Marquis agreed to facilitate the sale, prioritizing the acquisition of family units to boost population growth. Ghislaine pushed his luck further, asking the Marquis to help him find and acquire as many elven and dwarven slaves as possible. The request stunned the Marquis, as these specialized slaves were rare, heavily managed, and astronomically expensive. Ghislaine reassured him that the unique racial traits of elves and dwarves would prove extremely useful, justifying the massive cost. The Marquis skeptically asked if Ghislaine truly had the kind of money needed for such a bulk purchase. Ghislaine, eyes twinkling, smiled and confidently explained that he didn't have the cash, but he had an idea for a loan. Before Ghislaine could finish, the Marquis shut him down completely with a resounding, immediate rejection. Belinda panicked, tugging desperately at Ghislaine's sleeve, silently questioning why he would risk everything by pushing such an absurd request. Rosaline, shocked by Ghislaine's audacity to try to use the Marquis's credit, once again deemed him foolish but admirable. Ghislaine turned his attention to Rosaline, reminding her loudly that she had promised to be his sponsor. Rosaline, supported by her attendants, hurried out of the chamber, ignoring Ghislaine's desperate calls about the sponsorship. With Rosaline gone, Ghislaine sighed in disappointment. Everyone else in the room suddenly avoided eye contact. Resigned, Ghislaine accepted that he would have to secure the massive funding himself. The Marquis returned to his dry, formal tone, confirming that the logistics would be finalized in a few days. Ghislaine was ready to pack up and head back to his estate now that his immediate business in the capital was complete. However, Marquis Branford had other plans for his new protégé before allowing him to leave the city. The Marquis announced he was hosting a grand banquet, saying it was essential for Ghislaine to build connections with influential nobles. Ghislaine argued that his current connections were sufficient, seeing no need to waste time on pointless networking. But the Marquis calmly insisted, explaining this was necessary to secure future political support from their entire faction. Ghislaine scoffed internally, knowing he already possessed far more information about these nobles than they realized. When Ghislaine tried to refuse one last time, the Marquis cut him off with a single, non-negotiable command. Faced with a direct order from his powerful patron, Ghislaine realized he had no choice but to attend the dreaded event. He reluctantly decided to take a break from his duties and agreed to stay in the capital for a while longer. The Marquis gave him a final warning, suggesting that Ghislaine should try his best to avoid causing any trouble while he waited. A few days later, the Branford estate was packed with hundreds of nobles attending the extravagant, open invitation banquet. The main topic of conversation among the noblewomen was, predictably, Rosaline and the rumors of her complete recovery. Some were skeptical, arguing that if she were truly cured, she would have appeared in public already to prove it. Soon, the chatter shifted to Ghislaine, claiming his revolutionary cosmetics were responsible for the miraculous cure. Many dismissed this as ridiculous. How could a mere cosmetic succeed where powerful priests and doctors had failed? But the products were so popular that the outlandish cure rumors continued to spread rapidly through the crowd. The nobles then began to question the entire event. Could the rumors of the Marquis sponsoring Baron Fenris possibly be true? They found the idea absurd. Why would the most powerful figure in the kingdom back a low-status country noble? Suddenly, a loud announcement silenced the room. The Marquis Branford has arrived. All heads bowed as the Marquis entered, walking with solemn authority toward his seat at the head of the immense hall. Nobles immediately rushed forward, eager to present gifts and curry favor with the powerful man. The Marquis barely acknowledged the offerings, giving only perfunctory nods of thanks for the treasures. As the procession of gifts concluded, the servant's voice boomed even louder than before. Baron Fenris has arrived. Ghislaine stepped into the hall, instantly drawing every eye in the room as the intended guest of honor. The Marquis smiled slightly, recognizing the look of pure, unadulterated displeasure on Ghislaine's face. Ghislaine was not intimidated. He was simply fighting to suppress his deep irritation at the mandatory social etiquette. Ghislaine finally reached the Marquis's side, and the Marquis stood to formally address the assembled crowd. He formally declared his patronage. "Treat Baron Fenris as you would treat me." The nobles immediately erupted in hushed whispers, openly questioning the wisdom of the Marquis's decision. They saw Ghislaine as nothing more than a merchant, far beneath the prestige required to associate with the Marquis. Even key members of the royalist faction grumbled that backing Ghislaine was a political mistake that wasted resources. They concluded the Marquis must have felt obligated to repay Ghislaine for curing his daughter, calling it a burdensome favor. Ignoring the murmurs, the Marquis continued, announcing that the banquet was also a celebration of Rosaline's recovery. Once again the doors swung open, and the servant announced, "Lady Rosaline Branford has arrived." Rosaline slowly entered, instantly becoming the focus of attention, as everyone waited to confirm the miracle. Those close enough gasped in genuine awe at her flawless appearance, realizing the rumors were completely true. The crowd erupted in excitement, marveling that mere cosmetics had achieved what magic and medicine could not. Overwhelmed with emotion, Rosaline maintained a graceful posture, briefly making eye contact with Ghislaine. The Marquis signaled the official start of the festivities, but the tension remained palpable as everyone waited for the higher-ranking nobles to make the first move. Rosaline noted that the Baron was quite popular today, but Ghislaine sighed, admitting he hated the heated glares he was getting from the crowd. She explained that since his cure was confirmed and he was officially Branford's protégé, the nobles were just waiting for their moment to pounce. Despite his annoyance, Ghislaine knew he had to greet the key figures of the royalist faction, who were divided into three powerful groups. The problem was who to approach first. Slighting any of these incredibly powerful individuals would be a massive political mistake. Ghislaine shook his head at the sight of an amused noblewoman watching him struggle, then resigned himself and took the first step. He decided to approach Count Aylesbury first, boosting the merchant faction's status immensely by prioritizing them publicly. The leading noblewoman of that faction laughed, appreciating the political move, but Ghislaine just grumbled about how exhausting managing his reputation was. She warned him that this move had immediately irritated the military commander, Marquis Macquarie, who was glaring intensely. Macquarie let out a loud, deliberate cough, insulted that the northern baron had prioritized a merchant over the kingdom's military head. To everyone's shock, Ghislaine completely bypassed the furious military commander and approached Biller Norton, the bureaucratic leader. Norton, whose niece Ghislaine had cured, thanked him profusely and promised to quickly handle Ghislaine's administrative requests. Seeing himself pushed aside for the second time, Marquis Macquarie's face turned red with public humiliation and rage. Ghislaine finally approached the seething commander, who immediately launched into an attack, calling him an ignorant northern bumpkin. Ghislaine's calm response that he still had much to learn only infuriated the Marquis further. Macquarie threatened that Branford's backing wouldn't save him, but Ghislaine simply promised to do his best to ensure that didn't happen. Ghislaine returned to his original spot, leaving the humiliated Marquis drinking glass after glass, while other nobles tried to calm him. As the drama subsided, the rest of the nobles realized their chance had come and started closing in on Ghislaine. Rosaline, back beside him, quietly asked if the greeting order was intentional, but Ghislaine claimed he just followed his gut feeling. The floodgates opened as nobles rushed forward, eager to introduce themselves and offer small gifts to the rising baron. Ghislaine accepted every token, ignoring the thinly veiled contempt in their eyes. They only saw him as a tool. He just wanted to go home and rest, but knew he had to endure the fake smiles to maintain his status in the capital. Following the men, a group of high-ranking noble ladies flocked toward Ghislaine, sizing him up as a potential husband. They immediately started grilling him about his relationship status, asking if he had a fiancée or a lover. His blunt, irritated answers only seemed to increase his appeal, causing the ladies to giggle and press him further. Meanwhile, Rosaline, who had been pushed to the side, clenched her jaw and fan, struggling to maintain her composure. The typical noble chaos was instantly shattered when the page's trembling voice announced a terrifying new arrival. The only sound was the rhythmic tap of a cane, belonging to a gaunt, sharp-faced man entering the silent hall. Marquis Branford's brow furrowed in concern, and Ghislaine's face instantly hardened, barely suppressing a surge of killing intent. Ghislaine recognized him instantly as Raoul Joseph, the notorious limping demon, and the chief strategist for the rival ducal house. The Duke's most feared advisor had just made an unexpected appearance at the royalist faction's private gathering. Viscount Raoul Joseph arrived at the banquet, leaning heavily on his cane, followed by a robust man whose identity was completely hidden. Raoul limped through the hall toward Marquis Branford, pausing before bowing slowly and formally to the host. Raoul straightened up, grinning, and stated he had come specifically to see the young lion cub. Marquis Branford narrowed his eyes, clearly annoyed, asking why the ducal house would care about a minor noble. Branford clicked his tongue in displeasure and demanded to know the identity of the masked man standing silently behind Raoul. The captain of the knights stepped forward, declaring that an unidentified person could not be allowed into the banquet hall. Despite the demand, the masked figure stood completely still, showing no intention of complying with the order. The knight captain bellowed fiercely, demanding the mask be removed immediately, drawing the attention of nearby nobles. Sensing the escalating tension, Marquis Branford raised his hand, signaling the captain to stand down. The captain gritted his teeth but reluctantly obeyed, stepping back from the unidentified companion. Branford made his lack of welcome clear by turning away entirely, signaling the immediate end of their brief exchange. Raoul glanced around the hall, smirked, and commented loudly on the unwelcome atmosphere for the nearby nobles to hear. Raoul began his slow, deliberate walk across the hall, the sound of his cane tapping sharply cutting through the silence. Nobles quickly scattered away from Raoul's path, creating an empty aisle between him and Ghislaine. Raoul walked confidently down the cleared path, ignoring the fear and averted gazes he inspired. Watching Raoul's back, Marquis Branford was baffled, his eyes sharpening as he realized Raoul must have been secretly in the capital already. This meant the Delphine family's reach extended right into the capital's heart, a truly alarming development. Raoul came to a stop directly in front of Ghislaine, causing the noblewomen surrounding him to quickly retreat, their faces pale. Raoul greeted him with a predatory smirk and introduced himself. Ghislaine gave a casual, unimpressed nod in return. Raoul, his voice laced with irony, suggested they move to a private room to talk confidentially. Intrigued by Raoul's motives, Ghislaine nodded, and the two walked toward the private chamber. Once inside, Raoul offered a sneering smile, telling Ghislaine there was no need to be tense. Ghislaine replied with a faint, unsettling smile, asking if he looked tense at all. Raoul narrowed his eyes, momentarily thrown off balance by Ghislaine's unnerving level of composure. Ghislaine confirmed he knew Raoul's reputation, maintaining control despite the intense hatred rising within him. Raoul shifted focus, getting straight to the point. The Delphine family wanted Ghislaine's cosmetics technology. Ghislaine maintained a neutral face, feigning ignorance about the product's broader uses beyond simple cosmetics. Raoul expressed surprise and annoyance that Ghislaine's product was powerful enough to cure serious illnesses. He remarked sarcastically on the former wastrel, developing such a product in a desolate region. Ghislaine coolly countered that he had simply been studying, reminding Raoul not everything heard in public was accurate. Raoul's eyes grew sharp as he realized Ghislaine was the dangerous individual who had single-handedly ruined all their northern schemes. Ghislaine preemptively declined exclusive rights or partnerships before Raoul could even state his true intentions. Raoul then delivered his true, stunning proposal. Ghislaine should join the Delphine family. Ghislaine had to cover his mouth to stifle a laugh, finding the idea of joining his mortal enemies utterly ridiculous. Raoul continued the pitch, offering Ghislaine and his struggling father a better estate in the south for their loyalty. Ghislaine's smile completely vanished, replaced by a cold, firm expression as he politely declined the offer. Raoul leaned back, his expression cooling into a threat, warning Ghislaine that he would regret this refusal. Ghislaine simply smirked and audaciously suggested Raoul join their side instead. Raoul let out a dry, humorless laugh, stroking his chin thoughtfully at the sheer audacity of the young noble. The chance to spare Ghislaine was gone. Raoul now resolved that this fool must pay dearly for rejecting the Delphine family. Raoul often got frustrated encountering talented idiots who threw away their lives due to sheer stupidity. He slowly rose, leaning on his staff, and gave a final warning. The next meeting wouldn't be pleasant. Ghislaine just smiled brightly, sincerely believing the next meeting would be quite pleasant. Raoul was perplexed. This fool had just ruined his future but acted completely unfazed. Despite his confusion, Raoul extended his hand for a polite farewell handshake. Ghislaine stood up and took the hand, and their eyes locked instantly. Raoul saw it immediately, a gaze burning with pure murderous intent and a desire for destruction. Raoul realized the young baron was dead serious about going to war against the Duke's household. But the hostility seemed excessive, making Raoul momentarily wonder if this newcomer knew their secrets. The masked man stepped in, noting the handshake had gone on too long, signaling it was time to leave. Raoul let go, admitting the young baron's gaze had been intriguing enough to make him linger. He walked toward the exit but stopped, half turning to glare at Ghislaine one last time. "If you look at me like that again, Baron Fenris, I'll gouge them out," Raoul warned sharply. Ghislaine returned the fierce gaze without flinching and told Raoul to watch his remaining leg on the way out. Instead of getting angry, Raoul chuckled, saying the Marquis of Branford would be pleased with Ghislaine's spirit. With those final words, Raoul and the masked man swiftly left the private room. As soon as they were gone, The other nobles who had been watching immediately swarmed the area. After an awkward silence, the impatient Morris demanded to know what the limping fool had said. Ghislaine sighed, looked at the eager faces, and revealed that Raoul had offered him vassalage under the Duke of Delphine. The gathered nobles stiffened instantly, shocked by the Duke's blatant attempt to poach allies right there. Morris roared in frustration, pointing out that the North and South were too far apart for such an alliance to work. Ghislaine then dropped the bomb. The Duke was offering new estates in the South for both him and his father. The nobles were utterly stunned by this unprecedented generosity, realizing the Crown Prince's faction couldn't match that offer. Morris looked down, muttering to himself about how valuable this young baron must be to warrant such extreme measures. He finally asked the crucial question: had Ghislaine accepted the deal that no young noble could reasonably refuse? Ghislaine answered casually and simply, "I refused." Morris exploded, calling him mad, but Ghislaine confirmed he had indeed turned it down. Ghislaine explained that since he was already receiving support from the Crown Prince, there was no reason to switch sides. Morris remained suspicious, wondering why Ghislaine would reject such a powerful backer and advantageous deal. Ghislaine countered that if he were secretly allied with the Duke, he wouldn't have mentioned the offer at all. The other nobles nodded, praising Ghislaine's loyalty and principle for rejecting immediate gain. Ignoring the compliments, Ghislaine reminded them of Raoul's threat and requested their support for his father's estate. The nobles exchanged uneasy glances, recognizing that helping Ghislaine meant inviting trouble from Raoul. However, realizing they had to save face, several prominent nobles stepped forward, offering assistance. Ghislaine expressed his gratitude, knowing these promises were valuable political justification for future calls for aid. Morris, still silent and unimpressed, decided he wanted no part of the mess and abruptly turned to leave. Ghislaine smiled in satisfaction, realizing that attending this troublesome banquet had yielded unexpected political gains. He felt a momentary regret. If not for the interruption, he could have killed Raoul right there. But the encounter with the masked man next to Raoul was an even greater fortune, confirming his identity as a major obstacle. Meanwhile, Raoul and the masked man rode away in a carriage, discussing their impressions of the young baron. Raoul called him a mid-level variable, young, spirited, but potentially reckless due to his open hostility. The masked man immediately raised Ghislaine's danger level, sensing faint, genuine killing intent aimed at Raoul. Raoul was incredulous, unable to believe the young baron would attempt murder in such a public setting. The masked man confirmed the hint of bloodlust, noting that Ghislaine seemed to be gauging his skills to see if he could bypass him. Raoul didn't feel any immediate threat, but the masked man beside him had warned of distinct killing intent surrounding Ghislaine. Raoul furrowed his brow and asked the expert what he truly thought of Ghislaine's mysterious strength. The masked man, one of the kingdom's strongest, admitted he couldn't exactly gauge the young noble's power. Raoul was surprised that even this master couldn't determine the young baron's full capabilities. The expert noted that Ghislaine's movements and breathing were extraordinary, yet his overall appearance was deceptively weak. After thinking for a moment, the masked man concluded that the rumors of Ghislaine's wartime prowess must be true. Raoul scoffed internally, finding it hard to believe that the notorious troublemaker possessed such remarkable skill. The masked man insisted Ghislaine was more than capable, with technique refined enough to compensate for any physical weakness. Raoul sighed heavily, regretting that he hadn't crushed Ghislaine earlier when his reputation was still manageable. He finally admitted he probably should have killed Ghislaine today, regardless of the political fallout. The masked man concurred, admitting he too had considered striking, given the young man's rapid rise. Raoul demanded to know why the kingdom's greatest warrior hadn't taken the opportunity to strike immediately. The masked man revealed he couldn't find a clean opening, or perhaps the weak point Ghislaine showed was an intentional trap. If he failed to kill Ghislaine in one blow, The resulting chaos would have drawn the Marquis's forces and ruined their entire operation. Raoul was completely baffled, struggling to believe that the renowned master wasn't confident in a single assassination strike. The masked man calmly stated that striking without absolute certainty was foolish, regardless of the target's age or reputation. He estimated it would take at least 10 strikes to guarantee the kill, but Ghislaine would simply flee after the first attack. Raoul clicked his tongue, admitting that a prolonged, messy fight would certainly complicate their political position. The masked man advised letting the matter go for now, assuring Raoul that another, better opportunity would arise later. Raoul shifted his focus, asking if a covert assassination might be possible at a later date. The masked man gave Raoul a cold, low-lit stare, warning him against wasting his own talent on such a trivial task. They agreed that for now, maintaining the current political balance was crucial, while they worked behind the scenes to win over the capital's nobles. Raoul regretted his earlier complacency, admitting he should have acted before Ghislaine joined the Crown Prince's faction. The masked man then gave his final, shocking evaluation. Ghislaine was already equivalent to a Knight Order captain. After Raoul's departure, the banquet continued with the nobles celebrating Ghislaine's bold rejection of the Duke's faction. As the night deepened and the high-ranking members began to leave, the grand event came to a satisfying conclusion. Ghislaine, exhausted from the constant socializing, muttered his relief and loosened his collar, eager to escape. Just as he was about to make his exit, Rosaline approached him, offering a kind acknowledgement of his hard work. Ghislaine, momentarily distracted, admitted that being the center of attention hadn't been entirely unpleasant. Rosaline, however, pressed him further, asking what his true, ultimate goal was. Ghislaine quickly deflected, claiming he merely wanted to live well, concealing his terrifying ambition to destroy their rivals. Unconvinced, Rosaline narrowed her eyes, stating that his actions were far too extraordinary for such a simple motivation. Feeling uneasy under her scrutiny, Ghislaine politely excused himself, eager to end the probing conversation. Rosaline offered a final, soft reminder that she was his sponsor, urging him to ask for help if needed. Ghislaine drew a firm line, knowing his future aggressive actions would make him a threat even to the royal family. Moments later, inside his carriage, Ghislaine finally allowed his frustration to surface, clenching his fists in regret. He realized that his true enemy, the Duke's puppet master Raoul, had been within striking distance, yet he was unable to act. He identified the masked man as the kingdom's greatest warrior, swordmaster Count Balzac, the Duke's most loyal blade. Ghislaine laughed, a quiet, humorless sound of seething anger and humiliation over his current limitations. Suppressing his bloodlust, Ghislaine vowed that the next time they met, the confrontation would not end so quietly. The day after the grand banquet, Ghislaine began meeting with the biggest names in the slave trade. These non-human slave specialists were visibly nervous about the sheer scale of his proposed purchase. They worried that even the Baron Fenris would go bankrupt trying to manage so many high-maintenance slaves. Ghislaine simply laughed, finding it hilarious that the sellers were worried about the buyers' finances. He assured them the money was ready, and he would handle the management himself, so they had nothing to fret over. However, he added a stern warning: they must bring every single slave or face the consequences. The massive sum meant the traders insisted on collateral, despite Ghislaine promising the remainder of the payment soon. Ghislaine simply reminded them that Count Ferdium's entire estate was being held as security for the debt. When asked if his father had agreed, Ghislaine boldly declared himself the heir, dismissing their concerns completely. The uneasy traders quickly agreed to the terms and rushed off to make their preparations. Ghislaine added one final, crucial instruction: the dwarves must be delivered first, especially the one he had requested. As the merchants left, Belinda clicked her tongue, muttering that if Count Ferdium knew, he would surely faint. Ghislaine simply shrugged, noting his father was always in trouble anyway, with or without his help. Belinda quickly moved on to the next problem, dealing with the thousands of non-slave immigrants. She pointed out that covering living expenses until they settled would cost an absolute fortune. Ghislaine reassured her, reminding her of the huge wheat harvest. They could certainly handle the food supply. But Belinda countered that people cannot live on bread alone. They needed jobs and a functioning economy. Ghislaine explained that those needing quick money could be put to work on construction projects immediately. Then he revealed the real shocking part of the plan, turning all able-bodied men into a standing army. Belinda was speechless, turning to Claude in desperation to ask if this massive undertaking was even remotely possible. Claude confirmed that it was feasible, provided they poured every single penny of revenue into it for the next few years. He theorized that such an aggressive financial strategy could only mean preparation for a potential war. Belinda asked who they would possibly be fighting, since they were only focused on internal development. Claude explained that their massive food surplus would eventually attract unwanted attention and attacks from greedy neighbors. He then lowered his voice, joking that their lord wouldn't randomly attack someone first, right? Claude mused that while attacking without reason would make Ghislaine a thug, it would actually suit him pretty well. Ghislaine, hearing the comment, glared sharply at Claude and reminded him he could hear the slaves speaking. Startled, Claude quickly withdrew, laughing nervously and retreating from the scene. Ghislaine clicked his tongue, realizing that his current budget was way too tight for his next phase of world domination. He needed a massive injection of cash quickly, far more than the current sales could provide. With the slave trade logistics handled, Ghislaine decided it was time to leave the capital and return to the estate. But as he prepared to leave, the entrance to the Crow Mansion was completely packed with frantic customers. Since the banquet, rumors of the cosmetics-curing Lady Brantford had caused a massive influx of buyers. The problem was that these were wealthy nobles who refused to stand in line or wait their turn. Claude tried desperately to restore order, shouting for everyone to queue up, but the chaos was overwhelming. With nobles of similar rank gathered, they quickly devolved into shouting matches, throwing insults and threatening names. Things escalated quickly as rivals began dueling right there in front of the mansion gates. Claude rushed inside, panicked, reporting that the situation was out of control and a full-blown riot was imminent. Ghislaine stepped out to witness the ridiculous scene, fighting, watching, and even stray dogs barking in the chaos. He muttered that this was certainly not part of the plan, and confirmed his urgent need to return to the estate. Claude was shocked, arguing that if Ghislaine left now, the mansion would surely be looted by the mob. Ghislaine simply decided that if they couldn't manage the sales, they would leave it to someone who could, by shutting down. He shouted loudly over the noise, announcing the immediate suspension of all cosmetic sales and demanding everyone go home. Despite the nobles' angry protests, Ghislaine commanded Claude to block the gates completely. Mercenaries quickly sealed the entrance with boards and carts, completely blocking the mansion from the furious crowd. The quarreling nobles finally stopped their fighting and dispersed, grumbling loudly about the inconvenience and lack of manners. Once the chaos subsided, Ghislaine casually asked Claude if the unwanted guests were finally gone, but Claude warned that reopening would cause a riot. Ghislaine decided they needed a better strategy: sell off the massive stock quickly and delegate the entire operation. He explained he couldn't afford to be tied down to the capital, and Claude worriedly pointed out they wouldn't be able to return to the estate soon. Ghislaine confirmed his original plan for slow, exclusive sales was ruined by the rapid, viral spread of rumors about Rosalind's cure. He concluded that giving up a portion of the profits now was necessary to focus on more important matters back home. Claude, catching on, stood tall and offered to stay behind and manage the operation so Ghislaine could leave. Ghislaine instantly rejected the offer, joking that Claude would only stay to laze around and demanding to know if he wanted to die. Claude quickly apologized, and Ghislaine then considered who was powerful enough to control the nobility and skilled enough to handle the business. He settled on the Branford family since they were already his sponsors and nonchalantly made his way to their mansion. Inside, Marquis Branford sat, rubbing his temples, clearly annoyed by the unexpected visit from his troublesome ward. Suppressing his irritation, the Marquis maintained his impassive expression and asked Ghislaine what he wanted. Ghislaine stood confidently before the Marquis and declared he had come to deliver good news, sounding like a perfect con artist. After being prompted, Ghislaine smoothly brought up the immense and growing popularity of his cosmetics. He then dropped the proposal, suggesting the Branford family take over the full distribution of the product. A surprised Marquis asked why anyone would hand over such a profitable, booming business. Ghislaine stated his terms: 10% of the profits in exchange for a 300,000 gold investment. The Marquis's mouth dropped open in disbelief at the casual demand for a massive fortune, enough to buy an entire estate. Concluding Ghislaine thought he was a fool, the Marquis instantly refused, his expression hardening with deep annoyance. Both Claude and Belinda, standing nearby, silently agreed that Ghislaine had finally gone too far with his absurd request. Suddenly, Rosalind intervened, offering to cover half the investment and urging her father to accept this great opportunity. The startled Marquis questioned what kind of opportunity required such a massive upfront cost. Rosalind explained that cosmetics were consumables, guaranteeing the investment would be recovered eventually. The Marquis argued that the small 10% cut would take decades to recoup the 300,000 gold. Rosalind countered, stating that once the brand spread nationwide, the money would return much faster than expected. She confidently declared she would personally handle the national management to ensure the deal succeeded. Ghislaine chimed in, assuring the Marquis he wouldn't fail to supply the products, since high sales benefited him too. Rosalind backed him up, insisting Ghislaine was reliable, which made the Marquis hesitate for the first time. Ghislaine pressed the advantage, highlighting the massive boost to the Branford family's influence across the kingdom through distribution control. The Marquis was almost convinced, but quickly shook his head, refusing to be pressured into accepting such a logically flawed deal. Rosalind continued her pitch, painting a vivid picture of the family flag flying over branches nationwide. The Marquis, suspicious of her fervor, tried to stop her by mentioning her impending marriage. Rosalind instantly dismissed the marriage, stating her cured health meant she now had far better options. The Marquis hesitated, realizing that her return to full health indeed made the previous marriage arrangement suboptimal. Rosalind urged him to trust her proven business acumen, while the Marquis glanced at Ghislaine, realizing he always gets his way. Watching the Marquis still wrestle with his decision, Ghislaine prepared to deliver his final, persuasive blow. Marquis Branford rubbed his temples, deeply annoyed that he couldn't easily dismiss Ghislaine's serious proposal. Rosalind backed Ghislaine, arguing that rejecting this self-delivered opportunity would only bring laughter and humiliation to the family name. Ghislaine pressed further, reminding the Marquis that the only reason this deal landed here was because the Marquis was his guardian. Finally, the Marquis's face flushed red with frustration, and he erupted, shouting at them both to be silent. Taking a deep breath, the Marquis reluctantly delegated the task to Rosalind, warning her that failure meant immediate marriage. Rosalind folded her fan with a snap and flashed a triumphant, confident smile, knowing the deal was as good as done. The Marquis then turned to Ghislaine, issuing a stern warning against pulling any tricks or harming the family's interests. Ghislaine assured him everything would be handled, and the Marquis walked out, massaging his temples and feeling completely duped. As the Marquis left, Belinda and Claude shared a silent cheer, so overjoyed they accidentally bumped into each other. Startled by the contact, they immediately glared at one another, ready to unleash their usual bickering. Gillian, who had been quietly observing, intervened instantly, grabbing both of them by the shoulders and forcefully separating the squabbling pair. With the threat of the Marquis gone, Ghislaine and Rosalind exchanged a mutual sigh of relief. Ghislaine thanked Rosalind for her crucial role in making the negotiation go so smoothly. Rosalind, however, was immediately suspicious, scrutinizing his face and asking if he was secretly ill or planning to waste the money. Ghislaine responded with an incredulous look, assuring her that he was perfectly healthy. They quickly drafted the contract, legally cementing the partnership and the massive investment. Rosalind smiled brightly, pleased to have helped, and extended her hand to finalize the deal. Ghislaine shook her hand firmly, genuinely grateful, realizing her support had made the outcome better than he ever anticipated. With 300,000 gold secured, Ghislaine knew he could now rapidly accelerate his next set of plans. The news that cosmetic sales had resumed spread like wildfire throughout the capital. On reopening day, nobles arrived in full force, many bringing their own private soldiers to secure a spot in line. The proud nobles and their soldiers immediately began pushing and shoving at the front gate, turning the entrance into a chaotic siege line. With a loud groan and crash, the mansion gates finally gave way, opening the floodgates for the desperate crowd. The nobles charged into the wide garden, instantly forgetting any pretense of dignity as they fought each other for the chance to buy first. The garden quickly transformed into a massive battlefield, driven entirely by the desire for cosmetics. Ghislaine and his group watched the absurd scene unfold from a safe distance, knowing intervention would be pointless. With a playful smile, Ghislaine delegated control of the situation to his new business partner. Rosalind raised her chin confidently and strode directly toward the brawling crowd. The fighting nobles abruptly stopped as they sensed an ominous presence and realized they were surrounded by armored soldiers brandishing weapons. They looked up in shock, recognizing the woman at the center of the military formation, Rosalind Branford. Rosalind announced clearly that the Branford family would now be managing the sales on behalf of Baron Fenris. The nobles' faces turned pale, realizing they had just committed a serious offense by assaulting property now protected by the Marquis. Offering a stern reprieve, Rosalind commanded that everyone immediately line up for the sales. The chaos instantly resolved. No noble dared defy the Branford family, and they obediently formed an orderly line. A provincial nobleman, unable to resist, rudely asked if the cosmetics had truly cured her illness. Rosalind smiled softly and lied effortlessly, confirming the product played a major role in her recovery, boosting the customer's confidence tenfold. Ghislaine watched, satisfied that Rosalind's full commitment made it nearly impossible for rival factions to interfere. Claude marveled at the scene, noting the mansion was calm, yet the cosmetics were flying off the shelves. Ghislaine decided it was time to return to his estate and ordered his group to prepare a list of all necessary supplies. His final stop was the Branford mansion, where he received good news. The massive support convoy for Ferdium was already prepared. Exiting the city, Ghislaine's entourage was greeted by an impressive sight. Wagons loaded with food, horses, and weapons stretching endlessly into the distance. The royal family and pro-royal nobles contributed heavily, resulting in a massive, awe-inspiring display of resources for Ghislaine's departure. Belinda marveled at the scale, feeling a pang of regret that Ferdium hadn't received this vital support sooner. She realized this incredible surge in importance was entirely due to the young master, filling the mentor in her with immense pride. Even Rosalind came out to see Ghislaine off, showing a trace of genuine reluctance to see him leave the capital. Ghislaine only cared about the accounting, telling her to manage the cosmetic sales and ensure the numbers were properly tracked. With his focus strictly on returning quickly, Ghislaine gave the signal, and the massive line of supply wagons began to roll out. Rosalind remained standing there, watching his retreating figure until he disappeared entirely, wondering what kind of place Fenris truly was. Meanwhile, back at Ferdium, Zwalter and the chief steward Homer were enjoying a peaceful tea, discussing the political climate. Walter chuckled, thinking about his son, hoping he had finally made some useful connections in the capital. Homer agreed that Ghislaine had matured, but noted his temper had previously made him less than agreeable. Still, Homer worried that sending the young lord to the capital like a merchant might have led him to associate with the wrong kind of people. Walter was confident, however, that Ghislaine's lack of experience meant he would be cautious in unfamiliar territory. The two men agreed that after the war, the young lord's behavior had been overlooked, but now it was time for a lesson in conduct. Despite their calm discussion, Walter admitted to a nagging feeling that Ghislaine might have caused some kind of trouble in the capital. They found comfort in the fact that the estate was running smoothly and peacefully, without the noise of the mercenary Randolph around. That peace was instantly shattered as the estate treasurer, Albert, burst into the room in a state of sheer panic. Walter instantly stood up, grabbing his sword and assuming the trouble was the barbarians or a monster outbreak. Albert shook his head vigorously to every suggestion, forcing Walter to joke nervously if his daughter Alina had brought home a boyfriend. Albert, pale and breathless, finally managed to shout the dire news. The young Lord Ghislaine had gotten into a conflict with Marquis Branford. Walter paused, unable to believe he heard the name of the royal chamberlain, and forced out an awkward, nervous laugh. The treasurer confirmed the unthinkable. Ghislaine had been imprisoned in the capital after clashing with the powerful Marquis. Upon hearing the full story, Walter's legs gave out, and the rugged lord collapsed back into his chair, utterly defeated. The sheer consistency of the gossip among travelers confirmed that a major conflict had indeed occurred in the capital. Homer snapped, declaring that if the rumors had spread this far, the reckless young lord was probably already dead. Albert insisted they must act quickly, hoping the northern nobles might have spared Ghislaine's life to maintain ties with Ferdium. Snapping out of his daze, Walter decided they must prepare a lavish gift and send an envoy to beg for forgiveness. They agreed to claim Ghislaine was not of sound mind and occasionally suffered fits, hoping this excuse would earn them some leniency. The men immediately began scrambling, gathering retainers, writing apology letters, and scraping together every bit of wealth they could find. Just as they were deciding who to send, a soldier burst in, announcing that a large army was rapidly approaching the castle gates. Walter demanded to know the identity of the approaching force, noting that they had bypassed all their border defenses. The soldier reported an overwhelming number of banners, listing the most influential pro-royal faction families, led by the royal flag. Realizing the massive scale of the incident, Walter's legs gave out once more, and he slumped back, silenced by overwhelming dread. Walter gritted his teeth, deciding that even if they were poor, they would rally the soldiers and defend their pride in the air. The bells rang out, summoning the surprised soldiers, who quickly donned their gear and prepared for the inevitable confrontation. Fully armored and mounted, Walter led his meager forces out of the castle gates toward the approaching enemy army. Count Walter carefully observed the approaching military force, noting their grand banners and the unusual amount of supply wagons. He internally panicked, wondering if it was time to rush out and beg for forgiveness for whatever trouble his reckless son had caused. As the opposing army halted, Walter also stopped, feeling his heart pound and his hands grow slick with fear. After a moment, Walter rode forward to meet the commander, impressed by the horsemanship of the riders approaching him. Walter's eyes widened in shock upon recognizing the young man leading the group, who looked exactly like his son. Walter shouted, demanding to know what Ghislaine was doing, while Ghislaine, equally perplexed, asked his father why he was preparing for battle. The revelation led to a moment of deeply awkward silence as both father and son stared at each other, utterly confused. Homer quickly broke the tension, expressing relief that the young master was alive and demanding an explanation for the noble armies. Ghislaine casually replied that he had only been in the capital to sell some cosmetics, much to Homer's exasperation. Homer pressed further, arguing that royal and noble armies do not mobilize just because of cosmetic sales. Zwalter, regaining his senses, asked if this massive force was connected to Ghislaine's rumored conflict with Marquis Branford. Ghislaine dismissed the concern, stating he had simply made a good deal with the Marquis instead of fighting him. Zwalter questioned the rumors of Ghislaine being imprisoned, wondering if he had been taken as a hostage. Ghislaine shook his head and decided to quickly summarize the entire sequence of incredible events in the capital. Zwalter repeated the core points, stunned. The Marquis became his sponsor after Ghislaine cured his daughter. He asked for confirmation that powerful counts were also supporting Ghislaine, and if he was truly part of the pro-royal faction. Ghislaine nonchalantly dropped the bomb. Zwalter was now part of the pro-royal faction too. Zwalter gulped, trying desperately to process the sudden, overwhelming political elevation of his entire household. He stared at the royal and noble banners flapping in the wind, forcing himself to accept the impossible reality before him. Overwhelmed, Zwalter closed his eyes, convinced that this had to be a dream he would soon wake up from. Ghislaine called out, but Zwalter opened his eyes, channeling mana to clear his mind, only to find the reality unchanged. Zwalter apologized, admitting that the truth was simply too unbelievable to accept easily. Homer, still flustered, asked Ghislaine for absolute assurance that this incredible story was accurate. Zwalter's gaze suddenly fixed on the enormous supply wagons sent by the Marquis. He jumped to the conclusion that the supplies were a dowry, believing Ghislaine was marrying the Marquis's daughter. Homer shouted congratulations, overjoyed that the powerful Branford family was now their in-laws. Zwalter and Homer shared a hearty laugh, celebrating Ghislaine's recognized worth and the great blessing for their family. Ghislaine and his retainers watched the Ferdium group's mistaken celebration in utter disbelief. Ghislaine sighed deeply, finally interrupting their wild speculation to state firmly that there was no dowry. Zwalter and Homer immediately stopped laughing, the atmosphere shifting to awkward silence and confusion. Ghislaine explained the supplies were royal support for Ferdium, and the royal scribe was present to detail the aid. Baron Andy, a well-dressed royal scribe, approached Zwalter with a warm, professional smile. Zwalter, trying to maintain composure despite his nervousness, welcomed the Baron and asked him to speak the king's message. The Baron unfurled a luxurious scroll and began reading the flowery royal decree aloud. The decree recognized Zwalter's service and promised significantly increased support for the northern borders. The Baron finished, confirming the massive aid and noting it was making up for previous deficiencies. Zwalter's retainers immediately erupted in wild cheers and celebration, their years of financial hardship seemingly over. Zwalter smiled proudly, asserting that he would finally reclaim his authority as head of the family without relying on his son. Homer and the treasurer shared a knowing laugh, rejoicing that they no longer needed to beg Ghislaine for resources. Baron nervously scratched his cheek, interrupting their gleeful declarations of ownership. The Baron revealed carefully that not all of the supplies were destined for Ferdium. Zwalter and the retainers froze, demanding to know who would handle the distribution. Baron quietly stated that the distribution would be managed by Baron Fenris. Zwalter and his retainers slowly turned, looking at Ghislaine with shock and dawning horror. Ghislaine stood with his arms crossed, wearing a triumphant, slightly mocking smirk as his father finally understood the situation. One of the Ferdium retainers fiercely protested, demanding to know why Ghislaine had the right to control the royal supplies. A royal official calmly pulled out a document, revealing the official appointment designating Ghislaine as the Northern Supply Administrator. The retainers and Zwalter were completely stunned, repeating questions of disbelief about Ghislaine securing such a royal appointment. The official explained that while the aid was publicly for Ferdium, the actual control over the flow of resources now belonged entirely to Ghislaine. Homer, still dazed, stammered out the crucial question: would the annual support now be distributed by the young master? Ghislaine confirmed he would handle the distribution, and for now, Ferdium would only receive half of the shipment. Homer's face drooped instantly. The joy of receiving the aid had just been dramatically cut in half. When asked about next year, Ghislaine replied smoothly that they would see depending on the circumstances, making his leverage clear. Everyone realized they were now firmly tethered to Ghislaine for the long term, dependent on his goodwill. Ghislaine then cornered Albert, the estate treasurer, about his previous claim that Ferdium didn't need grain support. Albert quickly mumbled a retraction, his earlier confidence completely deflated under Ghislaine's scrutiny. Ghislaine turned to Zwalter, using a respectful tone to justify his new role in distribution. Zwalter reluctantly agreed, conceding that since Ghislaine secured the achievement, he had the right to manage it. Baron Scher then dropped the bombshell. Starting next year, supplies would be sent directly to Ghislaine's territory first. Hearing this final blow, Homer couldn't even feel disappointed, managing only a hollow, defeated laugh. With the official business concluded, Baron Scher sidled up to Ghislaine, praising him for his company and efforts. Ghislaine returned the flattery, thanking the Baron for understanding the delays caused by his recent estate purchases. Zwalter cautiously inquired about the two men's sudden and seemingly deep friendship. Baron Scher explained that they had become close after meeting at the Grand Ladies' Ball hosted by Marquis Branford. The Ferdium retainers were internally scoffing, thinking anyone who didn't know better would mistake Ghislaine's recklessness for spirited boldness. Baron Scher declined Ghislaine's offer to stay longer, stating Count Norton urgently required his return to the capital. As a gesture of goodwill, the Baron presented Ghislaine with a small, finely crafted jewelry box as a gift. Ghislaine immediately passed the gift box to Belinda, showing he was clearly accustomed to receiving such tokens. Baron Scher then subtly asked Ghislaine to speak a kind word on his behalf if he happened to meet with any ministers in the future. Watching the exchange, Zwalter started to sweat, realizing his son was casually accepting bribes from a royal administrator. Ghislaine grew frustrated with the dazed retainers and impatiently ordered someone to escort the royal guests inside. Once the royal guests were escorted away, Zwalter let out a long, exhausted sigh of relief. Zwalter cautiously asked Ghislaine if the supply arrangement, even with half the allocation, was truly safe and above board. Ghislaine assured his father that they were only claiming what the neglected North deserved from the royal family and nobles. Ghislaine promised that from now on, no one would dare to look down on Ferdium again. Zwalter felt a surge of pride, realizing his son had finally matured and was garnering respect from the royal court. He thought of Ghislaine's mother, wishing she could have witnessed her son's composed achievements. However, the memory of Ghislaine's past recklessness quickly dried his tears, reminding him of his son's unpredictable nature. Zwalter resolved that despite Ghislaine's success, he must maintain his role as the stern father to keep him in check. Ghislaine announced his imminent departure, needing to return quickly to relieve Commander Randolph. Zwalter grabbed Ghislaine's arm, insisting he stay for a meal, rest, and visit his siblings after such a long journey. Zwalter quickly pivoted to the main topic, nagging Ghislaine about his duty to marry and secure the family's future. The retainers enthusiastically chimed in, arguing that marriage was a duty and now was the perfect time, given his rising reputation. Ghislaine firmly stated, speaking each word clearly, that he had no intention of marrying anytime soon. Ignoring his son, Zwalter declared that since Ghislaine hadn't found a match, he would start searching for a suitable partner himself. Ghislaine tried to deflect the conversation by suggesting his father consider remarriage, noting his recent loneliness. Zwalter's serious and blunt confession that he wasn't popular left Ghislaine utterly speechless. Zwalter insisted that Ghislaine must marry while his reputation was high, warning that he would otherwise end up alone like himself. After all, who would want to marry a man who spends half the year stationed alone in a dangerous, impoverished northern territory? He reminded Ghislaine that even his own mother had been a last resort, bringing nothing but her maid, Belinda, as a dowry. Suddenly, a retainer cautiously suggested reviving the engagement with Amelia Rayfold, daughter of the prominent count. Zwalter's eyes immediately lit up. Marrying into the powerful Rayfold family was the next best thing to marrying royalty. The retainers agreed that Amelia was an excellent choice, known for her grace, wisdom, and kindness. Since Ghislaine's success had raised their standing, everyone felt confident the Rayfolds would accept the proposal this time. As the discussion gained momentum, Ghislaine's face grew increasingly grim and cold. He finally exploded, shouting that they shouldn't dare contact the Rayfolds, as he would never marry that woman. Homerun was confused, asking why he would reject the perfect northern noblewoman, who was beautiful and kind. Ghislaine's anger was palpable. He threatened to overturn the entire estate if they pushed the marriage forward. It was clear they were talking about two people who were ready to kill each other, not get married. Zwalter sighed inwardly, wondering if Ghislaine's pride had been wounded during his last financial visit to the Rayfolds. Realizing the intensity of Ghislaine's hatred, Zwalter reluctantly agreed to drop the topic for now. Ghislaine stormed out, demanding the retainers quickly sort the supplies, as they were heading back to Fenris immediately. Finally, they were back. As they passed the outer walls of Fenris, Belinda let out a relieved cheer. The rest of the group didn't cheer, but the relief on their faces was undeniable, glad to be free of the capital's political pressure. Word spread quickly, and the villagers soon gathered, astonished by the massive caravan following Ghislaine. The long line of wagons carried weapons, fine horses, and massive amounts of everyday supplies. "Wow, look at all that," they murmured, realizing the cosmetics business must have been a huge success. They knew Ghislaine always poured his profits back into the estate, resolving food shortages and improving infrastructure. Employment was available, compensation was fair, and they were far better off than the days when hunger was constant. Several villagers approached Ghislaine, expressing their relief that he had returned safely, having worried constantly. The memory of the previous lord's tyranny still haunted them, and they feared losing their kind lord. "Don't leave us again," they called out, genuinely happy and unafraid to approach their lord. Claude, the chief administrator, immediately recognized a perfect opportunity for public relations. He quickly climbed onto one of the massive supply wagons, drawing the attention of the entire crowd. He loudly announced that the trip was a huge success, securing great profits and a patronage from the influential Marquis of Branford. The simple farmers blinked, utterly confused by the mention of the Marquis of Branford, a name that meant nothing to them. Claude quickly pivoted, shouting that the profits were being used to stabilize prices, allowing everyone to buy goods cheaper than before. The crowd erupted instantly, their cheers so loud it felt like the ground was shaking beneath them. Many were moved to tears, knowing this meant they could finally afford clothes and other necessities they desperately lacked. Claude beamed proudly and promised they wouldn't have to worry about anything again, as the Lord would take care of them. Ghislaine watched the laughing and cheering villagers, shaking his head slightly, a genuine smile spreading across his face. He felt a sense of pride seeing their bright faces, remembering how hopeless they had been when he first arrived. He internally resolved that road repairs were the next priority to ensure merchants could travel easily to Fenris. Amidst the endless cheers, Ghislaine slowly rode toward the estate, feeling the relief of being home and ready to move to his next plan. Before he could finish his thought, a deafening explosion ripped through the air, originating from the estate itself. A massive pillar of fire shot high into the sky, so powerful that it visibly tore a hole in the clouds above. Ghislaine stared in utter bewilderment at the chaos, his eyes widening as the realization dawned on him. Near the Fenris estate, construction was booming, but one section was suspiciously quiet. Alfoy and the other wizards, looking more like layabouts than mages, were thoroughly enjoying their peace. They all agreed that the estate was much more peaceful and boring, without their demanding lord around. They even started speculating about what might have happened to Ghislaine in the capital. Maybe he picked a fight with a noble, or perhaps he had already been beheaded. The thought alone brought them joy. Since there was nothing fun to do, Ofoy suggested they pass the time with a game. Having lost to Claude daily, these formerly innocent wizards had become hopelessly addicted to gambling. One wizard hesitated, worried that the deputy steward, Lowell, would complain about the lack of progress. Ofoy confidently dismissed him, reminding everyone that as the Mage Tower heir, only the Lord could truly order him around. They quickly agreed to play a simple game of odds or evens, and Ofoy prepared to start the round. Ofoy extended his closed fist, challenging them to place their bets. When one wizard chose evens, Ofoy immediately started trying to pressure him into changing his mind. The poor wizard realized Ofoy was losing his mind again, terrified of losing the few coins he had saved up. Just as the staring contest reached its peak, a lookout wizard rushed in, shouting the news. "The Lord is back." Their brief moment of peace was instantly shattered, and disappointment settled over the group. Ofoy immediately shifted gears, urging everyone to move fast and quietly slipping the coins back into his robe. Then suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the area near the Lord's castle, sending flames shooting high into the sky. Ofoy stared in shock at the black smoke billowing up, realizing the explosion had originated from Vanessa's lab. Back on the road, Ghislaine's face turned pale as he realized the location and the potential activation of the powerful rune stones he had placed there. Realizing the danger, Ghislaine cursed, spurred his horse, and dashed toward the burning castle. Upon arrival, the scene was utter chaos, with Vanessa's central lab engulfed in flames spreading to surrounding buildings. Ghislaine quickly dismounted and urgently called for Lowell, the deputy steward, to assess the situation. Lowell confirmed that Vanessa was indeed inside the lab, but thankfully, no one else had been allowed near the restricted area. Since the fire was too massive for manpower alone, Ghislaine urgently demanded that all the wizards be summoned immediately. Just as the lab's framework began to crumble, Ghislaine shrugged off his cumbersome cloak, preparing to enter the inferno himself. Before he could move, a loud, panicked voice shouted from inside the building, "Wind blast!" A powerful gust of wind erupted, scattering falling debris violently in all directions and causing everyone nearby to duck for cover. Ghislaine and his subordinates instinctively moved to block the flying debris, protecting the terrified onlookers. After the wind subsided, another frantic shout came from inside, "Water strike!" Columns of highly pressurized water shot up, but they were far too powerful, shattering the debris and sending fragments flying everywhere again. A panicked cry rang out as the caster realized her error, quickly shouting "Dispel" to stop the destructive magic. The chaotic effort somehow extinguished the fire, leaving behind only the soaked, collapsed ruins of several buildings. Ghislaine and his group stood silently, drenched to the bone and looking completely miserable, like a collection of drowned rats. At that moment, a woman covered in soot and tears slowly crawled out from the smoking rubble. She immediately began sobbing uncontrollably, apologizing over and over for the destruction she had caused. Ghislaine stared for a long moment, trying to recognize the soot-covered, weeping wreck in front of him. He finally realized who it was and, ignoring the disaster, asked if she was physically okay. After calming down slightly, Vanessa managed to explain that she had made a mistake trying to control a complex, layered spell matrix. Amidst the incomprehensible jargon, one phrase stood out. She had successfully cast a sixth circle spell. Ghislaine gasped in shock. Forgetting the destruction entirely, Ghislaine burst into delighted laughter, beaming like he had just won the world. Vanessa immediately started sobbing, apologizing profusely for destroying the building and wasting all those expensive rune stones. Ghislaine merely laughed, realizing a sixth circle wizard was worth far more than a simple structure. Vanessa insisted on repaying the debt by eating one meal a day and washing clothes for the rest of her life. Ghislaine tried to be gentle, but noted her attempt at laundry would probably cause even more property damage. He assured her that achieving the sixth circle was the ultimate help, promising to build a new, stronger lab for her training. Gently pushing her back, Ghislaine realized Vanessa looked like a pale, soot-covered mess who hadn't seen the sun in months. He suggested that now might be a good time to take a shower and maybe venture outside for once. Ghislaine then instructed Lowell to rebuild the lab, making it much stronger and adding a safe area for spell testing. He quickly pulled Lowell aside and whispered a crucial instruction: build the new facility far away from the main castle. Ghislaine then commanded his shocked aides to keep Vanessa's incredible achievement completely confidential for now. They understood immediately. A hidden sixth circle wizard was a powerful and unexpected strategic advantage. Just then, Ofoy and the rest of the wizards rushed onto the scene, demanding to know what caused the explosion. Ghislaine greeted Ofoy with a deceptively warm smile, while the wizard nervously tried to avoid eye contact. Ghislaine asked Lowell for a performance review, and Lowell promptly reported that the wizards were falling behind schedule. Ofoy panicked, frantically waving his hands and claiming they were just taking breaks because they felt unwell. Ghislaine offered a seemingly kind reassurance that rest was fine, provided they understood they would have to work exponentially harder later. Ofoy felt a chill down his spine, realizing the Lord's generosity was just the prelude to a mountain of new, terrifying tasks. Leaving the terrified wizards, Ghislaine proceeded to the mercenary training camp. He was surprised to find Fergus there, assisting the commander despite his frail health and Ghislaine's previous orders to rest. Ghislaine reiterated his concern about Fergus recovering from near death, but Fergus claimed the medicine had made him feel much better. Ghislaine then asked Randolph for his report, triggering an immediate, frustrated tirade about the unruly mercenaries. Randolph lamented that the mercenaries followed no orders, acted purely on instinct, and lacked any military discipline whatsoever. Before Randolph could finish complaining, the bruised and exhausted mercenaries rushed Ghislaine, proclaiming they were finally saved from training. Having instilled the bare minimum, Randolph declared his mission complete and announced his immediate departure from the camp. Though slightly disappointed, Ghislaine thanked Randolph for successfully handling the most difficult task of basic military indoctrination. Randolph, swelling with pride, claimed credit for making the illiterate mercenaries learn how to read and write. Gordon, a large mercenary, stepped forward, proudly boasting that he could now read contracts and was even writing his own private book. When Ghislaine asked to see the journal, Gordon vehemently refused, leading to a scuffle as other mercenaries tried to snatch the book. Despite his strength, the journal was pulled free and landed right at Ghislaine's feet with a soft thud. Ghislaine picked it up and opened it to a page detailing Gordon's candid thoughts on Commander Randolph's terrible nagging habits. Ghislaine quickly shut the book, deciding that reading further would be a serious breach of the mercenaries' privacy. Gordon, having finally fended off the other mercenaries, rushed over breathlessly to retrieve his diary. Ghislaine denied reading a word, but Gordon stuffed the book away nervously, worried about Randolph discovering the insults. Amused by the entire situation, Ghislaine changed the subject and announced they would move on to inspect the rest of the estate's progress. Lowell, acting as the overseer, proudly led the group, showing off the considerable progress on new homes and infrastructure. After reviewing the construction plans, Ghislaine insisted on checking the single most important site outside the estate walls. When they finally arrived, the accompanying aides gasped in utter astonishment at the sight before them. Stretching farther than the eye could see was an endless, shimmering golden sea of wheat, swaying gently in the wind. Everyone stood silently, staring out at the expansive fields of wheat that stretched far beyond the horizon. The golden glow was spectacular, and they realized just how remarkable Ghislaine's unconventional work had been. Ghislaine confirmed the harvest was imminent, noting that most of the crop was ready for immediate collection. Lowell reported that all preparations were complete, and they would begin the massive harvest shortly. Ghislaine ordered him to share the grain freely with the villagers, then revealed they needed to expand the farmland several times over. Lowell was completely confused by the order, wondering why they would need more land when they already had a surplus. Ghislaine simply stated there was a reason and instructed Claude to immediately gather all the retainers at the castle. As they walked back, Claude leaned in close to Lowell, asking if he had managed to skim a little gold off the merchant deals. Lowell responded awkwardly, insisting that he was reformed and couldn't engage in such shady practices anymore. Claude sighed dramatically, mocking Lowell for suddenly developing a moral compass after years of being a scoundrel. He then claimed he deserved pocket money for his unpaid work and offered Lowell a fatal reward. Thwack! Claude's fist landed on Lowell's shoulder, causing Lowell to instinctively adopt a textbook defensive stance. Unfortunately, Lowell's arm struck Claude's jaw, leading to Claude yelling about mutiny. The two men began swatting at each other with comically feeble movements, turning the walk into a childish scuffle. Belinda watched the pathetic display from the side, shaking her head in silent disapproval. Ghislaine heard the commotion and couldn't help but laugh, enjoying the lively, carefree atmosphere of his estate. The retainers gathered in the castle hall to report their progress to the lord, who had returned after a long absence. Lowell started, proudly stating they would soon end their reliance on merchant guilds for grain purchases. The retainers felt a swell of pride. It hadn't been long since the estate struggled just to feed its people. Belinda tilted her head, asking Lowell exactly how plentiful the harvest would be. Lowell clarified that their per-acre production was likely the highest in the kingdom, rivaling even the great estate of Rayfold. Belinda's eyes widened in astonishment at the comparison to the northern powerhouse. She mentally praised Ghislaine, feeling a profound sense of relief that all his unusual projects had paid off handsomely. However, that relief vanished when Ghislaine asked why Lowell had reduced food imports. Lowell protested, arguing that they already had more than enough grain stockpiled for years. Ghislaine adamantly insisted that it was still not enough, and commanded them to keep buying until he said stop. Lowell reluctantly agreed, while the other retainers exchanged bewildered glances, confused by the hoarding order. Ghislaine smoothly transitioned, asking about the construction progress for new housing and vital infrastructure. Lowell confirmed that the essential roads and water channels connecting the villages were now complete. The retainers eagerly chimed in with their own successes, reporting on new workshops, storage facilities, and offices. When they finished, Ghislaine simply nodded and declared that they had only reached the bare minimum. Internally, Ghislaine viewed the estate as still fragile and realized drastic action was required. He prepared to outline the next phase, starting with the immense political results of his trip to the capital. He announced that Marquis Branford was now their sponsor, and they had joined the Crown Prince's faction. Ghislaine added that the Marquis had invested 300,000 gold into their cosmetics business. The retainers' excitement grew exponentially, realizing the vast new wealth flowing into Fenris. Ghislaine then dropped the final bombshell. 50,000 people would be relocating to the estate as support. The retainers' faces twisted in total disbelief and shock at the overwhelming scale of the next challenge. Claude was baffled when Ghislaine asked him to prepare for a full-scale war while simultaneously developing the new estate. Ghislaine confirmed this was a massive conflict, stressing that they had very little time remaining before the inevitable clash. To the pragmatic official, preparing for war and building an estate at once seemed like utter, reckless madness. Claude demanded to know the reason for the sudden, ridiculous urgency and the looming deadline for conflict. Ghislaine couldn't reveal his knowledge of the future, so he had to guide them using the most immediate, undeniable threat. He started by reminding them that the powerful Count Desmond was still actively seeking revenge against Fenris. Claude, however, argued that their new alignment with the Crown Prince made a direct attack too risky for Desmond. Hearing Claude's logical assessment, the other retainers visibly relaxed, clinging to the hope of political protection. Ghislaine smiled and challenged them. What if Desmond ignored the risks and launched an attack with his remaining forces? Claude's confidence immediately faltered. He admitted they could not stop a full-scale assault head-on. Ghislaine pressed the point, forcing them to consider their response when the reckless attack inevitably came. Claude argued that Desmond would be leaving himself vulnerable to Count Rayfold's opportunistic attack if he overextended. Though the reasoning was sound, Ghislaine knew Claude was unaware of the deeper, external forces at play. Ghislaine called for the intelligence reports gathered on Desmond's recent movements before he left for the capital. Claude scanned the documents, noting the extensive mass recruitment, training, and consumption of various resources. The most suspicious item was the huge quantity of high-quality iron ore Desmond was purchasing from a neighboring county. Claude realized this was far beyond simple replenishment. Desmond was gearing up for a full-scale offensive war. Ghislaine watched Claude's stiffening expression, asking if the undeniable reality felt a bit uncomfortable. Claude finally admitted that war was indeed on the horizon, confirming Ghislaine's terrifying prediction. The rest of the retainers turned pale, utterly exhausted by the thought of yet another looming disaster for Fenris. Despite the fear, Claude quickly regained his footing, prioritizing stabilizing the estate for the new settlers. He suggested stationing Marquis Branford's soldiers in Fenris as a powerful, justifiable deterrent against any attack. The retainers, including even the volatile Belinda and Kaor, immediately agreed this was the safest, most effective solution. Ghislaine smiled bitterly. This safe, conventional plan would work only if Desmond were acting alone. Ghislaine decided it was time to reveal the full scope of the threat. Desmond was merely an accomplice. Claude, misunderstanding, tried to lighten the mood with a cynical joke about Desmond's political marriage. Ghislaine corrected him, dropping the terrifying name. Duke Delphine was the true power pulling Desmond's strings. The name Duke Delphine struck immediate terror, paralyzing the retainers with the realization of their fate. Claude quickly pieced together the evidence, realizing Desmond was merely Delphine's powerful, northern puppet. They realized external help was useless. The Crown Prince would never risk an all-out war with Delphine over Fenris. Accepting their isolation, Ghislaine shifted the focus to immediate self-defense and preparing for the inevitable conflict. Claude asked the crucial question: when exactly did Ghislaine predict Desmond would launch his attack? Ghislaine estimated they had at least 6 months, needed for Desmond to rebuild and deal with an internal rebellion. Before Ghislaine could finish, Belinda interjected with a shocking suggestion: why not simply assassinate Desmond now? She proposed using Kaor and the mercenaries as a distraction while she slipped in to cut off the Count's head. Gillian stepped forward, offering a more traditional military solution, leading mercenaries to raid Desmond's supply lines. Ghislaine chuckled, recognizing the effective tactic but refusing to brand his valuable people as mere criminals or bandits. Claude presented the final, most practical strategy: fortifying the estate to withstand a siege using their massive food supply. Ghislaine publicly accepted the plan to fortify and stockpile supplies, signaling the meeting's conclusion and the start of preparations. Ghislaine knew this defensive plan was insufficient. He secretly resolved to ignore defense and strike first. Ghislaine ended the meeting with a warm smile, but his demands for immediate expansion were staggering. Their top priority was expanding farmlands, waterways, and reservoirs immediately to secure long-term food supply for the expected population influx. The retainers realized they had to prepare for war and build an entire city simultaneously, or risk ruin and execution. Ofoy, the mage supervisor, was internally screaming, realizing he had slacked off while Ghislaine was away. Now, he and his mages faced non-stop enchantment carving just to keep up with the massive expansion plans. Seeing the widespread despair, Ghislaine chuckled and called out to Vanessa. Vanessa, an eager Sixth Circle mage, immediately jumped up, promising to handle the overwhelming workload. Ghislaine smiled, knowing her enthusiastic commitment would speed up the entire project. Next, Ghislaine checked on the recruitment process, demanding capable personnel be found quickly. He also emphasized that training more spies and gathering intelligence was absolutely critical. He told Jillian that individual mercenary skills would be crucial, so training must be hellish and focused on combat ability. Jillian simply nodded, silently promising his men would be pushed far beyond their limits. When Ghislaine asked Kaor what job he wanted to take on, the mercenary proudly declared, "Absolutely nothing." Annoyed by Kaor's blunt laziness, Ghislaine assigned him to oversee territorial order when not training. Kaor grudgingly accepted the order, hating anything that wasn't direct fighting or drinking. Finally, Ghislaine turned to Belinda, who already knew exactly what was required of her. Belinda confirmed she would manage all logistics and support, ensuring everyone could focus without disruption. Ghislaine gave his final warning. Failure to prepare meant death for everyone in the room. Ghislaine stood, declaring the meeting over, and assigned Claude to oversee the entire frantic operation. Claude immediately pushed the retainers out, demanding detailed plans and urgent action before the settlers arrived. Ghislaine watched them hurry away, knowing the threat of Count Desmond was the only way to motivate them. Amidst the chaos of the rapidly growing estate, Claude was the busiest, barely finding time to sleep. Traveling by carriage with Wendy, a gaunt and exhausted Claude mumbled that dying in war might be preferable to this workload. Wendy, seeing his skeletal appearance, resisted the urge to smack him and chose, instead, to completely ignore his nonsense. Claude wished Ghislaine was a lazy lord so they could relax, questioning why the lord seemed to hate working yet never stopped. Claude tried to bait Wendy into agreement, mocking her safe, emotionless responses. Wendy simply glared and turned her head away, confirming that ignoring him was the only way to maintain her sanity. The bumpy carriage ride ended at the estate border where Claude, skipping pleasantries, demanded the transaction begin immediately. Claude confirmed the quantity and quality of the large order, noting the merchant was suspiciously accommodating. Just as the deal wrapped up, the merchant nervously announced that prices would sharply increase in the next transaction. Claude immediately played tough, threatening to involve the Marquis of Branford to force the merchant to backpedal. Exasperated, the merchant explained that the Fenris estate itself had bought up everything, draining the North's resources. Claude blinked in sudden realization. They were consuming materials so fast that the supply shortage was their own fault. Suddenly, an administrator ran up, whispering urgently about a massive new crisis. The critical stockpile of lumber was nearly gone, meaning construction would halt completely by the next day. Claude frantically calculated that sourcing enough wood from other regions would take far too long to prevent delays. Before he could formulate a new plan, a soldier rushed in with yet another unexpected announcement. The soldier reported that the settlers, thousands of them, had already arrived at the estate entrance. Claude buried his face in his hands, realizing they had thousands of people needing homes without a single piece of wood left to build them. The entire estate was now officially and spectacularly screwed. The new immigrants arrived early, but housing construction was impossible without lumber. Claude, stressed, turned to Wendy for answers. The merchant warned that Ghislaine's massive spending was flooding the North with cash, causing wild price swings and supply shortages. Claude knew the regional nobles hated their lord for cornering the market, but they couldn't touch Ghislaine because the powerful Marquis backed him. To save face and pocket a tiny bonus, Claude attempted to haggle for a single gold coin right after the entire transaction was finalized. The confused merchant reluctantly handed over the meager amount, wondering if this bizarre request was some kind of secret signal. Claude waved goodbye cheerfully, blissfully unaware that the merchant was riding away, convinced that Fenris's leadership was utterly ridiculous. Claude reveled in his small victory, only to panic moments later when he checked his pocket and discovered his hard-won gold was gone. He stared up at the sky, dramatically crying out about his eternal misfortune, while Wendy stood nearby, silently shaking her head at his outburst. Wendy spotted the lost coin on the ground near the treasury box and, sighing, called out to the wailing steward. Claude rushed over, grabbing the coin like a precious jewel, his face lighting up with unparalleled joy as he secured his treasure. Meanwhile, thousands of new immigrants poured into Fenris, looking so ragged and sick that the existing residents wondered if they were just beggars. The retainers grumbled, concerned that these sickly arrivals would be a drain on resources rather than a source of immediate labor. Ghislaine, observing the poor condition of the crowd, remained unfazed, knowing that greedy nobles would only ever send their least useful citizens. He immediately issued orders: conduct a census, sort the able-bodied from the sick, and get Belinda and Gillian ready to manage the influx and maintain order. Ghislaine briefly considered the inevitable spies mixed in the crowd, but decided they were a lower priority as long as they were confined to the territory. He instructed Lowell to make sure Claude organized immediate food distribution, recognizing that the immigrants were likely starving. Lowell led the massive group to the temporary tent city, feeling shame that the territory couldn't provide better initial accommodation. To his surprise, the immigrants reacted positively, finding the simple, clean tents and the promise of daily food a vast improvement over their previous lives. Lowell realized how desperate these people truly were, a stark reminder of Fenris's own recent struggles before Ghislaine took charge. Just as Ghislaine was heading back to his office, Claude came running up, panting dramatically about a new, urgent problem. Claude confirmed their worst fear. They had completely run out of lumber, which meant construction would halt and all projected timelines would be ruined. Ghislaine frowned deeply, frustrated that no matter how much money he poured into the territory, the fundamental resource problems never seemed to end. Claude stressed that they had exhausted all available supply channels, and now, time was a far greater constraint than money. After a brief moment of intense thought, Ghislaine suddenly snapped his fingers, realizing he had found a way to acquire massive amounts of lumber for free. Claude was stunned, demanding to know where such a huge supply of wood could possibly be found without spending any money. Ghislaine simply grinned and declared their next target was the neighboring territory of Ferdum. Claude instantly panicked, assuming his lord meant cutting into the dangerous forest of beasts, which would unleash monsters upon the region. Ghislaine clicked his tongue, assuring Claude they weren't tackling the forest of beasts right now. That was a problem for another day. Instead, Ghislaine confirmed the real plan. If they lacked resources, they would simply steal what they needed from Ferdum's forests and mountains. After all, he concluded, their two territories were already inextricably linked by an unfortunate destiny. Homerun, the chief steward of Ferdium, was enjoying a rare moment of peaceful tea time, observing the tranquil state of the territory. Thanks to the runestone and new royal funding, even the soldiers heading north now looked well-fed and equipped, a stark contrast to previous expeditions. Homerun reflected on the young Lord Ghislaine, realizing that perhaps he had been too harsh on the boy who was now bringing unprecedented success to the region. The bitterness he had carried for years was finally melting away, replaced by hope that Ghislaine could still be guided into becoming a great lord. Feeling a profound sense of peace, Homerun announced it was time for his regular inspection, starting with the eastern village. As he rode out, Homerun laughed, enjoying the clear skies and sunshine of what felt like a truly perfect, worry-free day. But suddenly, his laughter died in his throat as he noticed a shocking sight. The small forest along the road was completely gone. Trembling, Homerun demanded they ride closer to confirm the devastating reality. The forest was indeed utterly devastated. He frantically summoned the forester, shouting for an immediate explanation for this serious crime of mass deforestation. The forester, cowering on the ground, finally revealed the culprit: the young Lord Ghislaine had taken everything. Homerun was incredulous, demanding why Ghislaine would steal from his father's territory just because his own land was short on lumber. He felt a sudden, sharp spike of blood pressure, realizing that the reformed young lord was truly an utterly insane bastard. The forester timidly rose and pointed toward the horizon, where a massive convoy of lumber wagons was making a hasty escape. To add insult to injury, the wagons were proudly flying the Fenris flag as they fled Ferdium territory. Homerun let out one final, desperate scream to capture the madman before his body gave out completely. He collapsed, nose bleeding profusely, the overwhelming hatred he had just conquered rushing back with full force as consciousness slipped away. Meanwhile, back in Fenris, the commoners were speechless as they watched the endless stream of stolen lumber rolling into their territory. Claude, the administrative official, rushed over and was equally stunned by the sheer, insane volume of materials Ghislaine had procured. He instantly realized that Ghislaine had literally cleared out an entire forest, and that Ferdium definitely hadn't consented to this massive theft. Claude sighed, accepting that Ghislaine had no regard for consequences, but then brightened, deciding they could justify it using the royal funding they helped Ferdium secure. Meanwhile, rumors spread among the commoners about the lord plundering his father's territory, fearing a potential war between father and son. Claude tried to calm the growing anxiety and directed the workers to resume the construction that had been delayed due to the material shortage. Even with the lumber, the schedule had fallen far behind, and time remained the most critical constraint in the massive housing project. Claude found Ghislaine, explaining the problem, only to be met with the Lord's usual dismissive sarcasm. Claude shot back, arguing that the problems only arose because Ghislaine kept coming up with plans that had no basis in reality. The real issue, Claude explained, was the severe shortage of skilled carpenters and overseers needed to direct the thousands of simple laborers. Ghislaine folded his arms and fell into deep contemplation, realizing that a single overseer couldn't manage dozens of traditional houses simultaneously. He mumbled about a potential solution, an unconventional method he had seen in his past life that could drastically improve efficiency. Deciding that stabilizing the housing situation was paramount, Ghislaine declared that he would personally handle the problem. Claude, utterly skeptical, questioned when the infamous delinquent had ever acquired construction skills. Ghislaine replied with a dry, sarcastic wit, admitting he was better at tearing things down than building them, but insisted he had an idea. He commanded Claude to gather all the builders and carpenters immediately for a test run of his new method in one village. Soon, Ghislaine stood before a large crowd of construction supervisors and workers who had gathered at his unexpected summons. The workers were eager and trusting. Despite his reputation, Ghislaine's unconventional methods always brought success. Ghislaine grinned confidently, ready to unveil the revolutionary building method he had planned for them. He shouted his solution. To hell with individual houses, they would simply build the houses really big. The initial excitement vanished instantly, replaced by utter silence and blank, confused stares from the entire workforce. Ghislaine, seeing their cold expressions, quickly clarified that he would personally lead the construction to demonstrate his past life's concept of multi-unit housing. Turns out, the mercenary king was also a brilliant construction king in disguise. He realized strong bases and rest quarters were essential for winning any conflict. Ignoring the doubts of his subordinates, Ghislaine quickly gathered a huge workforce. As the framework took shape, the skilled craftsmen started wondering what they were actually building. One carpenter asked if they were building a large barracks, but Ghislaine scoffed at the idea. He explained that while time was short, they needed a proper, sturdy structure, not a quick fix. Ghislaine described his vision, a single, large structure containing multiple independent homes. The workers were completely baffled, unable to grasp the concept of communal housing. Since words failed, Ghislaine told them to stop asking questions and just follow his instructions. The project immediately accelerated, as Ghislaine personally began cutting wood with perfect swings. The stunned workers realized the Lord was working faster than 10 men combined. He effortlessly tossed nails into the air, perfectly hammering them into place with a swift motion. To save time, Ghislaine hired mages to instantly dry the mud and building materials. The workers struggled to keep up with the insane pace, feeling like they were assembling a giant puzzle. He meticulously explained the need for separate stoves, ventilation shafts, and proper drainage systems. Finally, the workers began nodding in realization, understanding the structure taking shape before them. Claude came to inspect the site, perplexed that the reckless lord was actually building a proper house. The speed was unbelievable, largely due to the mages Ghislaine had dragged over from the farmlands. In just 4 days, the rugged, 3-story communal housing was completed. Ghislaine rested his massive hammer, grinning proudly at the sturdy, unconventional building. The craftsmen stood in silent awe, finally realizing the revolutionary nature of the design. Claude asked Ghislaine how he conceived such a design, but he answered casually, "It was just the fastest way." Ghislaine pointed out the simple logic. One large building housed 12 families, saving immense time. The craftsmen, now understanding the blueprint, were enthusiastically ready to replicate the structure. Claude stood aside, resigning himself to the fact that he should never expect normal results from this man. Ghislaine snapped Claude out of his daze, demanding he immediately mobilize more workers. When Claude suggested recruitment notices, Ghislaine scoffed, saying they didn't have time for that. He announced that the free meals were over. Anyone able to move would now be drafted into labor. The immigrants accepted the draft orders, following them without enthusiasm, like cattle being led. But once they saw the communal housing, their attitudes changed immediately. They were shocked to realize they were getting actual, clean homes, not just cramped barracks or tents. Gratitude and loyalty surged among them. Coming to Fenris had been a stroke of luck. Desperate to avoid returning to their old lives, they threw themselves into the construction work. Ghislaine watched the diligent, smiling workers and felt deeply satisfied with their morale. Claude agreed that this level of enthusiasm would certainly speed up all other projects across the territory. Ghislaine then reminded Claude that they must maintain this pace because of the impending war. At the mention of war, Claude's expression instantly turned serious and troubled. The territory was booming, and the new residents were blissfully unaware of the impending threat of war. Ghislaine realized that once these people had property, they would fight to protect it, making his development plans surprisingly strategic. Claude, ever the worrier, pointed out that resource shortages were looming again, especially timber and iron ore. The iron shortage was critical, as most of the northern supply was controlled by Count Cavaldi, making it almost impossible to secure. Ghislaine simply declared it was time for the next phase. If they were out of resources, they would just go take them. Claude could only sigh, silently praying that Ghislaine's latest grand plan wouldn't involve risking his life again. Meanwhile, Ghislaine's former comrades, mercenaries, soldiers, and hunters, began arriving in the territory one by one. Claude was baffled by how Ghislaine knew the exact whereabouts and desperate circumstances of these strangers. Ghislaine, unable to explain his past life knowledge, just smiled, delighted to see his old friends again after so long. Claude watched this enthusiastic welcome with undisguised disgust, viewing his lord as completely insane. With 92 recruits gathered, Ghislaine felt a deep wave of emotion, reminded of his formidable mercenary band from the past. He walked among the ranks, embracing each one and apologizing quietly for the catastrophic failure of their final battle. Ghislaine promised himself that he would never repeat the mistake of rushing into war. There would be no second defeat. He quickly composed himself and began outlining the job, promising good compensation and housing for his new standing army. Ghislaine introduced his staff, starting with their new training instructor, the massive and dependable Jillian. Next was Belinda, the head steward, who greeted the ferocious newcomers with a bright, welcoming smile. Finally, Ghislaine introduced Kaor, who was in charge of security, and immediately decided to escalate the situation. Kaor called himself the craziest dog and threatened to crush anyone who dared cause trouble, instantly turning the atmosphere tense. Kaor loved a fight and grinned widely, seeing this as the perfect opportunity to assert dominance on the first day. The rough recruits were not intimidated and immediately challenged him, asking Ghislaine if they could fight for Kaor's position. One man provoked Kaor further by mentioning the infamous, brutal fighting style known as the Moriana's Way. Jillian frowned deeply, ready to intervene, furious that they would show such blatant disrespect in front of the Lord. Just as Jillian moved to drag the fools away, Belinda suddenly snapped, unable to take the chaos any longer. She screamed, calling them disgraceful and questioning why everyone was so eager to act like a bandit gang. The intense, murderous tension that had filled the air instantly vanished, leaving behind an extremely awkward silence. Belinda quickly asserted her role, demanding to know if the newcomers thought the Lord's territory was some kind of joke. She declared that she was done with the chaos and intended to fully exercise her authority as the head steward to restore order. She warned them to return to their places immediately, unless they wanted to find out exactly what punishment felt like. The recruits snapped to attention, shouting their understanding in unison, realizing they had met their match in the head steward. Just as Kaor started bragging about how much better everyone looked behaving, Belinda spun around and unleashed her fury on him instead. She accused him of constantly picking fights and challenged him to try fighting her first, calling him a weakling. Kaor was completely taken aback. Despite their usual bickering, he had never seen her this openly furious and couldn't argue with her official rank. Ghislaine sighed inwardly, disappointed that the tension was diffused, as he had already mentally planned the matchups and entertainment. Belinda noticed his lingering expression and immediately asked if he was upset that she stopped the fighting. Ghislaine tried to claim he was only thinking about establishing a hierarchy, but Belinda instantly saw through his facade. "Of course not," he insisted. "I've always told you I'm a pacifist at heart." Belinda sighed, admonished everyone one last time, and then walked away, leaving the retainers in another uncomfortable silence. Everyone awkwardly cleared their throats, including Jillian, who pretended he hadn't been about to step in earlier. Claude leaned in to whisper that it was a shame, as he had been planning to bet on a 5-year contract extension for the winner. Ghislaine confirmed that if Belinda got truly angry, she moved from the sword to poison, and Claude vowed to stay on her good side. Claude then tilted his head, asking how Ghislaine knew the exact order of her attacks: sword, then poison. Ghislaine quickly dismissed the question and announced it was time to move on to the next task. Claude protested, alarmed that Ghislaine was adding more work when they were already completely overwhelmed. Ghislaine smiled reassuringly, promising Claude that he wouldn't have to do much for this one. Claude's face clearly showed his disbelief, knowing that Ghislaine would never stop until he literally dropped dead from exhaustion. Ghislaine stated the immediate need to prepare to secure more iron ore, a critical resource they were running low on. Once all his retainers had gathered, Ghislaine dropped the bombshell: "We'll attack Count Cavaldi's domain." The absurd statement left everyone staring blankly, forcing Claude to ask again if they were really there to discuss securing iron ore. Ghislaine shot Claude a look of disappointment for suggesting he would attack someone simply because he didn't like them. He explained the strategy. Seizing Cavaldi's iron supply would weaken Desmond and strengthen Fenris at the same time. Claude staggered, gripping his head in disbelief, realizing Ghislaine was proposing to attack a neutral party just to steal resources. Claude tried to reason that they couldn't attack someone unprovoked, but Ghislaine insisted Cavaldi was their enemy and would eventually join Desmond. Claude, unable to hold back his frustration at the lack of rational thought, blurted out, "Do you have some kind of personality disorder?" Before Ghislaine could respond, Belinda jumped in fiercely to defend him, insisting their lord was a kind, gentle soul. This immediately sparked a fierce argument between the two, with Claude questioning how Ghislaine could be both gentle and violent. Ghislaine stepped in to calm them down, redirecting the focus back to the evidence. Cavaldi was sending massive amounts of iron to Desmond. Claude conceded the suspicious iron flow, but warned that attacking Cavaldi meant openly declaring war on the Duke's powerful faction. Ghislaine impatiently dismissed the political fear, stating they were already enemies, and delaying the inevitable fight was pointless. He simplified the situation, asking Claude to imagine a fight. Was it better to wait and get hit first or to strike first? Claude reluctantly agreed that the first strike usually wins, citing an old saying. Ghislaine pressed the point, insisting that attacking Cavaldi first was the only smart move, securing iron before Desmond could prepare. Claude looked utterly defeated, asking if Ghislaine understood that one mistake could mean the end of everyone in their domain. Despite the chorus of opposition from his retainers, Ghislaine remained resolute, determined to seize the iron ore immediately. Finally, Claude raised the last critical issue. The difference in strength was enormous, and Cavaldi's soldiers had the finest, iron-equipped gear. Ghislaine confidently declared he had never lost a war he commanded, clicking his tongue at everyone's obvious doubt. Belinda covered her mouth to hide her amusement, thinking about his technically flawless 100% success rate. Ghislaine sensed their skepticism and felt frustrated that his past life achievements meant nothing to these people. Claude pointed out that even if they gathered 1,000 able-bodied settlers, they were still just a disorganized rabble without training. Ghislaine admitted fighting alone would be costly, but immediately shut down the idea of waiting for a better opportunity. He announced they would find extra soldiers, train the current force quickly, and establish the Fenris Knights. The retainers were stunned. Creating a knightly order without a single knight was the most baffling thing he had suggested yet. Claude, unable to hide his shock, asked bluntly how they could possibly create a knightly order from scratch. Ghislaine simply stated they would turn the existing mercenaries and new recruits into formally knighted warriors in just 2 months. Claude was flabbergasted, realizing Ghislaine planned to use the expensive mana-accumulating array meant for accelerating training. Ghislaine confirmed his plan, stating he would personally teach them the cultivation technique to force them to reach low-level knighthood. Suddenly, Belinda interrupted with a sharp voice, horrified that he intended to share the Ferdium family's secret cultivation technique. Ghislaine shrugged off her concerns, asking why tradition mattered when they urgently needed strong soldiers for the upcoming war. Belinda insisted the technique was sacred knowledge, the foundation of the family's power, and not to be distributed so casually. Ghislaine countered that the technique was already spreading through various means, minimizing the gravity of the situation. Belinda challenged him, asking who had ever given a family secret technique to hundreds of people simultaneously, to which Ghislaine replied, "Me." Belinda sighed in exasperation, internally noting that her young lord had swung from being too stingy to being outrageously reckless. She glanced toward Fergus, the respected elder knight seated nearby, hoping he would object to the breaking of tradition. Fergus completely shattered her expectations, smiling indulgently and stating that the young lord should simply do as he pleased. Belinda realized with despair that Fergus was utterly smitten, displaying the proud, permissive smile of a doting grandparent. Fergus offered a minor caution about the dangers of war, but Ghislaine barely nodded, his attention already elsewhere. Seeing Fergus's approval, Belinda tried again, arguing that monocultivation takes years of dedicated practice, not 2 months. Ghislaine assured her it was fine, explaining he would modify the technique, much like he had done previously for Vanessa. He then dropped another bomb, announcing he would rewrite and replace the entire outdated Ferdium family's ancient cultivation method. Belinda pressed her hand against her forehead, utterly incredulous at his announcement that he was rewriting centuries of family legacy. She warned him that rewriting core techniques was incredibly dangerous and only possible for legendary geniuses. Otherwise, people risked crippling injury. Ghislaine retorted by reminding her that she had always praised him as a genius when he was a child. Belinda froze, realizing she couldn't reveal that her past praise was merely exaggerated encouragement for his childhood milestones. Ghislaine, confident in his abilities as a former pinnacle warrior, insisted he had modified countless techniques before, and this would be easy. He ended by telling her simply to trust him, referencing the successful way he had helped Vanessa unlock her mana abilities. Belinda was almost swayed by his certainty, but then realized that "trust me" was the most common phrase used by every reckless scoundrel. Claude quickly jumped in, desperate to inject some rationality by focusing on the massive financial costs of war and development. He questioned why Ghislaine would gamble all their resources on creating a risky mana formation, instead of selling their precious runestones for immediate funds. Claude passionately pleaded that one mistake could cost them all their lives against the powerful Desmond, begging for a rational approach. Ghislaine remained completely unfazed by their panic, simply shrugging and stating that this radical plan was perfectly rational to him. He challenged them, asking if he had ever failed to deliver on a promise, insisting he wasn't the type of person to make false claims. A heavy silence fell over the room as the retainers acknowledged that while his ideas were crazy, they often ended up succeeding. Ghislaine, feeling the weight of their stares, mumbled under his breath about their lack of unwavering belief. Claude urgently asked Ghislaine if they could slow down and plan carefully against Count Desmond. Ghislaine shook his head firmly, stating they must start preparing now, departing after the next harvest. The timeline felt too rushed, making Claude panic and cry out, demanding to know the reason for the haste. Ghislaine simply stated that he needed to fight at the time of his choosing. He planned to win decisively with minimal risk, striking when the iron mines were easiest to take. Seeing Ghislaine's unwavering stance, Claude, stomping in frustration, suggested a bet just like last time. Ghislaine, intrigued by the proposition, leaned forward slightly and asked for the details of the wager. Claude explained desperately that the bet was necessary to calm the anxiety of the uneasy vassals. Ghislaine nodded, understanding that unwavering determination was required for the upcoming fight. Claude confirmed they would prepare for the expedition, but laid out the critical condition for the march. If they didn't have everyone capable of using mana within 2 months, the march must be called off, focusing only on defense. Ghislaine silently clicked his tongue, knowing Claude's defensive skills were not enough against the ducal faction's full might. Sensing Ghislaine was leaning toward agreement, Claude quickly increased the stakes. Claude bet 10 more years of servitude for both himself and the mage Ulfoy. Ulfoy screamed in protest, horrified at being dragged into the risky wager without his consent. He was quickly silenced by the cold glares of the surrounding vassals, who supported stopping the march. Ghislaine turned to Ulfoy with a playful smile, asking if he was truly fine with another 10 years of service. Claude sincerely stated that the time did not matter, arguing that survival was the only priority. Ghislaine offered an alternative. Wouldn't it be amazing if Claude helped him succeed in training hundreds of mana soldiers? Claude, having endured too much reality, dismissed the fantasy and insisted on the stop if unprepared clause. None of the other vassals objected to the disrespect, prioritizing being rude and alive over loyalty. Ghislaine clicked his tongue again, noting their collective lack of faith in his decisions. Suddenly, Kaor stepped forward, breaking the consensus by declaring his trust in his lord. Kaor quickly admitted he was just restless and wanted a proper fight, promising to kill all the enemies. The surrounding people glared at Kaor in disgust, finding his sudden loyalty unconvincing. Kaor defensively justified his position, accusing the others of lacking loyalty to their lord. Belinda stepped in, blocking Kaor's path and retorting sarcastically about fighting Desmond himself. Jillian joined Belinda, physically restraining the grumbling Kaor and forcing him to back down. Ghislaine watched Kaor with a strange, slightly amused look, recognizing a shared bond with the chaotic mercenary. Ghislaine formalized the bet. If he won, they would march, but preparations must continue regardless. Claude sighed in relief, believing he had secured a safety net against an ill-prepared war. Ghislaine addressed the group again, announcing the increased workload for the estate mages. Ofoy and the other mages instantly turned pale, realizing they were about to be drowned in new work. Ofoy trembled, asking Ghislaine if creating the mana infusion formations was truly necessary right now. When Ghislaine confirmed it, Ofoy screamed, threatening to terminate his contract and return to the tower. Ghislaine calmly nodded and reminded the panicked mages of the slavers who would soon be arriving. Realizing he was trapped, Ofoy collapsed dramatically into utter despair and misery. Vanessa stepped forward, composed despite the situation, and asked Ghislaine for the required quantity of formations. Ghislaine stated they needed 100 formations, but they had to be done within a brutal 1-week deadline. Vanessa encouraged Ofoy, praising his talent and offering her help to complete the impossible task. Claude chimed in with exaggerated, false enthusiasm, calling Ofoy a genius who could handle the workload easily. The other vassals quickly followed suit, piling on empty praise about the prestigious Red Tower mages. Despite his grumbling, Ofoy couldn't help but stand a little straighter, his wounded pride slightly restored. Ofoy, once the arrogant successor of the Mage Tower, believed his talent and background made him untouchable. But after enduring countless hardships under Ghislaine, his legendary self-esteem had taken a severe beating. Suddenly, a torrent of praise washed over him, making him feel the old Mage Tower confidence surge back. He immediately puffed up, declaring that such a task was simple, merely a way to playfully tease his lord. The surrounding wizards looked on in disbelief, knowing Ofoy's weakness for excessive flattery. The sycophantic praise continued, hailing him as the dignified future of the great Red Flame Mage Tower. Even Ghislaine chimed in, giving a hearty thumbs-up and calling Ofoy the absolute best. Claude dramatically pointed at Ofoy's hand, calling it the Hand of Miracles destined to save the territory. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause, solidifying Ofoy's belief in his own sudden miraculous status. Watching the spectacle, Claude leaned toward Wendy, remarking that Ofoy desperately needed a dose of reality. With the mood fully established, Ghislaine casually asked if the genius wizard could meet the impossible deadline. Scanning the expectant faces, Ofoy dramatically raised his hand and arrogantly promised to take care of everything. The crowd cheered wildly for Ofoy, while the other worried wizards hung their heads in utter defeat. Moments later, Ofoy sat before the runestone, biting his nails and instantly regretting his prideful promise. The work was overwhelming, compounded by demands from construction sites and administrative deadlines. Worst of all, Claude maliciously sent hourly reminders, demanding the miracle hand show results immediately. Ofoy cursed Claude, realizing he had fallen for words laced with strange enchantment, like a magical trick. He muttered that creating the mana condensation array in a single week was simply impossible, even for all the mages combined. Just as Ofoy lamented his fate, Vanessa tentatively approached, suggesting she might have a solution to the problem. She confirmed she could inscribe the circle, but their progress was stalled by a severe lack of raw mana supply. Ofoy responded curtly, accusing her of showing off, reminding her that he was the superior Mage Tower successor. Vanessa quickly clarified, if Ofoy transferred his mana to her, she could finish the entire array rapidly. Ofoy and the other wizards recoiled in horror, remembering the painful and potentially lethal transfers during the war. Vanessa argued that failure meant disgrace and threatened the territory's development, appealing directly to his fragile pride. Ofoy tried suggesting expensive runestones instead, but Vanessa countered that the Lord needed those for future tasks. Softening her tone, Vanessa promised he would receive even greater praise and 2 days of rest if they finished early. Driven by the lure of pride and rest, Ofoy finally conceded, telling Vanessa to be gentle with the mana transfer. Once the transfer began, Vanessa displayed incredible focus, fueled by her determination to help the territory succeed. In just 2 days, she completed 100 mana condensation arrays, achieving a true miracle. However, the cost was high. 26 wizards were collapsed, and Vanessa was barely standing, completely emaciated. The skeletal wizards groaned, realizing Vanessa had ruthlessly drained them, perhaps holding a personal grudge. Ofoy, trembling and exhausted, demanded assurance that everyone knew he had successfully led the impossible project. Satisfied with her faint confirmation, Ofoy and the remaining wizards finally collapsed, faint smiles on their faces. Ghislaine, shocked by the speed of completion, rushed over to find his entire mage corps looking utterly terrible. Vanessa insisted she was fine and only needed to double-check the arrays, despite suddenly wiping a spot of bright red blood from her nose. Alarmed by the increasing flow of blood, Ghislaine ordered her to rest immediately, taking over the final inspection. Mid-explanation about the array's long duration, Vanessa lost consciousness, collapsing forward into Ghislaine's arms. Catching her, Ghislaine chuckled softly, admiring her unexpected determination and the wizards who had endured the transfer. Ghislaine had the servants carry the wizards away, then summoned Jillian to immediately divide the security shifts. The time for the constitutional reform had arrived, marked by the soft, radiant blue glow of 100 completed magic circles. Most mercenaries quickly altered their contracts to lifelong service with the Fenris territory. They were all driven by the promise of knighthood and the family's secret, mana cultivation technique. Some were highly skeptical, believing the Lord would never share such a closely guarded secret. Others hoped they would at least learn something better than the basic techniques currently available. Despite the excitement, experienced veterans sensed that a large war was about to break out soon. Still, the allure of power and status was enough to make the risk worthwhile for everyone. Kaor and the Cerberus Corps, however, were still struggling with the decision to forfeit their freedom. Kaor asked his men what they planned to do before the construction of the mana arrays was finished. The members exchanged nervous glances, agreeing to follow Kaor but voicing doubt about the technique. Kaor pressured them, stating that anyone who stayed would have to leave the Cerberus Corps. The men remained silent, knowing that leaving the Corps meant forfeiting a hand to the captain. Kaor forced a rough laugh, calling them loyal while trying to hide his own rising frustration. He realized his own hesitation stemmed from an unfamiliar attachment to the chaotic territory of Fenris. One member cautiously spoke up, noting that leaving meant returning to boring, petty jobs in the north. Another admitted that fighting here was entertaining and much better than wasting their time elsewhere. The member pressed further, asking if Kaor could really handle fighting against Lord Ghislaine. Kaor instinctively flinched, recoiling at the memory of fighting the crazy lord again. He looked around and saw his men watching him with obvious, hopeful anticipation. Kaor realized his mind was already made up. Leaving this excitement would be a lifetime regret. Ignoring his pride, Kaor declared loudly, "All right, screw it. We're becoming knights." The Cerberus men immediately erupted into thunderous cheers of relief and excitement. Kaor, now smug, announced to his men that he would be the commander of the knightly order. Suddenly, Ghislaine appeared, interrupting Kaor's self-proclamation with perfect timing. Ghislaine stated flatly that he, the Lord, would be taking the role of commander himself. A confused and frustrated Kaor argued, asking why the Lord would handle everything personally. Ghislaine dismissed the plea, mentioning convenience and the possibility of reorganization later. To provoke him, Ghislaine added that he wasn't sure Kaor would make it, claiming he was bad at fighting. Ghislaine then congratulated Kaor on his decision, officially sealing the lifelong contract. As a gift, Ghislaine handed Kaor 2 books, the family's mana technique and a swordsmanship manual. Keor's eyes widened in shock, realizing he had been given the priceless family secrets. Ghislaine explained the books were tailored to fix Keor's poor fundamentals and body imbalance. Keor, humbled and sincere, asked why Ghislaine would share such a precious treasure with him. Ghislaine smirked, claiming it was only because he didn't want Keor getting beaten up constantly. Keor bit his lip, tucking the books into his coat, trying desperately to suppress a joyful grin. As he reached the door, Keor paused, overwhelmed by the depth of Ghislaine's unprecedented investment. Letting go of the door, Keor turned back and performed a deep, formal bow of heartfelt gratitude. Ghislaine didn't stop with Keor. He called Jillian next and presented him with a heavy stack of books. Ghislaine explained they were tailored mana cultivation techniques and a compiled weapon manual specifically for him. Jillian realized the Lord had been preparing these advanced, personal manuals during his long nights of writing. Ghislaine teased him about learning from someone so much younger, but Jillian simply affirmed his Lord was special. After sparring countless times, Jillian knew Ghislaine possessed an enlightenment far beyond his actual years. Ghislaine explained he only made minor adjustments to enhance Jillian's existing path and push past his limits. Jillian realized his ingrained techniques needed this specific help to overcome the limitations of his experience. Though he thought he had abandoned his ambitions, the dormant flame of strength suddenly flared back to life. These techniques were treasures so valuable that even the continent's most renowned knights would envy them. Jillian was touched that Ghislaine trusted him enough to casually hand over such life-changing secrets. He vowed to master them quickly and intensify the training of the stubborn soldiers under his command. Ghislaine, concerned, warned him not to overdo it, urging him to take care of his own body. Jillian insisted his role was to crush all enemies, and he was still lacking in strength. Next, Ghislaine asked Belinda a single, important question. When was the last time she properly trained? Belinda sighed, calculating it had been over 10 years since she had the time for real practice. She explained that raising him, managing the household, and cleaning up his messes consumed all her energy. Ghislaine acknowledged that despite her minimal training, her mana control and combat skills were still exceptional. Since he couldn't ask her to stop working, Ghislaine concluded the only solution was to throw money at the problem. He immediately summoned the mages and artisans to install a massive mana condensation array in her private bedroom. He also commissioned bracelets using vast amounts of runestones to boost their typically poor efficiency. The mages were horrified, asking if this excessive expense was truly for just one extremely busy person. Ghislaine insisted the head butler required the absolute best environment for training during her rare free moments. He then made a specific request: engrave the word charnel on the bracelets just for the aesthetic vibe. When Belinda finally received the specialized array and the powerful bracelets, she was moved to tears. Ghislaine explained this setup would help her accumulate mana faster during her spare time. She felt overwhelmed, realizing that this gesture was more than enough, filling her heart with warmth. She asked him directly if the bracelet was a fake, knowing his peculiar sense of humor. Ghislaine scratched his head awkwardly and admitted it was obvious, making her burst into laughter. Later, Ghislaine stood before the assembled apprentice knights, ready to begin the next phase of training. He announced he would teach them the true, centuries-old mana cultivation method of the Feridium family. The hundreds of apprentice knights were stunned, realizing he was offering forbidden, family-only techniques. One nervous apprentice stammered, asking if it was truly safe to share such dangerous, valuable knowledge. Ghislaine answered bluntly that the true danger lay in losing the war, not in sharing the technique. Then, with a small smile, he confessed he didn't want any of them to die in the upcoming battle. They finally understood. Their Lord was putting his complete trust in them, breaking tradition for their safety. Without a word, the hundreds of figures placed their hands over their hearts in a profound gesture of loyalty. Slowly, the mercenaries turned knights knelt on one knee, pledging their service with all their hearts. Their voices rose in unison, a clumsy but sincere vow. "We swear to serve you loyally." Ghislaine saw the fierce determination in the eyes of the apprentice knights. He knew they were ready to take the risk for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ghislaine promised them that with his modified technique, they would all master mana usage in just 2 months. The crowd erupted in cheers, but the excitement quickly evaporated as they considered the risks of a custom technique. Ignoring their doubt, Ghislaine called out the burly mercenary, Gordon, to go first. Gordon tried to refuse, but Ghislaine reminded him of his previous complaints about missing out on training. Reluctantly, Gordon stepped forward and sat down, allowing Ghislaine to place a hand on his back. Ghislaine warned him to focus on the mana flow, while Gordon nervously asked if he would survive. Before Gordon could finish protesting, Ghislaine began forcibly channeling mana into his body. Gordon let out a horrifying scream as the foreign energy felt like sharp blades tearing through his insides. Ghislaine shouted at him to endure the pain, reminding the whining giant that others were tougher. The agony was overwhelming, and Gordon desperately tried to scramble up and flee the session. Ghislaine refused to stop, knowing the mana roads needed to be established for future cultivation. Under the immense internal pressure, Gordon coughed up blood before finally collapsing unconscious. Ghislaine wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled brightly at the unconscious figure. The apprentices, having witnessed the ordeal, collectively took a horrified step back. Ghislaine grinned wickedly at their terrified reaction, asking who was brave enough to go next. One timid knight asked if they couldn't just learn the technique the normal, safer way. Ghislaine scoffed, explaining that the pain was the fastest way to imprint the mana paths onto their bodies. They realized the painful method was necessary, but seeing Gordon convulsing made it hard to ignore their fear. Attendants, completely unfazed, moved swiftly and efficiently to carry Gordon away for immediate medical treatment. Just as hesitation peaked, a quiet, new recruit named Lucas stepped forward confidently. Lucas sneered at the other mercenaries, calling them cowards for fearing a little pain. The veteran mercenaries glared back, their pride deeply stung by the newcomer's insult. Lucas then knelt before Ghislaine, stating he was ready to endure the process. Ghislaine placed his hand on Lucas' back, knowing this prodigy was driven entirely by his need to look cool. A horrifying scream instantly rang out, but Ghislaine sighed, noting he hadn't even started channeling mana yet. Lucas sheepishly grinned, realizing his mistake, but Ghislaine immediately began the excruciating infusion. Ghislaine whispered a taunt, reminding Lucas that everyone was watching and he couldn't afford to be embarrassed. Driven by sheer pride, Lucas gritted his teeth, but eventually the pain overwhelmed him and he passed out. With 2 men down, the situation changed. Desperation and pride overcame their fear. Veterans and newcomers alike began competing fiercely, arguing over who would get to endure the torment next. Ghislaine finally showed a satisfied expression, realizing they had embraced the necessary risk. The painful process accelerated as Ghislaine quickly administered the forced mana paths to the eager volunteers. While most collapsed in agony, several managed to endure the ordeal, clinging to consciousness through sheer willpower. Groans filled the air as the attendants rushed to carry the growing number of collapsed trainees away. One knight, half-conscious on a stretcher, looked up at Ghislaine with a proud, relieved smile. He asked if the suffering was finally over, hoping they could use mana immediately. Ghislaine replied that they had only scratched the surface and would need to repeat the process several more times. Hearing that he had to endure the agony again, the knight simply whimpered before fainting on the spot. Day after day, the apprentice knights endured agonizing pain as their mana paths were forcibly opened. They realized no one could teach this technique to another person without killing the student outright. Ghislaine was equally exhausted, meticulously controlling the chaotic mana to prevent the knights from dying. He realized managing so many people simultaneously was far more draining than he had ever anticipated. Driven by the regrets of his past life, he steeled his resolve, treating every day as borrowed time. His unspoken determination spread, encouraging the apprentice knights to grit their teeth and endure alongside him. After one long week, Ghislain, wiping the sweat from his brow, announced that the painful groundwork was finally complete. The knights erupted in cheers, celebrating the end of their excruciating, hellish daily torture. They immediately began training in the powerful mana condensation arrays, eager for the next step. The overwhelming mana flowed into their bodies just by breathing, confirming their newfound power was real. All thoughts of grumbling vanished, replaced by praise for their lord's brutal but highly effective methods. Another week passed, and Ghislain called upon Gordon to demonstrate his control over the newly gathered mana. Gordon stepped forward, confident and eager to feel the power coursing through his newly opened paths. He gathered his tiny mana reserve, but even that small amount made his body feel solid as iron. Feeling invincible, Gordon drew upon every last bit of mana he possessed, pushing his limits. The massive energy eruption excited the other knights, who squirmed in their seats, eager to try it themselves. Suddenly, having exhausted his mana, Gordon collapsed violently, vomiting blood onto the stone floor. The other knights were frozen in shock, but Ghislain clapped his hands, looking absolutely delighted. Gordon, pale and trembling, looked up at Ghislain in disbelief, questioning why he was in such pain. Ghislain casually explained that collapsing and coughing blood was a perfectly normal side effect. Gordon, utterly terrified, asked if this meant he would collapse every single time he used mana. Ghislain reassured him that it only happened if they completely drained their mana reserves in one go. He added that with enough training and strength, this explosive problem would eventually disappear entirely. Gordon then asked the crucial, terrifying question: what happens if they don't train hard enough? Ghislain looked distant, explaining that the unstable mana would drain their life force until they died. Gordon broke down in bitter laughter, realizing they were now trapped by a cursed technique where only the strong survived. Unable to contain his frustration, Gordon screamed that this was a scam and demanded the contract be cancelled. Ghislain was surprised by Gordon's assertiveness, but calmly stated that the contract could not be undone. The knights mentally cursed the madman Ghislain, realizing they now had no choice but to train desperately to live. Meanwhile, Count Harold sat in his luxurious office, consumed by fatigue after sleepless nights spent restoring his forces. He glared at the Duke's letter, which warned him to treat Ghislain as highly as the renowned Sir Jurgen. Harold grabbed his head in frustration, unable to comprehend Ghislain's sudden, disastrous rise to prominence. His lieutenant confirmed that Rayfold was preparing for war, using the attack on Ferdium as justification. Harold worried deeply about the lack of a counter to Sir Jurgen, making the planned rebellion a deadly gamble. He received Amelia's message claiming she would handle Jurgen herself, which only fueled Harold's rage. Harold angrily ordered his lieutenant to tell Amelia to sit tight and wait for his explicit permission. He then ordered spies to be planted among the new wave of settlers heading into the sealed Fenris territory. Massaging his temples, Harold vowed that once Rayfold was dealt with, Ghislain would inevitably be next. Amelia gritted her teeth in frustration after reading Harold's latest letter. She felt Harold was being overly cautious and missing the crucial moment to act. Amelia looked up, realizing her aide was simply staring at her, completely mesmerized. She sighed deeply, admitting to herself that she had enabled his dependency by handling all the planning. Startled by both Amelia and her cat, the aide wiped his mouth and snapped to attention. Amelia quickly declared that since Harold was failing, they had to take the initiative and move first. The aide worried that Count Desmond would be furious if they deviated from the established plan. Amelia countered that they simply needed to get his mandatory approval first by forcing his hand. She planned to send Harold misleading information at a critical moment, compelling him to act immediately. After their success, They would bypass Harold entirely and communicate directly with the Duke's family. Her aide swallowed nervously, realizing the political risks involved in outmaneuvering Harold. Deciding against asking for details, the aide remained silent, knowing it would only lead to more work. Amelia picked up a new report and casually inquired about the trading deal involving Ghislaine. The aide hesitated, revealing that Ghislaine's group kept asking for a strange, consistent discount. It wasn't hundreds of gold, but exactly one single gold coin every time they made a purchase. Baffled, she massaged her temples, wondering if Ghislaine was intentionally mocking her. Shaking off the logistics, Amelia ordered the aide to send someone to the capital to get some of Ghislaine's cosmetics. She admitted that Ghislaine had become a significant player, gaining the support of powerful nobles like the Marquis of Branford. She regretted only offering 20,000 gold initially, lamenting the waste of his potential. Her aide, growing anxious, asked if she intended to reopen the marriage proposal. Amelia laughed, stating she would never marry a man who acted superior in front of her. She then softened her expression, declaring there was no need to hurt her own people over someone like him. This phrase instantly thrilled the aide, whose face lit up with overwhelming happiness and devotion. Amelia promptly commanded her energized aide to ensure the operation was executed flawlessly. Meanwhile, Ghislaine was relentlessly pressuring Claude to speed up the delivery of the specialized slaves. Claude explained that transporting non-human slaves was dangerous and required extreme caution due to bandits. Ghislaine stressed that the dwarves must be prioritized and sent ahead immediately, regardless of the delay for others. Grumbling, Claude agreed to send someone to check on the slavers and hurry them along. Ghislaine smirked and made his way to the training grounds, determined to continue his routine despite his busy schedule. He was dressed in custom-made thick steel armor, weighing hundreds of kilograms, panting heavily. Heavy chains wrapped around his body, further increasing the unbearable load and echoing with every motion. Despite the crushing weight, Ghislaine slowly and deliberately swung his sword, focusing on absolute precision. His muscles screamed with intense pain, but he gritted his teeth and fought through the agony. Thanks to his rapid regeneration, his torn muscles instantly healed, allowing him to grow stronger at an incredible pace. He knew he needed overwhelming power to stand against enemies like Harold Desmond, who was surely biding his time. Amelia Rayfold was a wild card. Eliminating her now would only be counterproductive to his grand strategy. He resolved to use her ambitions to keep their enemies distracted and buy himself crucial time. Beyond them, even more dangerous foes like the Duke of Delphine, Raoul, and Count Balzac were waiting. And the ultimate threat remained Aiden, one of the continent's 7 strongest, who would soon come looking for him. After realizing he needed a better training method, he decided to ask Vanessa to set up a wide-area gravity spell. Finally, after days of waiting, nagging, and grueling training, the long-awaited news arrived. The dwarves were here. Ghislaine was irritated by constant delays, demanding to know why the dwarven slaves took so long to arrive. He finally met the exhausted slaver, who was driven mad by the high stakes and Ghislaine's constant pressure. Ghislaine quickly checked the cargo, about 100 sturdy dwarves staring back with sullen, defiant expressions. The nervous slaver warned Ghislaine that unshackled dwarves are dangerous and prone to violent rebellion. Ghislaine dismissed the warning with a wave, assuring the slaver they had the situation completely under control. The slaver was confused, looking around at the so-called Fenris knights, who looked more like emaciated skeletons and were coughing violently. The slaver wondered if this lord was some sort of necromancer, judging by his sickly, corpse-like forces. Worried the territory was collapsing, the slaver urgently demanded to confirm the payment was ready. Ghislaine calmly signaled Claude, who opened a massive chest overflowing with shining gold coins. Relieved, the slaver quickly verified the gold, loaded the chest, and announced he was leaving immediately. Ghislaine warned him not to stray far and demanded the next delivery arrive much sooner. Before fleeing, the slaver offered one last piece of advice about the dwarves' extreme pride and needs. He explained that dwarves require good food and consistent alcohol access to produce quality goods. Ghislaine nodded, confirming he understood the difficulty of handling such proud and particular workers. The slaver stated the next delivery, which included elf slaves, would take at least 5 or 6 months. Ghislaine clicked his tongue, demanding the slaver expedite the process as much as humanly possible. He mentioned he would be away for a while, and promised the slaver would hear surprising news upon his return. The slaver bowed deeply but rushed away, convinced Ghislaine's territory was about to collapse. Watching the man hurry off, Ghislaine smirked, assuming the slaver sensed the imminent takeover of Cavaldi. Claude disagreed, glancing at the sickly knights, and reminded Ghislaine of their bet about the novice's mana. Ghislaine irritably waved him off, reminding Claude to focus on preparation, then ordered the shackles removed. As the heavy restraints were released, the dwarves stretched their sturdy bodies with obvious disinterest. Galbaric, the bearded leader, scoffed, questioning the young lord's fearlessness in freeing them with such weak forces. Ghislaine recognized the legendary blacksmith Galbaric, fought to hide his immense excitement, and responded provocatively. Galbaric retorted that running away sounded good, boasting he could probably take down everyone present. A former mercenary knight tried to assert his status but collapsed mid-sentence, spitting up blood. The dwarves watched the scene silently, realizing something was fundamentally wrong with this territory's defense. Massaging his temples, Ghislaine sighed in frustration and quietly ordered the collapsed knight to be carried off. Ghislaine explained that running was futile. The human-ruled continent meant slavers would hunt them relentlessly. Galbaric grimaced, clicking his tongue in frustration, admitting that Ghislaine's harsh assessment was accurate. However, Galbaric insisted that their work quality depended entirely on how well they were treated. Amused by the dwarf's stubbornness, Ghislaine asked if Galbaric, whose name he knew, was now the group's leader. Ghislaine made a bold offer: cooperate fully for 10 years, and he would grant them freedom and an autonomous zone. Galbaric scoffed, calling the promise nonsense and questioning if a minor lord could truly defy the kingdom's laws. Ghislaine replied brazenly that laws were just rules, and if necessary, he would change the entire kingdom's view. Galbaric, startled by the treasonous declaration, quickly glanced around to see if anyone else had heard. Noticing Galbaric's startled confusion, Ghislaine merely shrugged, knowing treason was inevitable anyway. Ghislaine decided to sweeten the deal further by appealing to their professional pride as craftsmen. He asked if they were bored of constantly being forced to craft pointless, luxurious decorative items. Galbaric admitted his boredom, glancing at the weak knights, and asked if they would finally be forging weapons. Ghislaine confirmed the weapons but smiled mysteriously, saying that was only the beginning of their new work. Pointing to his head, Ghislaine promised them revolutionary, world-changing ideas that would satisfy their artistic passion. Galbaric burst into laughter, finding Ghislaine's confident demeanor both cute and absurd. He lectured the young lord, explaining that a concept without a blueprint is just a useless fantasy. The other dwarves chimed in, mocking nobles who demanded impossible or impractical things they knew nothing about. Galbaric finished by shrugging, dismissing Ghislaine's entire idea as nothing more than a toy. A heavy silence fell, broken only by a faint cough, as the dwarves stared at Galbaric, confused by his sudden dismissal. Ghislaine chuckled, calling out Galbaric for being too rigid and having the imagination of a mere skilled technician, not a craftsman. The dwarves flared up in anger. No one dared insult their pride or question their craftsmanship like this young lord. Galbaric shouted to silence his comrades, then glared fiercely at Ghislaine, warning him not to push their pride further. Ignoring the threats, Ghislaine simply beckoned with a flick of his finger, inviting the hesitant dwarves to follow him. He led them into a massive workshop, and upon entering the dwarves stopped, looking around in utter fascination. Ghislaine explained that this was where they produced skincare cream, the high-end cosmetics that funded their entire territory. Ghislaine challenged their solidified brains, urging them to watch carefully to understand how these sophisticated tools worked. As the dwarves examined the equipment closely, their faces slowly grew pale with shock and realization. They instantly grasped the purpose of the tools, marveling at the efficient extraction of herbal properties. The dwarves gathered to excitedly discuss the brilliant ideas behind the filtration system and rapid cooling techniques. With their passion reignited, they turned to Ghislaine, urgently demanding to meet the genius who had designed this workshop. Ghislaine simply pointed to himself with his thumb, confirming that all the revolutionary designs came from his own head. Several dwarves, exasperated by the crude equipment, immediately begged Ghislaine to let them improve the system for massive efficiency boosts. Ghislaine nodded in satisfaction, but noted that half the group, including Galbaric, still stood stiffly, their pride making them resist. Ghislaine beckoned once more and led the group away, promising to show them something else entirely. They arrived at a recently built housing complex, and the construction-minded dwarves immediately began marveling at the unique design. They realized the design challenged all their preconceived notions about what a simple house should look like. Inspiration surged, and they started debating how to improve the design with better materials, heating, and drainage systems. Galbaric, still trembling with confusion, hesitantly asked Ghislaine if he was responsible for these revolutionary designs as well. Ghislaine smiled and led them to the final destination, a vast, seemingly endless farm. The dwarves' jaws dropped as they gazed at the thriving wheat field, whose stalks were impossibly large for this barren northern land. Ghislaine explained that this land yielded at least 3 harvests a year, proving its immense productivity right before their eyes. Galbaric's skepticism finally shattered as he asked how this was possible, confirming Ghislaine's victory. Ghislaine explained he used rune stones to enhance the seeds and soil, concluding that the method didn't matter as long as it worked. He then delivered his final pitch. He had endless ideas and needed them to bring these revolutionary concepts to life. He delivered the ultimate bait, promising to teach them knowledge and techniques that no one else in the world knew. The bait worked instantly. Galbaric shouted his immediate acceptance, his desire for new technology overriding all pride. Galbaric pleaded to be taught, willing to remain a slave if it meant learning Ghislaine's secrets. Ghislaine confirmed the 10-year cooperation agreement, and Galbaric swore passionately that dwarves never break their promises. Ghislaine smiled and extended his hand, sealing the deal with Galbaric's enthusiastic handshake. The newly committed dwarves shouted their full cooperation, excited to finally have a purpose that matched their abilities. Meanwhile, the members of the Fenris clan watched the interaction from afar, regarding the newly pledged dwarves with pity. Ghislaine and Galbaric were ready to collaborate, but the dwarf leader was already buzzing, listing off a dozen complex projects they could start immediately. Ghislaine cut him off, explaining that all those essential projects were secondary to the single most urgent task. The priority was simple yet shocking. They were going to build a machine that could fly. Galbaric was stunned silent, immediately jumping to the conclusion that Ghislaine had somehow acquired legendary ancient airship schematics. Since true flight was the domain of powerful mages, Galbaric, highly skeptical, agreed to listen to this seemingly absurd plan. To demonstrate his concept, Ghislaine instructed a servant nearby to quickly light a small, contained campfire. Ghislaine tossed a piece of paper into the flames, and as it burned, the lightweight ash drifted upward into the air. When Galbaric asked what the point was, suggesting the ash was just light and wind-blown, Ghislaine shook his head with a smug smirk. He revealed the secret, the fundamental law that hot air rises, carrying light objects with it. The dwarves had seen this phenomenon countless times working with fire, but had never considered its greater significance. Galbaric, still resistant, demanded a scientific explanation for why hot air followed this rule. Ghislaine realized he didn't know the precise science behind the hot air balloon technology he knew from his previous life. He quickly covered his discomfort by claiming it was an unknowable, fundamental law, just like why an apple falls to the ground. But Galbaric immediately corrected him, citing the dragon of wisdom, Schwarzschild, who had long ago explained gravity as a central energy force. Ghislaine, who had never attended the academy, was completely blindsided by this level of technical academic knowledge. Ignoring the complex gravity theory, Ghislaine insisted they just focus on the outcome: hot air rises and cold air sinks. Galbaric pointed out that simply heating air near a fire didn't make anything large float, challenging Ghislaine on the practical application. Ghislaine explained that the heated air needed to be trapped, or it would mix too quickly with the cold air and lose its lift. The idea of trapping the air caught the dwarves' attention, sparking immediate intrigue. Ghislaine outlined the final plan: create a massive fabric airbag, fill it with hot air, and attach a basket for transport. The dwarves were immediately captivated by this totally novel concept of a flying machine. Galbaric noted that Ghislaine had never built one, asking how they would manage directional control once it was airborne. Ghislaine gave vague instructions: mages for heating, wind magic for steering, and long ropes for simple anchoring. Despite the uncertainties, the dwarves were thrilled by the chance to go down in history as the creators of the first flying machine. Ghislaine commanded them to start immediately, emphasizing the extremely tight schedule they were operating under. Galbaric, now fully on board, asked Ghislaine about the specific uses for the new invention. Ghislaine casually listed its benefits: wartime scouting, supply delivery, and most importantly, a lucrative entertainment source for the nobility. Ghislaine then pivoted, reminding Galbaric that they needed to tackle urgent production tasks, starting with doubling the cosmetics equipment output. The dwarves, ready to start the demanding work, turned to leave, but Ghislaine quickly grabbed Galbaric's arm to stop him. Ghislaine revealed the next tasks: coordinating housing upgrades with the mages and immediately constructing an entirely new village. Galbaric had to reluctantly agree, realizing his pride as a renowned dwarf builder wouldn't allow him to refuse such a massive construction project. Ghislaine wasn't finished. He then added the demand for mass production of high-quality metal farming tools for the upcoming harvest. Sweat started trickling down the dwarves' backs. The workload was becoming overwhelming, yet their pride forced them to accept. Galbaric tried to end the conversation to start working, but Ghislaine kept piling on demands: inner armor from rare hides and a massive order of new weapons. The dwarf leader finally protested weakly, admitting that this was simply too much to handle simultaneously. Ghislaine pretended to be confused, reminding Galbaric that he had promised his best effort for the sake of learning and eventual freedom. Galbaric desperately sought a deadline, cautiously suggesting they needed at least a year to finish everything. Ghislaine burst into a sarcastic chuckle, finding the request for a year completely ridiculous given the urgent timeline. Ghislaine leaned in, placing a hand on Galbaric's shoulders to deliver the final, shocking deadline. 1 month, Ghislaine declared simply. That's all the time you have. The dwarves shouted in shock after Ghislaine announced that they only had 1 month to complete their enormous workload. Ghislaine reminded them they had promised to do whatever he needed, pointing out that backing out now would be inconvenient. The frustrated dwarves realized this noble took their boasts literally, unlike the tactful nobles they were used to dealing with. Galbaric tried to appeal to Ghislaine, explaining that such a workload would simply kill them all from exhaustion. Ghislaine countered that if they failed, they would all die anyway, revealing that war was coming with Count Desmond. The dwarves weren't impressed, assuming they would just be taken as valuable assets even if the war broke out. Ghislaine quickly shut down their assumption, threatening to throw them into the front lines as the vanguard if they failed. The dwarves stared at him in disbelief, wondering what kind of noble would risk such precious, skilled workers in battle. Ghislaine, undeterred, told them to take the day off and learn about him, promising they would figure out what to do next. Once Ghislaine left, the dwarves immediately burst into laughter, convinced his threats were completely ineffective. Galbaric suggested they take a look around the estate and ask the townsfolk about their new eccentric lord. The townsfolk willingly shared stories of Ghislaine's relentless determination, his secret troop gathering, and his fighting on the front lines. They detailed his insane political moves, like looting his own father's lands and executing Count Diggold after his surrender. The dwarves realized that while Ghislaine's outcomes were successful, his methods were utterly mad. Their final straw was stumbling upon mages working a construction site, looking ragged and indistinguishable from common laborers. One slouching mage, Ulfoy, immediately confronted them, questioning why they were given a generous month to finish their tasks. Ulfoy boasted that his team had completed 100 mana concentration arrays in just 2 days. Galbaric, completely bewildered by the scale of the labor, hesitated and asked if Ulfoy was even a real mage. Ulfoy straightened up and conjured a ball of fire in his hand, introducing himself as the heir to the prestigious Red Flame Tower. Curiosity overriding caution, Galbaric asked why an heir to a mage tower would be living like a common worker. Ulfoy explained that he had been forcibly dragged in and was now a slave who could not escape the endless labor. Ulfoy grabbed Galbaric's shoulder, telling him they should work together, noting the only upside: they were given plenty of food. The dwarves observed the peculiar, vacant gleam in the mage's eyes, realizing they were completely resigned to their fate. Panicked, the dwarves realized they needed to escape immediately. They couldn't survive this madness. Ulfoy, sensing their thoughts, warned them emphatically that Ghislaine was a master of pursuit and extermination, making escape impossible. He tried to console them by suggesting they could gamble and drink together to make the best of their miserable lives. After a long, agonizing silence, Galbaric finally turned to his fellow dwarves, his voice heavy with resignation. They had no choice but to get to work immediately to avoid being sent to the front lines. Meanwhile, Ghislaine reviewed his plans, recognizing that Fenris alone could not match the Duke's military might. He decided he needed to strengthen the entire northern territory of Ferdium and teach them mana cultivation techniques. With his plan set, Ghislaine loaded several wagons with food and set out for his father's northern fortress. He arrived at Kaipeler, the desolate northern stronghold, where Count Zwalter and Commander Randolph greeted him with furious expressions. Zwalter immediately shouted, accusing Ghislaine of crossing the line by plundering the family's timber forest. Zwalter moved his hand toward the hilt of his sword, ready to assert his authority as the head of the family. Ghislaine calmly apologized for the urgent need for timber and offered the wagons piled high with provisions as compensation. Zwalter's eyebrows twitched. He couldn't reject the massive amount of food, but he couldn't lose face in front of his men either. The Count signaled Randolph, who instantly understood and switched to an exaggerated, welcoming demeanor. Randolph loudly grabbed Ghislaine's hand, insisting they forget the timber and focus on getting the food and getting inside. Zwalter grudgingly agreed to let the matter go, and the two older men ushered Ghislaine into the fortress. Ghislaine shrugged, knowing that their little act hadn't fooled any of the soldiers who had served with them for years. Once inside the office, Zwalter skipped the pleasantries, immediately demanding Ghislaine's real reason for visiting. Zwalter pleaded with his son, admitting he was finally enjoying the peace and didn't want any more complications. Ghislaine ignored the plea and stated the crucial matter: they needed to change the family's mana cultivation method. Zwalter's expression instantly soured at the unexpected and major demand for change. Lord Zwalter listened to the most absurd proposal of his life, changing their ancient family mana method. The tradition was sacred, and the potential dangers of reckless modification were immense. "Say that again," Zwalter demanded, his voice authoritative, refusing to lose his temper immediately. Ghislaine, completely unfazed by his father's intimidation, calmly repeated the necessity of change. Zwalter questioned how his young son could possibly improve a technique passed down for centuries. Ghislaine then retrieved a plain leather-bound book from his coat and placed it on the desk. "This," Ghislaine announced, "contains the improved version of our family's manhwa cultivation method." Zwalter scoffed, finding the notion that Ghislaine had completed the work alone utterly laughable. Ghislaine stood firm. "I'm not asking for collaboration. The improvements are already complete." "What, and you've done all this without any proper verification?" Zwalter was shocked. Ghislaine revealed the method had been thoroughly tested. He had used it on himself. "What?" Zwalter erupted, leaping out of his chair in pure, unadulterated shock and panic. He frantically looked Ghislaine over for any signs of injury. "Are you out of your mind?" Ghislaine assured him he was fine, noting he had been using the modified method for months. He reminded Zwalter that his prowess during the recent war was proof of the technique's effectiveness. Zwalter was stunned into silence, the memory of Ghislaine's impossible combat ability resurfacing. Ghislaine pressed the strategic point. They needed strength to survive the gathering enemies. Zwalter struggled, arguing that altering a technique passed down through 1,000 years was reckless. Ghislaine countered by asking if Zwalter was certain their legacy truly spanned 1,000 years. Zwalter sputtered, admitting the records were lost and the tale was only based on hearsay. Ghislaine stated bluntly that the family's 1,000-year claim was merely a convenient myth. He argued tradition was irrelevant when Count Desmond was preparing for a full-scale attack. Randolph, the Knight Commander, finally interjected, defending the current method as top tier. Ghislaine dismissed them both, stating flatly that their traditional method had inherent limits. He then asked if they hadn't both hit an impenetrable wall in their own training progression. Both men were struck silent, realizing Ghislaine had identified the frustration they shared for years. Ghislaine explained that the technique felt subtly incomplete the further they tried to progress. Zwalter realized his son might indeed be a genius, solving a problem that plagued generations of leaders. Ghislaine assured them he had found the missing elements and filled the necessary gaps in the technique. He stood up, declaring the choice was theirs, as the book contained all the detailed explanations. Zwalter watched his son leave, still hesitant, but the promise of power was overwhelming. Randolph urged him to read it, arguing there was no harm in seeing the contents first. Zwalter finally conceded, picking up the manuscript and starting to flip through the pages. Moments later, Zwalter's expression was replaced by utter, slack-jawed amazement at the flawless theory. Randolph leaned in eagerly, desperate to see the revolutionary concepts for himself. Zwalter finished reading and immediately thrust the book toward his knight commander. Randolph read quickly, and soon his face mirrored the same stunned silence as his lord's. They sat in mutual shock, agreeing that the revised method appeared flawless and essential for survival. Despite Zwalter's lingering unease, they resolved to adopt the technique and start training immediately. They remained unaware that this powerful, new method set them on an irreversible path. Blinded by ambition, Zwalter and Randolph excitedly summoned all their knights for an immediate training session. Zwalter announced that Ghislaine had improved the family's manhwa cultivation method, promising greater effectiveness for everyone. The knights murmured uneasily, remembering Ghislaine's reputation for extreme and reckless behavior. Randolph stepped forward, assuring them that both he and the Lord had thoroughly reviewed the safety of the new method. Despite the assurances, one veteran knight knew Ghislaine's improvements always came with a terrible catch. The knight tried to excuse himself, citing his urgent duties back at the Beast Forest estate. Randolph angrily dismissed his excuse, demanding that the knight learn the technique and stop trying to laze around. Knowing Randolph's unreasonable temper, the knight reluctantly joined the others in learning the modified technique. Following the manual's instructions, the knights found the transition from their old method surprisingly smooth and easy. They immediately noticed the increased speed of mana absorption and release, realizing the technique was genuinely powerful. Witnessing their rapid and visible enhancement, the knights quickly became addicted to the intense training regimen. Zwalter and Randolph watched the fervor, pleased that Ghislaine had unexpectedly provided such a massive advantage. Even as high-ranking knights, they felt their own barriers slowly breaking down, a relief after being stuck for so long. After a month of fanatical dedication, the weakest knights suddenly began to collapse and cough up blood. When they stopped training, the immense accumulated mana was forcibly expelled, causing severe internal backlash. As more knights succumbed, panic and chaos quickly spread throughout the northern fortress. A pale Randolph stammered his suspicions to Zwalter. They had been deceived by Ghislaine. Randolph theorized that Ghislaine had tampered with the technique, hoping to kill them all and claim the inheritance. Zwalter was stunned by the plausible reasoning, yet he pointed out that he and Randolph were still relatively unharmed. Randolph insisted that their higher mana reserves only delayed the inevitable collapse facing every knight. Despair washed over Zwalter, mourning the terrible path his ruthless son was willing to take for power. Just as they resolved to gather forces and strike Ghislaine, a breathless servant rushed in with a letter. Zwalter snatched the letter, wondering if his insolent son had finally declared war on the fortress. As Zwalter read, his expression grew peculiar. The letter outlined the exact problem they were facing and offered a solution. Ghislaine explained that physical strength was required to endure the rapid mana growth and avoid certain death. The letter concluded that revealing the danger earlier would have prevented anyone from learning the crucial technique at all. Furious but desperate, Zwalter roared that everyone must now train to the brink of death to survive. Lying on the ground, coughing blood, the veteran knight realized his worst fears about Ghislaine had come true. Meanwhile, at the Fenris estate, the retainers gathered for the long-awaited demonstration of the wager's outcome. Claude desperately sought reassurance from Wendy, asking how long it usually took to master mana cultivation. Wendy confirmed that mastery usually took years, but noted that their lord always defied common sense and expectation. Ghislaine arrived, looking relaxed and confident, ready to prove his success and finalize their departure plans. He announced that the verification would proceed, confirming whether the knights could now effectively use mana. The retainers gasped in horror as the knights filed in, their bodies emaciated and haggard from the extreme training. Claude, assigned the task of selection, chose Gordon, who was known for his strong physique but slow progression. A thin, bald man stumbled forward. Claude failed to recognize the former bulky mercenary, Gordon. After realizing it was indeed Gordon, Claude handed him a sword and directed him toward the thick iron ingot target. Gordon took a deep breath, concentrating his energy until a faint blue mana light appeared along the blade of the sword. With a powerful cry, he swung the mana-imbued blade down, striking the iron ingot with a resounding clang. Gordon managed to cleave the thick iron ingot in half, sending the crowd of retainers into a frenzy of cheers. Even though the cut surface was rough, this feat proved that Gordon had undeniably harnessed mana to accomplish the impossible. Claude was completely dumbfounded, realizing that Ghislaine's insane training method had actually worked. He realized that if Ghislaine had trained hundreds of knights to this level, their sheer numbers could represent an immense fighting force. Just as Claude was plotting his new strategy, Gordon suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed onto the ground. The cheers died instantly, and the retainers watched in silence as attendants rushed to carry the weakened knight away on a stretcher. Ghislaine broke the uncomfortable silence, asking why everyone was acting so surprised about a little blood and foaming at the mouth. Claude quickly gathered his wits, declaring this entire demonstration a scam, insisting these were not true knights fit for battle. Ghislaine countered that the wager was only that they had to use mana, not that they had to remain standing afterward, technically winning the argument. Frustrated by the technicality, Claude turned desperately to Wendy, demanding to know if this debilitating state was normal. Claude pressed her for an honest answer, pointing out that these oddballs still deserved the right to live, not to be sent to certain death. Pushed to admit the truth, Wendy quietly confessed that she could probably defeat all 200 of the supposedly trained knights single-handedly. The remaining knights frowned, insulted that a mere maid would look down on them so dismissively. Lucas, driven by bravado, stepped forward immediately to challenge Wendy to a duel. But before he could finish his aggressive sentence, he started coughing violently, collapsing to one knee and spitting blood. His comrades rushed to support him, urging him to calm down before the stress killed him right there. A disheartened Claude asked Ghislain if there were truly no other forces they could use for the campaign. Ghislain assured him that the necessary forces would be ready when the time came, dismissing Claude's intense concerns with a vague promise. He explained that the knights were just overworked from rapid mana training and would recover quickly after a brief rest period. Since the knights had technically fulfilled the wager, Ghislain declared the expedition confirmed, extending Claude's servitude by another 10 years. Claude resigned himself to the delay, asking his lord when the actual march would begin. Ghislain replied that they needed to wait for the commissioned items and for the right moment to strike the enemy. Claude seized the opportunity to argue about the obsessive stockpiling of food, which was now overflowing their storage facilities. Ghislain insisted they must keep buying everything, no matter the premium, citing a secret plan Claude wouldn't believe anyway. Having failed to persuade his lord, Claude ultimately gave up the argument, telling Ghislain to do whatever he wanted. The other retainers groaned in quiet despair, resigned to Ghislain's seemingly erratic and expensive decisions. Ghislain smiled to himself, recognizing that despite all the complaints, everyone was performing their jobs perfectly. He knew that his impossible plans were coming together thanks to their hard work, and the moment of truth was rapidly approaching. Amidst the relentless activity and preparation, a sudden piece of good news arrived from the workshops. Galbaric and his crew rushed in, looking utterly miserable and tear-streaked from relentless exhaustion. Ghislain, startled by their appearance, genuinely asked who the unrecognizable, bearded figures were. Galbaric yelled that the non-stop labor had nearly killed them, complaining about the grueling schedule and the hunt for escapees. Ghislain let the dwarf's rant wash over him and calmly asked what the successful news was that brought them there. In an instant, Galbaric's exhaustion vanished, replaced by a triumphant, beaming grin. They had finally completed the massive hot air balloon Ghislain had commissioned. The dwarves finally finished the hot air balloon, and Ghislain was pleased, knowing this new technology would be incredibly useful. Galbaric, ecstatic over this technological victory, started showering Ghislain with wild praise, calling him truly remarkable. To the dwarves, who valued technology above all else, this machine was an achievement that would go down in history. The others declared Ghislain a genius scholar, which made him painfully awkward since he was just recalling blueprints from his past life. He tried to brush off the compliments, but the dwarves just took his modesty as further proof of his brilliance. After confirming the safety, which apparently involved a sheep, a duck, and a rooster, Ghislain ordered the demonstration to begin. The estate retainers quickly assembled, all eyes fixed on the strange device resting on the ground. Claude, ever the optimist, immediately assumed the reconnaissance balloon meant Ghislain was finally backing away from war. He wiped away tears, convinced that no matter how reckless a person might be, sincere persuasion would eventually prevail. Meanwhile, Belinda was simply thrilled, asking the young master if it really flew and begging for a ride. At Ghislain's signal, Ulfoy took center stage, wearing a supremely smug expression as he approached the air chamber. He used his wind and fire magic to rapidly inflate the massive air chamber. The massive sphere slowly lifted off the ground, anchored by a long rope, drawing gasps of awe from the crowd. Ulfoy then jumped into the basket and lit the fuel tank to maintain the heat, ensuring the balloon stayed afloat. The balloon floated steadily at about 20 meters, proving the success of the invention. Amid the enthusiastic cheers, the dwarves stood with their hands behind their backs, basking in the admiration. After the demonstration, Ofoy descended, shrugging arrogantly while announcing the free flight. Before anyone could volunteer, Kayor's booming voice cut through the crowd, demanding the first ride. He insisted that as the future commander, he deserved the first ride, challenging anyone who disagreed to a duel. Ghislaine quickly intervened, deciding it was easier just to let the openly greedy Kayor go first and get it over with. Kayor, beaming with pride, climbed into the hot air balloon while the others watched enviously. Once airborne, Kayor looked down at the tiny figures below and felt an incredible sense of superiority. He convinced Ofoy to fly higher, suggesting they soar all the way up to the heavens to look down on the ants. Ofoy, completely overcome by arrogance, agreed and stopped regulating the temperature, gloating at the people below. The balloon shot upward, rapidly swaying out of control as the air chamber began to shrink. The crowd looked up, confused and murmuring as the balloon swayed wildly at an unsafe altitude. Ghislaine tilted his head, realizing something was definitely wrong with the unexpected movement. Suddenly, the air chamber deflated further, and the balloon began to plummet at an alarming, accelerating rate. Watching the rapid, uncontrolled descent, Ghislaine simply clicked his tongue, observing that the invention was predictably defective. As they fell, Ofoy screamed, utterly consumed by terror and regretting ever leaving the Tower of Magic. Kayor, however, forced himself to stay calm and bellowed at the panicking mage to snap out of it and use any flying magic he knew. Ofoy finally realized he could use a third circle levitation spell to slow their descent just before impact. Kayor immediately seized the opportunity, shouting that they were going to jump off the falling device. Ofoy stared at Kayor in utter disbelief, as if he had just declared a suicide pact. Ofoy clung to the plummeting hot air balloon basket, terrified and questioning if this was just a quicker way to die. Kayor quickly pointed out that casting a spell while tangled in the balloon would only guarantee a worse fate. It made sense, so Kayor grabbed the hysterical Ofoy and without waiting, leaped out of the falling contraption. The sheer terror of freefall was overwhelming as the powerful wind slammed into them, making Ofoy scream uncontrollably. Kayor ignored the noise, focusing intensely on the ground rushing up, knowing there was zero room for error if they wanted to live. When Kayor finally yelled the signal, Ofoy desperately thrust out his hands, pouring every ounce of mana into the survival spell. Thunk, their rapid descent halted abruptly midair, and the sudden change in momentum crushed their bodies with agonizing force. Just as they thought they were safe, they began to accelerate rapidly upward. Ofoy had panicked and completely overcast the spell. Kayor yelled at the idiot to stop, but Ofoy, realizing his mistake, could only stammer an apology as they shot dangerously high. Worse, Ofoy confessed he was completely out of mana, having used too much in the earlier test, and then overdoing this last spell. Kayor gritted his teeth, refusing to die here. He decided that if one of them had to survive, it wouldn't be him sacrificing the other uselessly. Just as he resigned himself to his fate, he spotted figures running toward the landing zone: Ghislaine, Belinda, and Jillian. Then Ghislaine's voice boomed clearly, overriding the wind. "Kayor, relax, stop using mana." Instinctively obeying, Kayor watched as Ghislaine stretched out his hand, unleashing immense mana threads to catch them at impossible speed. Ghislaine activated his third-stage core, pouring all his strength into slowing their descent, but the mana threads began to tear under the strain. Knowing the threads wouldn't hold both, Ghislaine yelled again, "Kayor, throw Ofoy away." Without hesitation, Kayor hurled the nuisance away, just as Jillian leaped high into the air to intercept the mercenary. To disperse the remaining force, Jillian slammed Kayor hard into the ground, a maneuver that saved his life but definitely hurt. Kayor howled in pain at the rough landing, cursing the old man even as Jillian chuckled at his own efficiency. Meanwhile, Belinda had a much trickier job, knowing that slamming the fragile Ofoy down would kill him instantly. With an annoyed grunt, The housekeeper spun several times in the air to dissipate the force before setting the terrified wizard down gently. Both Kayor and Ofoy lay flat on the ground, laughing hysterically, overwhelmed by the sheer, exhilarating joy of surviving certain death. After catching his breath, Ghislaine approached the two prone men, asking calmly what exactly had gone wrong up there. They immediately pointed fingers at each other, shouting simultaneously that the other idiot was responsible for the fiasco. Ghislaine shook his head at their antics. Moments later, the dwarves, looking utterly deflated, timidly approached to report on their creation. Galbaric humbly reported that the air chamber had torn, likely due to a combination of high-altitude winds and overheating. Ghislaine, however, remained pragmatic, ordering the dwarves to reinforce the air chamber with 3 layers and add a protective net for safety. Ghislaine then addressed the remaining onlookers, reassuring them that the technology was sound, provided they stayed within safe limits. As the crowd dispersed, Claude muttered to Wendy that dwarven craftsmanship seemed overrated, given the spectacular failure they just witnessed. Wendy tried to stop him, but it was too late. The proud dwarves had already overheard Claude's cutting, snide comments. Their pride utterly wounded, Galbaric rallied his team, resolving to work through the night until their creation was absolutely perfect. Grumbling on the way, Galbaric kicked up dust, complaining about the unusually dry weather and the strange, increasing heat in the northern region. He hated the harsh northern climate and cursed his fate for being stuck in such an awful place, especially with that annoying steward around. Elsewhere, Ghislaine approached the resting knights, announcing that their break was over and a brutal new training regimen was starting immediately. The knights groaned in disbelief, protesting that they had barely had a chance to rest after the last grueling session. Ghislaine merely smiled and shook his head, clarifying that while they might have time, he definitely did not. Groaning and near tears, the exhausted knights reluctantly dragged themselves to their feet to assemble for the next round of torment. As the knights marched toward the training ground, they complained loudly about their lord's constant rushing. Ghislaine ignored the grumbling, knowing that Jillian, with his stern expression, would push the reluctant mercenaries forward. Upon arrival, the knights were confused by dozens of person-tall wooden platforms set up across the field. Ghislaine climbed onto one platform and announced they would be practicing breakfall techniques. The knights' confusion deepened, as they insisted they already knew how to fall without getting injured. Ignoring their complaints, Ghislaine demonstrated, jumping off the platform and executing a smooth, efficient roll. The knights started laughing, calling the basic maneuver pathetic and undignified for mana-wielding warriors. Ghislaine remained unfazed, stating that techniques meant for survival are focused on efficiency, not looking pretty. Since the movement was simple and the platforms were low, the knights imitated the breakfall easily, following along casually. Ghislaine walked among them, correcting minor flaws in their posture and technique as they quickly adapted. Feeling accomplished, the knights laughed and joked that the training was too simple and short to even count. Ghislaine smiled at their behavior, telling them to continue practicing because they would need this specific skill often. Confused by the emphasis on one basic move, the knights asked why he wouldn't teach them other, more varied breakfalls. Ghislaine simply shook his head, insisting this was the only technique he intended to teach them. As the practice became too casual, Ghislaine turned to the assistants and ordered them to raise the platforms higher. After a few rounds, Ghislaine ordered the height increased again, and the light-hearted mood among the knights shifted. The platforms were raised until they were towering structures, requiring ladders, where a fall would certainly break limbs without mana. A sense of unease settled over the group as they hesitated, wondering if break-falling from this altitude was even possible. Ghislaine urged them on, assuring them that since they could use mana, the fall was still safe. He then revealed the true purpose, focusing all their mana into their arm and shoulder to absorb the impact. Ghislaine explained that other techniques wouldn't work from such a height, but this method ensured they would only break one arm. Unable to hold back, Gordon shouted, questioning why they needed training for something like fighting giants. Ghislaine calmly replied that the training was for when they had to jump or fall from a wall or tower during a siege. Accepting the grim logic, the knights reluctantly began climbing the ladders onto the terrifyingly high structures. The light-hearted laughter was gone, replaced by painful grunts and groans of frustration with every jump. A knight cried out, landing awkwardly and clutching his shoulder, visibly wincing from the severe impact. They had to time their mana release perfectly, right before hitting the ground, completely exhausting their minds and bodies. The knights compared their bruised and purple arms, questioning if this painful ordeal was truly beneficial. Despite the complaints, Ghislaine controlled the height, and after days of grueling practice, they finally mastered the technique. Ghislaine then announced that the next phase of training would begin, transitioning into a more realistic battle scenario. He led them to an even taller platform, one that reached the height of the capital city's massive walls. The knights reacted with sheer panic, shouting that falling from that height would surely be fatal for novices. Ghislaine smiled gently and reassured them they wouldn't just jump, they would use a rope to descend quickly. Relief washed over the group, as descending a rope was a familiar and reasonable military skill. Ghislaine secured the rope at the top, allowing the first knight to grab hold and begin his rapid descent. As the knight reached the end, he looked down in horror. The rope was deliberately cut short, leaving a fatal drop. Before he could protest, Ghislaine's sword flashed from above, slicing the rope completely. The knight plummeted, screaming in hatred, but his body instinctively tucked into the breakfall position. With a violent crash, he hit the ground and rolled, surviving the fall but collapsing immediately, coughing up blood. Ghislaine grinned down at the remaining terrified knights, demanding the next person take their turn. While the knights trained, the dwarves finally completed the repairs on the massive hot air balloon. Ghislaine immediately moved on to verify the other essential items, specifically the under armor crafted from blood python skin. Due to material limits, the dwarves and mages focused on making hundreds of small pieces to protect only the vital areas like the neck and chest. The high-quality leather was incredibly tough, ensuring that most soldiers would be protected from fatal injuries under their regular armor. Despite the success, Ghislaine immediately pushed Galbaric to start producing even more reinforced balloons, citing the urgency of the conflict. Galbaric threw a fit, complaining that the dwarves were overworked and demanding a rest, or they would go on strike to defend their labor rights. Ghislaine counteroffered, promising a week of leave for the dwarves if they managed to meet the impossibly tight deadline. Galbaric tried to negotiate for a month, but Ghislaine used an unfamiliar tactic, immediately reducing his offer instead of raising it. Ghislaine coolly threatened to take away the break entirely, forcing Galbaric to reluctantly accept the original one-week promise. Pained by the negotiation, Galbaric quickly made his escape, regretting that he hadn't accepted the 2 weeks when Ghislaine briefly offered it. Alone, Ghislaine reflected on the rapid development of his estate, which had grown exponentially in a very short amount of time. Despite the progress, he felt a deep anxiety, knowing their resources were draining quickly and their military was still far too small. The estate was developing at an unsustainable pace, meaning they absolutely required a perfect, overwhelming victory to survive the coming war. Ghislaine stepped outside and looked up, recognizing the subtle shift in the northern weather and realizing the time for battle was imminent. Sensing the time had finally come, Ghislaine immediately summoned his vassals to issue a completely new set of urgent orders. The vassals exchanged puzzled glances when Ghislaine abruptly ordered all ongoing construction projects to be halted. He clarified that everyone must now focus solely on rapidly expanding the canals and water reservoirs across the territory. Claude, looking exhausted, pointed out that their current water system was already well-stocked and sufficient for the current population. Ghislaine dismissed the concern, insisting on maximal overpreparation based on future records he hadn't personally verified. Ghislaine then shifted topics, demanding an update on the massive food stockpiles they had been accumulating. Claude reported with extreme weariness that the storage was so full they were constantly expanding it, dubbing Ghislaine the food king of the north. Ignoring the sarcasm, Ghislaine gave his final, shocking command: prepare provisions sufficient for a marching army of 3,000 soldiers. Claude stared back in disbelief, mentally calculating that their entire military force numbered only around 500 men. Meanwhile, news of Fenris Estate's aggressive food purchasing campaign reached the ears of Count Harold. Harold burst into arrogant laughter, convinced Ghislaine was a fool for buying food at inflated prices before the harvest. His aide reported that the rumor was Ghislaine's agricultural improvements had failed, necessitating the frantic, costly purchases. Harold smugly concluded that Ghislaine was suffering the predictable consequences of arrogance and inexperience. After a moment of consideration, Harold asked his aide how much surplus food their own territory possessed. Smiling maliciously, Harold ordered his aide to immediately sell their abundant surplus at the highest possible price to financially crush Ghislaine. The aide bowed deeply, confirming the order to utilize their powerful food monopoly to financially exploit the Fenris estate. Amelia frowned while listening to the head of the Actium Trading Company report on Ghislaine's frantic food purchases. She questioned if the situation in the north was truly that dire, despite the pro-royalist aid they received. The agent speculated that Ghislaine was merely stockpiling in preparation for a massive influx of settlers. However, the agent admitted that Fenris was purchasing food at an almost frantic pace, driving up northern food prices. Amelia lowered her gaze, realizing Ghislaine was buying high right before the harvest season where prices would naturally plummet. She asked about the weather forecast, concerned about the potential impact on the year's crops. The agent confidently assured her that despite being drier, the conditions were normal and not alarming for the north. Despite this reassurance, Amelia raised her head, giving a resolute command to halt all food sales immediately. She also ordered him to discreetly purchase as much food as possible from incoming trading companies, regardless of the cost. The agent was momentarily taken aback, arguing that buying now would lead to significant financial losses. Amelia dismissed his concerns, stating she would bear the cost, and demanded he follow the instruction immediately. She explained that she needed to confirm whether Ghislaine's success was due to mere luck or true skill. The agent stiffened, reluctantly bowing in acceptance, cursing the potential loss inwardly as he left the room. Amelia remained, determined to discover what game Ghislaine was playing this time. Elsewhere, Ghislaine ordered Claude to prepare supplies for 3,000 soldiers, which made Claude double over laughing. Claude rubbed his aching cheek and asked seriously, how could they prepare for 3,000 when their current force was only 500? Ghislaine simply assured him that he would handle securing the troops and that they would arrive very soon. Claude was exhausted by Ghislaine's vague confidence, knowing no lord would lend troops without compensation or strong ties. Claude clarified their strategy, realizing Ghislaine had never explicitly promised a defensive stand, only that he would secure troops. Accepting the order, Claude confirmed that their current food stockpiles could easily handle the needs of 3,000 men. Ghislaine stated that almost everything was in place, and the right time for their departure was rapidly approaching. The vassals exchanged worried glances, anxious about the imminent departure with so few details provided. Ghislaine smirked at their unease, promising that they would understand his plans soon enough. As Ghislaine expected, the air grew hotter and drier each day, leading the people of Fenris to worry about a drought. But their concern didn't last, as Ghislaine's monstrous wheat continued to flourish, ready for an early harvest. Meanwhile, surrounding territories began descending into chaos, suffering from the severe and unusual weather. Lowell, responsible for intelligence, reported daily on the rapidly dropping river levels and widespread crop distress. Merchants were scrambling to secure food, creating massive shortages and skyrocketing food prices across the north. The vassals, having cursed Ghislaine for stockpiling excess food, struggled to believe the sudden, terrifying scarcity. Lowell's next report convinced them all. Famine markers were visible in the rivers, confirming a severe, kingdom-wide drought. This was a rare disaster, affecting not just the north but the entire kingdom and neighboring territories. The vassals realized that Ghislaine's relentless, seemingly paranoid preparations had been in anticipation of this catastrophe. Claude, hands trembling in astonishment, finally asked if Ghislaine had somehow predicted the drought. Ghislaine merely propped his chin on his hand, closing his eyes with an amused smile, enjoying their shocked reactions. After a pause, he offered a ridiculous excuse. He prepared all this simply because it was hot, and he doesn't like the heat. The vassals fell silent, finding the paranoid reasoning easier to believe than the possibility of true foresight. Ghislaine then inquired about Feridium, noting that they seemed to be managing the situation with casual indifference. Lowell reported that Rapald and Desmond were suffering massive crop failures, anticipating widespread starvation elsewhere. He added that they could sell their massive stock at 10 times the usual price right now. But Ghislaine shook his head and smirked, confirming that the strategic time he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Before the drought hit, Ghislaine sent a simple, straightforward note to Marquis Branford, warning him to stockpile food immediately. The Marquis, utterly baffled by the blunt message, questioned if the young baron had finally lost his mind. He asked his butler if Ghislaine had sent this unusual warning to any other powerful nobles. The butler reported that while Count Aylesbury ignored the advice, Countess Marielle was personally stockpiling food. The Marquis knew following the advice was a risk, but Ghislaine's odd wealth of knowledge made it impossible to dismiss entirely. He prepared a meeting, but when the vassals gathered, most responded with immediate skepticism and doubt. They argued that there were no signs of drought, the harvest was close, and the baron was simply overreacting out of paranoia. The overwhelming negativity almost convinced the Marquis to drop the idea, yet he couldn't shake his deep sense of unease. At that moment, Rosalind, who had been listening quietly, finally raised her voice to support the risky proposition. She firmly stated that they should buy the food, believing Ghislaine was not the type to play a cruel, embarrassing prank. Rosalind reminded them that this was the same person who had cured her illness and created remarkable, profitable products. She pointed out the truth. Her father was uneasy precisely because Ghislaine was so unpredictable and extraordinary. Acknowledging her point, the Marquis brought up the crucial issue of potential financial losses if they bought food at high prices now. Rosalind, with a confident smile, offered to use her private trading company's funds to absorb the entire risk. She explained that she had already recovered the initial loan to Ghislaine by selling shares in the rapidly successful cosmetic venture. The vassals, impressed by her financial genius, deferred to her judgment on the matter, seeing it as a calculated investment. Convinced, the Marquis gave his formal approval for Rosalind to purchase the food stocks at a level she deemed appropriate. He then asked what her plan would be for the surplus if Ghislaine's warning turned out to be false after all. Rosalind swiftly replied that they could use the excess for military provisions or redirect it as aid to Feridium. Satisfied, the Marquis formally delegated the entire matter to his daughter, praising her impeccable judgment and plans. The warning was relayed to other pro-royalist nobles, but most ignored it, believing shortages would never affect them. Suddenly, disaster struck. An unprecedented heat wave caused rivers to dry up, confirming Ghislaine's terrifying prediction. With the harvest failing, panic spread rapidly among kingdom officials who realized they were powerless against the famine. Officials were thrown into chaos, frantically scrambling for a solution they could not find as the crisis gripped the entire kingdom. Back at the Branford estate, the vassals breathed a collective sigh of relief, realizing how close they had come to ruin. They gossiped in amazement about Ghislaine's mysterious foresight, wondering if he was secretly a master of astrology. Marquis Branford remained deep in thought, grappling with the chilling realization that Ghislaine had saved the entire faction from perishing. They had gained a crucial advantage in resilience, buying them time while the Duke's loyal lords suffered serious setbacks. The Marquis smiled, recognizing that fate, or perhaps the heavens, had sent them such an unusual but powerful ally. Across the kingdom, the atmosphere had reached an all-time low as cries of despair echoed over the widespread famine. Ghislaine sat comfortably in his study, listening to the grim news and feeling a strange sense of vindication. He recognized this disaster as the beginning of the Great Calamity, the period of pain that afflicted the entire continent. He realized he needed to be more thorough than ever to survive the catastrophic impact of that inevitable day. Ghislaine asked about the specific food reserves secured by the pro-royalist nobles. He was slightly disappointed that most nobles failed to prepare adequately, but accepted the outcome, having expected as much. The drought had created a temporary lull in the conflict, forcing both factions to stabilize, setting the stage perfectly. He realized he couldn't miss this opportunity and had to act when his enemies were least expecting it. Ghislaine focused on his target, Count Cabaldi, a past-life enemy who had betrayed and blockaded him. Ghislaine's smile turned darker and more ruthless. At last, it's time for you to die. The kingdom of Ruthenia was struggling with a terrible drought, but the agricultural north was hit the hardest. With starvation spreading and noble lords desperate, a rumor began circulating swiftly. Fenris had somehow stockpiled a massive amount of food. Fenris looked like an easy target, but the lords quickly realized they couldn't risk attacking due to Ghislaine's powerful backing from Marquis Branford. For once, these power-hungry nobles decided on a diplomatic approach, convinced that the young lord would simply bow to their requests. They arrived in Fenris expecting luxurious accommodations, only for their arrogant assumptions to crumble immediately. Ghislaine's steward, Claude, met them with a polite disclaimer. Unfortunately, there are far too many guests, and we have no available lodging. Claude then suggested they could stay in the large, impressive tents prepared outside the castle walls instead. The emissaries were instantly outraged, calling it an insult to decorum and demanding respect for their lords. Claude just scratched his ear, showing clear indifference to their protests, explaining that the small castle was simply overflowing. This was because Ghislaine had explicitly ordered the steward not to displace their own people just to host these unwelcome outsiders. After listening to endless complaints, Claude finally snapped, asking why so many of them had come in the first place, calling the whole ordeal a hassle. Faced with the indifferent steward's defiance, the emissaries had no choice but to begrudgingly make do with the tents outside the castle walls. The experience was agonizing. They slept poorly on uncomfortable beds and were forced to wait endlessly for Ghislaine to even meet them. Furious at the indignities, they grumbled constantly about the insolent young lord who was stockpiling food and ignoring noble manners. Despite their complaints, none dared to leave, as there was simply no other place in the north to source the desperately needed food. After letting them stew long enough, Ghislaine finally summoned the emissaries to the great hall, all at once. Though seething from the weight, the representatives hid their emotions as Ghislaine stood before them with a relaxed smile. He immediately cut to the chase, speaking more like a merchant than a noble lord. So, how much were you willing to pay? The emissaries were taken aback, realizing Ghislaine had turned their private negotiations into a public bidding war. One determined emissary stepped forward, attempting to regain control by formally requesting food aid based on years of alleged support for Feridium. Other nobles quickly seized the moment, echoing the sentiment. Ghislaine owed them, and it was his turn to show generosity. Ghislaine met their smug expressions with a cool, dismissive response. Shouldn't you be making that case to my father? The emissaries pressed on, arguing that the drought was temporary and Ghislaine would need their support once things returned to normal. Ghislaine's voice turned cold as he pointed out the hypocrisy. They spoke of alliances now, yet they had all turned their backs on Feridium during the recent war. Before they could respond, Ghislaine delivered a shocking statement: 20,000 gold. He clarified that this was the annual defense fee due to Feridium, warning that failure to pay would result in him opening paths for the barbarians to invade their lands. The nobles erupted in furious protests, arguing that border protection was the Count's duty and a mandate of the kingdom. Ghislaine coldly reminded them that even mercenaries demand payment, and that he was done being pushed around with scraps of so-called support. He threatened to end all food negotiations immediately, forcing the emissaries to reluctantly fall silent, their inner fury barely contained. As silence returned to the hall, Ghislaine smirked and finally initiated the bidding war. "Now shall we start the auction?" Immediately, a desperate noble shouted the first bid, 10 silver for a sack of wheat. The bidding quickly escalated as they feared losing their chance to secure any food, turning the hall into chaotic market. Just as the chaos peaked, a low, clear voice cut through the noise, interrupting the crowd. 1 gold. The shocked emissaries turned to see a middle-aged man in a finely tailored robe, standing confidently with his arms crossed. Ghislaine's eyes narrowed slightly, and his lips curled into a cold, assessing smile at the sight of the unexpected, high-stakes competitor. A man named Glenn, a fifth circle mage from the Crimson Tower, announced he would buy every last bit of food at an insane price. This outrageous bid instantly priced out the impoverished northern lords, who looked at Ghislaine with renewed greed over the rumored runestones. Glenn was confident, knowing the tower was secretly backed by the Duke and planned to choke out their magical rival, the Scarlet Tower. Ghislaine scrutinized the entire room, quickly identifying the Duke's covert agents and allied territories among the attendees. He flatly declared that he would not sell food to any of their territories, shocking Glenn and the other named representatives. Glenn immediately protested, demanding an explanation for why they were being singled out despite their generous bids. Ghislaine simply shook his head, refusing negotiation and ordering his knights to escort the named representatives out immediately. The knights surged forward, beginning the expulsion, as the named lords switched between desperate threats and pitiful pleas. One man was dragged away, desperately appealing for mercy for the starving souls in their lands, tugging at Ghislaine's conscience. Ghislaine knew the truth. These cruel lords would only hoard the food for their armies, so their appeals fell on deaf ears. Glenn, however, swatted the knights away, standing his ground as a fierce magical aura began radiating from his body. He demanded respect for the Crimson Tower, unable to tolerate such insolence from a mere baron. Ghislaine, unimpressed, simply mocked the mage, asking, "Who are you exactly?" Glenn, beside himself with fury, insisted that everyone in the north knew his identity as the Crimson Tower's envoy. Ghislaine then turned to Claude, asking if he knew the famous man, forcing the official to participate in the mockery. Claude played along perfectly, delivering a scathing, sarcastic appraisal of Glenn as a self-important scroll vendor. Ghislaine couldn't hold back his laughter at Claude's unmatched sarcasm. Glenn's final thread snapped. He screamed in fury and released a violent surge of magical energy into the hall. The other emissaries scrambled back in alarm, terrified by the raw power of the enraged mage. In a terrifying instant, Belinda, Jillian, and Keor materialized, pressing their blades directly against Glenn's throat. Glenn froze, realizing he hadn't sensed their approach. The murderous intent was so palpable that he couldn't move a muscle. Jillian leaned in, his massive frame imposing, ready to follow through with the strike at Ghislaine's word. Keor looked competitive, eager to show off his speed and skill in the deadly maneuver. The 3 warriors looked calmly to Ghislaine, asking if they should proceed with the execution. Ghislaine laughed, pushing Glenn to the brink again, making sure the mage understood his helplessness. Glenn finally regained his senses, realizing he couldn't risk exposing the Duke's plan yet, and took a deep, calming breath. He gave Ghislaine an icy glare, vowing that the Crimson Tower would make him regret this humiliation. After the confrontation, the remaining emissaries were left anxious and bewildered, unsure what criteria Ghislaine had used. Ghislaine then abruptly softened his tone, claiming he had a soft heart and was a pacifist worried about the starving people. The emissaries stared at him, baffled, wondering if the young lord was actually unstable. Then he dropped the bombshell. He wouldn't be taking payment in gold for the food. Hope surged. They tentatively suggested a resource exchange, but Ghislaine shook his head, refusing resources as well. The emissaries mistakenly assumed the young lord was naive and soft, internally plotting how they would take advantage of him later. But their smugness vanished when Ghislaine finally delivered his true terms for the exchange. Instead of payment, he declared, each territory would supply a fitting number of troops. The emissaries were instantly furious, realizing Ghislaine was demanding their soldiers in exchange for essential food supplies. Ghislaine calmed the room, explaining he only needed about 50 soldiers from the smaller territories to ensure manageability. A quick-thinking emissary from a small barony eagerly agreed to the terms, securing 8 months of food as a bonus reward. The negotiation quickly spiraled into an auction, as other emissaries panicked and started competing for supplies. Ghislaine then spotted the steward from Rogues County and offered his impoverished relative a full year's worth of supplies. The caveat: the single soldier required must be Kane, Ghislaine's cousin, who supposedly owed him a massive 1,000 gold debt. The confused steward mentioned that Kane had been quietly studying recently, a claim Ghislaine found highly amusing. Ghislaine assured the steward to relay that this was an opportunity for Kane to train under a successful cousin. The steward agreed, believing the arrangement would benefit the heir, but Ghislaine harbored much colder intentions. Seeing this display of calculated family politics, the remaining emissaries quickly rushed to finalize their deals. Ghislaine dropped the final, unexpected condition: the recruited soldiers must also bring their entire families to Fenris. The emissaries realized this meant losing crucial leverage over their subjects, fostering deep resentment toward Ghislaine. Though they reluctantly agreed, many emissaries fumed internally, vowing future revenge against the arrogant baron. Ghislaine set a strict 2-week deadline and warned them against sending untrained farmers or conscripts. The emissaries departed in a hurry, knowing the starvation of their people hung entirely on their speed and compliance. Ghislaine turned to Claude, looking smug, asking if he saw how easily they secured this massive manpower boost. Claude, completely stunned by the successful recruitment of thousands of trained men and their families, offered a genuine salute. Ghislaine then instructed Jillian to immediately integrate the new soldiers and mix them into existing formations to ensure loyalty. Jillian, standing firm and ready, acknowledged the enormous and complex military reorganization task ahead of him. Now that the manpower issue was solved, Ghislaine smiled coldly and declared that it was time to begin their war. Within days, soldiers from across the territories started arriving in Fenris, looking dazed and confused by the abrupt relocation. However, the sight of abundant food and supplies instantly lifted their spirits and provided immense relief. Well fed and secure, the soldiers quickly shed their old loyalties and adapted to Fenris as their new haven. Having prior training, they adjusted smoothly to Fenris's military routines and disciplined environment within the week. Just as they settled in, news spread quickly that Ghislaine was rallying the entire combined army for an immediate march. The soldiers felt a mix of anxiety and excitement, realizing they were part of an incredibly formidable, massive army. Ghislaine surveyed the vast formation of over 3,000 men, feeling profound satisfaction with his new force. Claude approached Ghislaine nervously, questioning his decision to launch an invasion without any formal declaration of war. Ghislaine explained that speed was paramount, and they must strike before their enemies had time to rally or prepare. Claude reluctantly accepted the logic, though he worried about the political consequences of bypassing military protocol. Claude glanced toward the ranks and asked Ghislain if he was truly bringing the despairing noble heir along on this campaign. Ghislain had been putting the heir, Cain, through a hellish training regimen to pay off the massive debt he owed. Claude, the administrator, was deeply concerned, pointing out that throwing a noble heir into war was dangerously reckless. Ghislain just brushed off the worries, arguing that anyone lucky enough to steal his money wouldn't die in a simple war. He then promised Claude he would crush the enemy thoroughly, utilizing a dangerous, highly secret strategy. Claude knew the plan was incredibly risky, but if it worked, it would minimize casualties, and he had no choice but to trust his lord. Ghislain inspected his knights, noticing their confidence and barely contained aggression due to the rigorous training. This perfect, aggressive attitude was exactly what he wanted before securing them even better equipment after the war. Just as Jillian announced the forces were ready to depart, a commotion erupted as the protesting dwarves and wizards rushed toward them. Galbaric yelled and Ulfoy wailed, furious that they were being forced to go to war instead of starting their promised leave. Ghislain merely grinned, telling them they were crucial to the operation and their leave would start only after the war. Galbaric was utterly speechless, realizing they had never actually pinned down an exact date for their time off. The dwarf declared a furious strike, demanding their rights, supported by the equally distraught wizards. Ghislain simply ordered Jillian to haul them off and place them behind the struggling, reluctant Cain. Dragged off against their will, the conscripts now formed a miserable, defeated lineup. With the unhappy conscripts secured, Jillian, Kaor, and Belinda took their places around Ghislain. Fergus, the old retainer, gripped Ghislain's hand tightly, begging him to stay safe and expressing deep worry. Ghislain reassured him, saying he would not bring Fergus along because his weak heart couldn't handle the coming chaos. Kaor then jumped in, boasting loudly about how strong he had become thanks to Ghislain's training. Belinda ignored Kaor's bragging and adjusted Fergus's collar, giving him stern instructions about eating and taking his medication. Finally, after heartfelt goodbyes, Ghislain and his knights began to move out. News of the Lord marching to war spread quickly, drawing massive crowds filled with worry. If anything happened to Ghislain, their new prosperity earned through his efforts would instantly vanish. Suddenly, shouts of genuine support erupted from the crowd. They were cheering for their beloved lord and his knights. The soldiers and knights, receiving such earnest encouragement for the first time, straightened up, filled with pride. Ghislain raised a hand in acknowledgement, smiling at the roaring crowd before turning his horse. He gave the final command, full speed ahead to strike before the enemy was prepared. Riding on this wave of morale, the entire army surged forward like the wind toward Count Cabaldi's domain. Meanwhile, Count Cabaldi, suffering from a dire food shortage, was meeting with his furious retainers. His soldiers were starving, and his people were simmering with resentment, threatening an uprising if he didn't act soon. Cabaldi decided the only option was to trade iron for food with Baron Fenris, despite the political risk with the ducal faction. He reasoned that Fenris was doomed anyway and would have no choice but to accept their terms, since Cabaldi controlled the North's iron supply. Just as the retainers were leaving to send an envoy, the hall doors burst open, and a frantic knight rushed in. The knight revealed the attacker was Ghislain, who had already set up camp right outside the fortress walls. Count Cabaldi, shocked by the news, couldn't fathom why Baron Fenris was suddenly attacking his land. He immediately dismissed the threat, roaring about the audacity of a petty baron marching an army into his territory. His retainers quickly reassured him, arguing that this attack gave them the perfect excuse to crush Ghislain and seize his resources. Cabaldi agreed, planning to swiftly defeat the meager forces of the poor Fenris barony. As he reached the main gate, however, his triumphant march came to an abrupt, horrifying halt. Outside stood not 500, but an army of at least 3,000 soldiers flying the unmistakable Fenris insignia. Cabaldi stared, aghast, unable to comprehend how that brat had amassed such overwhelming power. His retainers, equally stunned, could only offer nervous speculation about conscripts and refugees. Even the 300-strong cavalry unit looked professional and deeply concerning to the unprepared count. Suddenly, two figures on horseback rode forward from the enemy lines toward the fortress walls. It was Ghislain, who then projected his voice, infused with mana, right up to the wall. "Hey, Count Desmond's lackey," he taunted, calling out the Count's connection to Duke Delphine's faction. Hearing the insult, Cabaldi's face turned scarlet, consumed by fury and his own deep-seated inferiority complex. He lost control, demanding the gates be opened so he could personally take Ghislain's head. His retainers frantically urged him to stall, reminding him they needed justification for war before the ducal faction. Cabaldi reluctantly agreed and had a knight shout a message, demanding a formal declaration of war. He invoked the Duke's name, hoping the threat of powerful interference would intimidate Ghislain. Ghislain simply smirked, replying that he was happy to provide a formal declaration right then and there. Cabaldi's guards raised their shields, preparing for a defensive volley of arrows. But Ghislain quickly shifted his aim and shot the arrow not at the Count, but at the knight who had delivered the message. The knight collapsed, pierced in the chest, the arrow embedded halfway, just as Ghislain intended. Ghislain tossed the bow aside, grinned menacingly, and issued his final cold proclamation. "Consider this my declaration of war." Meanwhile, in the capital, nobles of the Crown faction gathered, loudly complaining about the food crisis. Only Marquis Branford and Count Aylesbury, having stockpiled supplies, remained relatively calm amidst the panic. Aylesbury internally praised his wife, Muriel, whose insistence on buying grain had saved his entire house. Branford cut through the bickering, stating that the crisis might actually be working in their favor. He explained that the Duke's faction was also tied up managing their own starvation issues, preventing civil war. To maintain the stalemate, Branford announced that he and Aylesbury would release some of their reserves. Relief washed over the nobles. They cared only about preserving their own power, not feeding the common people. Branford added a slight reprimand, noting they should have listened to Baron Fenris's warnings earlier. They still questioned how Ghislain had known about the drought, suggesting everything from luck to reading the stars. Marquis Macquarie, the military commander, loudly insisted that Ghislain must be using sorcery or witchcraft. Branford quickly dismissed the man, but privately found Ghislain's precise foresight suspicious. He then mused that the young man might be a suitable match for his daughter, Rosaline. Branford issued a final, stern warning. They must absolutely avoid any confrontation with the Duke's faction. The nobles laughed, secure in the belief that no one on their side would be reckless enough to start a war now. Suddenly, the hopeful atmosphere shattered as a desperate knight burst into the hall. Before anyone could reprimand him, the knight delivered the shocking, contradictory news. "Baron Fenris has declared war." The Marquis of Branford asked again, demanding to know the name of the enemy. After a moment of silence, the Marquis realized the attack was over food supplies. The knight simply handed over a report detailing the war already underway for days. Reading the details, the Marquis realized this idiot had finally started a major incident. For the first time, the dignified Marquis muttered a frustrated curse under his breath. The assembled nobles immediately erupted into chaos, shouting demands to seize Ghislain. He was trapped. Was Ghislain a genius or just completely out of his mind? The agitation grew. They demanded the faction immediately abandon the problematic Baron Fenris. He closed his eyes, contemplating the easy way out, abandon Ghislain and compensate the Duke. But then he recalled Ghislain's precise warnings about Desmond and their common enemy. He realized Ghislain had likely maneuvered him into this position from the beginning. Regardless, abandoning Ghislain meant abandoning all royalist influence in the north. The Marquis opened his eyes and announced his decision. He would not abandon Baron Fenris. The nobles erupted again, fearing this suicidal decision would lead directly to civil war. He silenced them by asking what authority they would have left if they feared the enemy so much. The nobles fell silent, realizing they were trapped. Ghislaine had chosen the perfect timing. The Marquis softened his tone, framing the fight as a legitimate personal grudge between two territories. Morris, a commander of equal authority, stood up, clearly unwilling to follow this path. Morris challenged him directly. Was he really protecting that brat, even at great expense? The Marquis countered by questioning Morris's reluctance to face the ducal faction. Morris pressed his lips together, vowing to personally execute Ghislaine after the ducal faction was wiped out. With a final menacing look, Morris stormed out, followed by his loyal faction members. The very next day, a messenger arrived from the ducal faction, Count Faude. The Marquis concealed his deep weariness as he formally welcomed the diplomatic visitor. Faude immediately pressed the issue. Was this attack the official will of the royalist faction? Faude expected the royalists to sever ties, based on Raoul's accurate predictions. To Faude's utter shock, the Marquis responded calmly that he had granted permission. Faude stumbled, unable to comprehend why the shrewd Marquis would approve a war at this timing. The Marquis repeated his narrative. This was a personal grudge with legitimate cause. Faude countered sharply, demanding to know if the royalist faction was prepared for civil war. The Marquis's gaze turned steely, challenging Faude to clarify if he was threatening rebellion. Faude flinched under the intense scrutiny, knowing he had crossed a serious line. He quickly bowed his head and apologized for his momentary lapse in judgment. Faude tried again, threatening mutual destruction and massive supply losses for both sides. The Marquis was already furious at Ghislaine's manipulation and infuriated by Faude's arrogance. The Marquis leaned in close, delivering a chilling threat to execute Faude immediately. Faude instantly began sweating, realizing the Marquis was serious and capable of such ruthless action. Defeated, Faude decided to retreat, unable to break the Marquis's rigid stance. As Faude left, the Marquis issued a final, calm warning. Neither faction was permitted to intervene. Faude paused, offered a thin, calculated smile, and then walked out of the hall entirely. Alone, the Marquis sighed, realizing the situation required a drastic response to contain the fallout. The Marquis gave the chilling final command. If Desmond moved against Ghislaine, they were to strike first. Ghislaine's sudden war declaration shocked not only the major political factions, but also the nobles who had invested heavily in Rosaline's trading company. They obsessed over the risks. If Baron Fenris lost, they would forfeit their entire investment, and Count Cabaldi would seize the valuable cosmetics technology. Rosaline, who had confidently gathered these investors, was suffering the most, realizing her entire reputation was now hanging by a thread. They could only cling to the desperate, vague hope that Ghislaine would somehow manage to repeat his previous success. With their own food supplies running low, they realized they had to manage the growing panic among the other nobles or face absolute chaos. The situation devolved daily as disputes between the resigned and the enraged escalated into physical fights and property damage. Near the end of her wits, Rosaline turned to Marielle, proposing a backup plan, hiring experts to intervene on the battlefield. The goal wasn't assassination but rescue, saving Ghislaine and, crucially, the cosmetics technology if he was about to lose. They also needed a priest, a difficult task since temples couldn't officially participate in war. Rosaline suggested they offer a large cash donation to frame their intervention as humanitarian aid, a loophole only nobles could afford. This would allow them to step in after the battle, mediate a surrender, and save Ghislaine in the Marquis of Branford's name. Pooling every bit of cash they had, they hired 10 top-tier rescue experts and a single priest, sending them discreetly toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, Count Cabaldi read the war declaration, which justified the attack as rescuing his oppressed subjects, and he ground his teeth in fury. He was outraged that this arrogant brat, Ghislaine would dare use such a flimsy pretext against him. Cabaldi dismissed Ghislaine's move as a crude gamble, certain that the young lord was merely waiting for his supplies to run out. The Count was insulted by the sheer audacity that Ghislaine thought he could be defeated, without even bringing siege engines. He knew he only had to wait for reinforcements from Grand Duke Desmond to arrive before crushing Ghislaine's forces easily. While Cabaldi stewed in his anger, the mood in Ghislaine's camp was completely relaxed, bordering on arrogant. The knights bragged that their mere presence was enough to scare the Cabaldi forces into cowering behind their walls. Since they were winning without fighting, the troops loved the easy assignment and the steady rations provided by Claude's impressive logistics team. Praise flowed freely for Ghislaine, who they now believed was an extraordinary lord who won wars effortlessly. Even the forced recruits, including the dwarves and mages, were enjoying a welcome vacation from their usual heavy duties. After days of peaceful rest, some even started finding life on the battlefield surprisingly pleasant. But just as everyone was settled into the easy days, Ghislaine, who had been observing the fortress, issued a sudden new order. From now on, we'll start digging tunnels. The entire camp shared the same bewildered thought. Why would they abandon the perfect, easy siege victory? It seemed their lord had returned to his odd ideas and come up with yet another unexpected strategy. Ghislaine knew he couldn't afford a long siege. Speed was now the absolute priority. He needed to seize the fortress before Count Desmond could arrive with reinforcements. A head-on assault without siege engines would cost too many lives, which he could not afford. Ghislaine decided the only viable option was to tunnel beneath the fortress walls. The troops understood the urgency and began digging, albeit with some disappointment. The dwarves were essential for this task, as tunneling through rock was routine for them. Galbaric grumbled about the endless work, but quickly began drawing up the complex tunnel plans. Ghislaine overruled the suggestion for secrecy, demanding speed above all else. Dig toward the rear of the fortress. Speed is what matters most right now, he ordered. With dwarves directing the effort, the tunnel construction progressed at a staggering rate. Of course, not everyone was happy about the grueling, filthy work. The conscripted aristocrat Cain cursed non-stop, hating the unfairness of his forced labor. Despite his complaints, Cain was surprisingly efficient due to his natural strength and mana techniques. Galbaric watched with satisfaction, deciding it was time to put the noble to work. "Mr. K, stop mumbling nonsense and move these sacks," the dwarf ordered dismissively. Cain erupted in fury at the disrespect, especially coming from a dwarf. Galbaric remained completely unfazed, reminding him that Ghislaine had labeled him a slave. Realizing he couldn't risk Ghislaine's wrath, Cain lowered the pickaxe and began to cry from sheer humiliation. Seeing his distress, Galbaric offered a strange form of comfort, patting the noble's back. "Stop crying, fellow slave. I'll share some hidden booze with you once we're done." Meanwhile, inside the fortress, Count Cabaldi received a new report. The Fenris forces had split, with half the troops moving toward the eastern gate. Cabaldi summoned the fortress mage to observe what the eastern group was doing. The mage cast a detection spell and hurried back, reporting signs of construction work. "I saw soldiers busily moving soil-laden carts and heavy sacks near their camp." Cabaldi chuckled, instantly realizing Ghislaine was attempting a tunnel. He mocked the young noble for being so naive as to openly dig a tunnel for everyone to see. He immediately ordered vibration sensors to be deployed along the walls to track the digging. 3 days later, the tunnel was located, surprisingly fast in approaching the south gate. Cabaldi realized Ghislaine intended to infiltrate the fortress rather than collapse the walls. He ordered his main forces to gather at the south gate, preparing a devastating ambush. 2 nights later, the Fenris forces made their move, advancing blatantly toward the walls. Cabaldi laughed again, certain this was merely a diversion to cover the tunnel breach. "I'll lead the ambush personally. It's time to put an end to that brat," he declared. Just as they laughed, Dozens of enormous shadows suddenly rose against the night sky above them. Ghislaine needed crucial intelligence, so he asked Vanessa to confirm the enemy's troop distribution. To maintain her wide-range scan, the Sixth Circle mage had to drain mana from her exhausted colleagues. Several mages lay sprawled out nearby, completely spent from contributing to the wide-area reconnaissance. Ghislaine was satisfied the enemy had taken the bait and confirmed it was time to move. Vanessa cautiously suggested a direct magical strike on the walls, worried about the main plan's high risk. Ghislaine quickly shut down the idea, explaining they needed speed and stealth, not attrition. With the strategy confirmed, Ghislaine gathered his knights, announcing the airborne assault that night. The knights were stunned, realizing the tunnel digging was just a massive decoy to mislead the enemy. They finally understood that weeks of landing practice had been preparation for this high-risk airdrop. Ghislaine acknowledged the danger, reminding them that they had no choice but to push through. They were outnumbered, and their true adversaries to the north were far more powerful than this fortress. Ghislaine challenged them, asking if they feared these soldiers after defeating monsters and armies before. The knights' pride swelled, and they roared their unified defiance, their tension melting into fierce resolve. Their confidence soaring, Ghislaine commanded them to unleash all the skills they had trained for. He performed the mercenary ritual, pounding his fist against his chest twice, a vow of victory. The former mercenaries and their comrades immediately mirrored the gesture, sharing a determined smirk. Ghislaine declared he would lead the charge, as always plunging into the heart of danger first. In solemn pledge, the knights placed their fists over their hearts, accepting the deadly mission. "It's time to show them what we're made of," Ghislaine stated, ready for battle. As night fell, the selection was finalized, and 100 knights prepared for the airborne jump. Those left behind grumbled, licking their lips in frustration at missing the initial, thrilling assault. Dozens of balloons rose silently into the low-lit night, guided by mages using powerful wind magic. The knights aboard were tense, knowing they were vulnerable targets high above the ground. Meanwhile, the enemy forces were focused on the tunnel exit, distracted and unaware of the aerial threat. On a distant watchtower, a lone soldier squinted, noticing the strange shapes floating toward the fortress. Alarm spread quickly, as the officers realized the flying objects were heading directly inside the walls. A commander scowled, sending scouts to investigate the mystery before the enemy below advanced. Up in the air, the knights urged the mages to descend quickly, seeing the torches moving below. Mages hurried them, warning the knights they had to jump before the enemy detected their full approach. Kior and Ofoy shared one balloon, sharing a terse, tense exchange after their recent near fall. Kior scoffed at his companion and threw himself from the basket, landing with a painful splash. One by one, the knights executed their practiced landing techniques, groaning but successful. The mages laughed, shouting taunts down at the landed knights before vanishing into the night sky. Now deep inside the fortress, the knights looked around, knowing there was absolutely no retreat. Ghislaine, having landed perfectly, surveyed the silent surroundings, confirming the mission was underway. He drew his sword fully, turning to his men with a fierce, confident smile. The knights mirrored his fierce grin, raising their swords, shimmering with a sharp blue mana glow. Ghislaine quickly issued the orders. Jillian and Kaor would take the walls, while he would smash through the center to open the main gate. Without hesitation, the two warriors, brimming with mana, immediately charged forward toward their targets. Next, Ghislaine instructed Belinda to neutralize the enemy mages and archers up on the fortress walls and create maximum chaos. Belinda confirmed she had enough mana to use her advanced stealth techniques, thanking the young master for the unexpected boost. With a faint shimmer, Belinda wrapped herself in mana, blurring her outline until she completely dissolved into the gathering shadows. Belinda was gone, and Ghislaine immediately surged forward like lightning, followed closely by the remaining Fenris knights. The Cabaldi soldiers, approaching cautiously, were completely stunned by the sight of the enemy force rushing toward them at high speed. Ghislaine closed the distance and told the lead soldier exactly who he was before delivering a devastating strike. That single strike was the signal for the Fenris Knights to begin the swift and bloody massacre of the remaining scouts. Panic erupted as the Cabaldi soldiers realized they were under attack from within the fortress walls. Within moments, the scouts were wiped out, and Ghislaine's group stormed past the inner defenses toward the main structure. Ordinary soldiers stood absolutely no chance against the manhwa-wielding Fenris Knights slashing through their ranks. The sudden, unexpected assault from behind the main lines immediately threw all the Cabaldi forces into disarray. The panicked Cabaldi Knights turned to their wall commander, demanding immediate guidance in the face of the ambush. The commander, recalling the strange object he had seen flying overhead earlier, suddenly connected the dots. He realized the enemy must have used that unbelievable flying device to bypass all their troops and enter the fortress. The desperate cries of his knights forced the commander to snap back to reality and focus on his duty. He glanced outside the fortress walls, observing the main Fenris army waiting in terrifying, heavy silence. He understood their strategy. They only needed a few men inside to open the gates for the main force. With their forces diverted and exhausted, the commander realized this sneak attack meant certain, unavoidable defeat. The commander quickly slapped himself, gritting his teeth and reminding himself that they still heavily outnumbered the 100 intruders. He tried to rally his men, but the attackers' overwhelming momentum proved too strong, driving his soldiers back constantly. The commander watched the swords shining brightly with concentrated mana, realizing the terrifying power Fenris had hidden. He understood the successful ambush meant it was nearly impossible to turn the tide against such skilled opponents now. Their only hope was to buy time until the main forces, currently guarding the fake tunnel, could rush back and surround the attackers. The commander barked new orders: bring most troops down to establish a defensive line focused solely on defending the gate. The highly trained Cabaldi soldiers, using their superior steel shields and armor, slowly began to regain their composure and organize. Alarm horns blared and flares shot into the sky, desperately signaling the danger to the main Cabaldi forces outside. Even with the defense line established, they were still being driven back, and the wall archers couldn't suppress the skilled intruders. Desperate, the commander screamed for the mages on the wall to unleash their potent magic immediately, regardless of collateral damage. But when he looked toward the walls, he saw a shocking sight. The mages and archers were falling one by one. A desperate mage raised his hands high, attempting to summon a massive ball of fire potent enough to kill any knight. Suddenly, the space behind the mage wavered, and Belinda materialized, swiftly slashing his throat before vanishing again. The soldiers screamed, calling the unseen attacker an assassin or even a demon, unable to locate the enemy. Another mage tried to attack the distorted air, but Belinda struck first, slitting his throat and disappearing into the shadows. The masked assassin let out a brief snort of contempt before melting back into the pervasive shadows. The commander watched, speechless, as one single assassin completely crippled their suppressive fire and magic attacks. With the walls in utter chaos, the Fenris troops charging at the inner defenses maintained their relentless, unresisted pace. The commander looked away, then back, and realized the attackers had already reached both walls and begun the final massacre. Zaman, watching the battlefield from the command tower, simply could not believe the impossible scene unfolding below. The enemy's strategy felt otherworldly, and the speed and power of these few dozen intruders were completely unbelievable. Cabaldi's forces were heavily armored infantry, designed for defense, yet they were being cut down swiftly by the figures leading the charge on either side. Zaman focused his eyes on the two knight captains responsible for this utter chaos, Jillian and Kaor. Jillian, who had previously been restricted to protection duty, was now unleashed as a force of destruction, covered in armor and wielding his skills without holding back. Before he even reached the front line, his thrown weapons pierced through enemy heads, clearing the path. With each swing of his sword, Jillian decapitated any foolish soldier who dared to approach, while his shield effortlessly deflected their spears and thrusts. The Cabaldi soldiers realized there was no way to overcome him. They desperately began stepping back, raising their thick shields defensively. Jillian sneered at their cowardice, tossing aside his sword and shield to draw the massive axe strapped to his back. The shields they relied on were useless. His axe shattered them instantly, slicing through the soldiers hiding behind. With every step he took, enemies fell like weeds under a scythe, making it hard to believe these were Cabaldi's elite northern soldiers. Finally, 3 Cabaldi knights charged forward, attempting to confront the monster directly. Jillian dodged the initial strike but received a cut on his cheek, leaving blood trickling down his face. The remaining 2 knights attacked from both sides, but Jillian's counterattack was even more brutal. The second knight swung his mana-infused sword, but Jillian twisted, blocking the blade with his thick, armored forearm. Stunned by the impossible block, the knight was instantly finished as Jillian's axe came down, splitting his head. The last knight, the squad captain, swung his sword in fury, recognizing Jillian as the one who had landed the first hit. Jillian quickly slashed the shorter blade across the captain's waist, ending the final resistance. With the knights slain, the remaining soldiers were paralyzed by fear, retreating even faster. Jillian, now stronger than ever thanks to Ghislaine, continued his rampage, smashing through any enemy in his path. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fortress, Kayor was advancing at an even faster pace. If Jillian was a giant hammer smashing obstacles, Kayor was a sharp awl, piercing straight through the enemy's core formation. Despite the riskier approach, Kayor wore a wide, savage grin, thriving on the danger of the front lines. The former members of the Mad Dog Corps followed his lead, fighting wildly and rejoicing in the chaos. Their sheer tenacity forced the Cabaldi soldiers to retreat in fear, until 3 enemy knights finally emerged to confront Kayor. Kayor easily deflected their quick exchanges, observing his opponents like a predator stalking its prey. He spotted a brief opening and seized it, stabbing his sword through the smallest gap in the first knight's throat. The remaining 2 knights attacked, but Kayor brutally pulled the dead knight's body in front of him as a shield. Appalled by the desecration, the Cabaldi knights hesitated, which was all the time Kayor needed. He stabbed through the corpse, hitting the remaining 2 knights' vital points, leaving them to fall with slashed throats. Kayor shouted at his men to catch up and dashed forward, his mind solely focused on reaching the wall first. Zaman realized the walls were finished, and his only hope was somehow holding the main gate long enough for reinforcements. But the man slaughtering the troops at the gate was even more monstrous than the 2 captains on the walls. Ghislaine, fueled by his expanded mana reserves, moved like lightning, tearing through the thick defense line. Unable to bear watching the slaughter, 5 elite Cabaldi knights charged at Ghislaine in a coordinated attack. The 5 knights were astonished as Ghislaine effortlessly dodged or blocked every angle of their coordinated assault. His counterattack was swift, his sword spun, and in an instant the heads of the 2 closest knights fell. The remaining 3 knights were transfixed by the elegant, deadly red arc his sword painted in the air. Another knight fell, and the final defender, muttering the title Sword Master, lowered his weapon in utter surrender. He closed his eyes, having finally glimpsed the true pinnacle of swordsmanship before the final flash of red approached. A heavy silence fell over the battlefield after Ghislaine killed the 5 strongest knights in mere moments. No one expected such a swift, decisive victory. The Cabaldi soldiers staggered backward in sheer terror. Ghislaine gave a small, dismissive wave forward, indicating that speaking was a waste of time. Immediately, the Fenris knights unleashed their mana and shouted, ready to wipe out the rest of the frightened enemy. Inspired by their lord's heroics, the knights surged through the battlefield like fish in water. The Cabaldi soldiers tried desperately to hold their ground, but their defenses crumbled helplessly despite their numbers. Watching the utter collapse of his forces, the commander Zaman closed his eyes in grim resignation. He realized the brief pause in fighting was over. The enemy infantry outside the fortress was already on the move. Drums began to sound, and the Fenris flanks advanced quickly, bringing ladders to scale the secured walls. Suddenly, a loud, echoing cheer from a distance signaled that their allied reinforcements were finally on their way. Zaman snapped his eyes open, realizing that if they could just hold the gate, they might still drive the enemy back. A desperate idea flashed through Zaman's mind as he looked toward the gate mechanism. He shouted the command, "Destroy the crank for the portcullis, make it impossible to open easily." Ghislaine clicked his tongue in annoyance, narrowly missing the knight before he could complete the destruction. His body drenched in blood, Ghislaine admitted that the enemy commander showed unexpected quick thinking. He noted that the gate would now take significant time and effort to breach, nullifying their large army's advantage. Ghislaine surveyed his knights, realizing their mana was nearly exhausted from the rapid, high-intensity assault. Pushing further now would result in unacceptable casualties against the incoming reinforcements. He chuckled softly, recognizing that victory was still within their grasp, but it required a tiring, pre-planned contingency. "Everyone step back," Ghislaine commanded, motioning for his knights to fall back from the gate. Meanwhile, Zaman felt a surge of relief, seeing the Fenris soldiers stop their advance toward the gate. He was confident that the fortified gate would buy them the necessary time until their allies arrived. Having sent away his escort, Zaman muttered to himself with a resigned smile, "I suppose my time has come." He let out a sigh, drew his sword, and turned around, ready for his final stand. Standing before him was an assassin, cloaked in black robes, their face hidden by a mask. With a defeated tone, Zaman asked the masked figure, "Can I at least know your name?" The masked figure paused for a moment before replying with a single word, "Belinda." Belinda offered him a chance to surrender, noting that his capability might spare him and save them time. But Zaman refused, stating that fearing death would make him unworthy of a knight's title. Without a word, Belinda moved in with the shadows, and Zaman's arm immediately spurted blood from a single swipe. Zaman was forced to retreat, desperately blocking the relentless attacks from Belinda's daggers. As Zaman blocked one dagger, Belinda's robe fluttered, and several more daggers shot out from within. That was the end of the fight. Zaman's body was pierced by the daggers, forcing him to fall to his knees. As his vision blurred, he whispered his final words, warning of the chaos Baron Fenris would bring to the north. Elsewhere, Ghislaine gripped his sword with both hands and began pouring immense mana into the blade. The trembling intensified as he channeled even more energy, causing the light to grow brighter and denser. The compressed mana became as bright as the sun, forcing the nearby onlookers to shield their eyes. Through sheer concentration, Ghislaine held the unstable, compressed force in place, defying its tendency to burst outward. Finally, the light transformed, surging outward far beyond the blade in a massive, blazing ray of pure, destructive energy. Gripping the aura blade with both hands, Ghislaine swung the burning ray toward the fortress gate, splitting it cleanly in two. Ghislaine's attack left the battlefield in total silence. Nobody saw what happened due to the explosive light. When the dust settled, the massive fortress gate was completely gone, reduced to nothing but rubble. The knights couldn't believe it. How could one sword strike destroy something so large and durable? Even the enemy forces, already struggling, were now gripped by confusion and paralyzing fear. They knew legends of powerful swordsmen destroying gates, but seeing it happen in real time was a total morale killer. Their last hope was shattered, and the despair was visible on every soldier's face. Despite feeling like death, he quickly waved off his concerned knights, telling them to stop worrying. He reminded them that the enemy was literally standing right there, and that they needed more training. A quick-thinking enemy commander realized Ghislaine was spent and screamed for his men to attack the vulnerable target. Driven by sheer terror, The remaining Cabaldi soldiers charged at the exhausted man sitting by the collapsed gate. The Fenris knights quickly formed a desperate defensive line around their lord to protect him. Ghislaine, however, calmly told his protectors to stop blocking his view and get out of the way. Confused, the knights heard a massive, thunderous sound and felt the ground shaking beneath their feet. Moments later, a man on horseback, Lucas, burst through the rubble, screaming that he had arrived. Ghislaine grinned and told Lucas to stop talking and start sweeping up the remaining resistance. Right behind him came the massive Gordon, roaring loudly as he charged in with his spear raised. The rest of the Fenris knights, waiting outside, immediately poured into the fortress behind their vanguard. As they passed Ghislaine, every knight offered words of pride and gratitude, ready to fight for their lord. With a collective shout, the spears of the charging Fenris knights began to glow with a powerful blue light. The Cabaldi soldiers had no time to brace, and the glowing spears effortlessly pierced their heavy armor. Their formation was instantly shattered, and the cavalry advanced relentlessly, grinding down the infantry. Count Cabaldi watched the scene in utter disbelief, as his proud northern troops fell like leaves in autumn. Fenris soldiers poured in from every direction, completing the total encirclement of the remaining enemy forces. His knight captain, Leslie, quickly urged the count to flee, realizing the royalists must have supported Fenris. Cabaldi, however, refused to flee, deeming it an insult to his pride to retreat from a mere young baron. He screamed orders to form ranks and resist, but the outcome had already been decided. The Fenris knights issued the final ultimatum: surrender immediately or face death. Witnessing the overwhelming power of Fenris, the demoralized soldiers began dropping their weapons and lying on the ground. Count Cabaldi's enraged screams broke the silence as he demanded his men fight until the bitter end. All the Fenris soldiers stepped aside, forming a path for the man who had orchestrated this flawless victory. Ghislaine slowly approached the furious count, who finally realized he was facing Baron Fenris himself. Suddenly, Captain Leslie turned and bolted, abandoning his lord and trying to fight his way out of the encirclement. Before Leslie could get far, a massive axe flew across the field and struck him squarely in the back, knocking him off his horse. Leslie struggled to get up, only to find Gillian looming over him with a look of pure disdain. Despite Leslie's frantic attempt to surrender, Gillian swiftly ended his life, refusing to tolerate such cowardice. Gillian then commanded the remaining Cabaldi knights to kneel before their conqueror. Driven by honor, the knights refused to kneel and charged Gillian and Kaor in a final, desperate struggle. It was a short, brutal fight, and soon the last loyal knight fell, bleeding onto the dirt. Ghislaine gave the order, and the knights roughly pulled Count Cabaldi from his saddle, forcing him to his knees. Ghislaine stood over the count, coldly reminding him of their long, antagonistic history. Ignoring Cabaldi's furious insults, Ghislaine knelt down and brutally forced the count's head up to meet his gaze. With a savage, cold fury burning in his eyes, Ghislaine delivered his final, chilling message. Suddenly, Kaor drew his sword and lunged at Claude, who leaped back in genuine shock at the unexpected attack. Claude realized that Ghislaine's subordinates were just as unhinged and chaotic as their lord. Kaor's powerful strike, which could have cost Claude an arm, was abruptly blocked mid-swing by Gillian's massive axe. Instead of fighting Claude, the two mercenaries immediately started bickering fiercely about decorum in front of their lord. Belinda pretended to be shocked, covering her mouth with her hand while her eyes clearly betrayed her hidden amusement. Claude could only laugh bitterly as the mercenaries completely forgot about him and descended into a petty squabble. Ghislaine ended the argument by quietly tossing a sword that embedded itself deeply into the stone floor between them. He sternly reminded them that many people were watching, but couldn't hide the amused smile on his face. Ghislaine enjoyed the lively chaos. It reminded him fondly of his rowdy, free-spirited mercenary days. He recalled how Claude always provoked hot-headed fighters like Kaor, leading to massive brawls that were quickly forgotten afterward. Meanwhile, the estate officials were sweating, terrified by the lack of decorum shown by the new mercenary regime. They concluded that the territory was now overrun by bandits, too scared to complain to a lord who had already executed several people. Ghislaine misinterpreted their anxiety, assuring them that Claude would handle his new, extensive responsibilities just fine. Claude was still dusting himself off, feeling the intense, overwhelming gaze of every person in the hall fixed upon him. He remembered Ghislaine promising him the wings he needed to fly, but these wings felt impossibly heavy. Despite the crushing pressure, Claude realized he couldn't quit now due to his pride and an insurmountable debt he owed Ghislaine. He sighed in resignation, telling Ghislaine he would do his best, already planning how to offload the work later. Ghislaine smiled, genuinely believing Claude could handle the massive workload, just as he had in their previous life. He emphasized that Claude possessed the necessary skills and only needed time to adjust to the new administrative environment. Feeling the heavy weight of Ghislaine's trust and his own pride, Claude finally straightened up and agreed to take the shot. Claude waved his hands frantically, begging Ghislaine to simply stay still and avoid adding any more tasks for now. Ghislaine turned to the administrator to assess the military situation, learning that almost all the knights had fled the territory. Acknowledging the lack of military strength, Ghislaine appointed Belinda as the new head steward to manage the household staff. Jillian and Kaor were temporarily tasked with training and managing the remaining mercenaries for future plans. Ghislaine turned back to Claude, declaring that they needed to start the administrative work right away. Claude protested, stating he needed time to assess the territory's current state before beginning any major projects. Ignoring the protests, Ghislaine issued his first command, conducting a thorough census to find all the missing mountain villagers. Next, he ordered Claude to prepare to import enough food to feed the entire population for at least 6 months. When Claude asked how much to order without the census data, Ghislaine simply told him that was his problem to solve. The floodgates opened as Ghislaine rapidly issued orders concerning farmland assessment, infrastructure repair, and castle reinforcement. He continued with demands to repair roads, restock military supplies, construct aqueducts, and overhaul the entire sanitation system. As the relentless torrent of tasks continued, the other officials bowed their heads, desperately trying to avoid being noticed. Claude understood that Ghislaine was essentially ordering him to completely rebuild the entire estate from the ground up, alone. Claude's survival instincts kicked in, and he interrupted Ghislaine, shouting that he would rather take a beating than be worked to death. Ghislaine looked surprised, calmly reminding Claude that he had the authority to hire people to help him manage the load. Claude tried to recruit a nearby official, who instantly faked a sudden, severe illness to avoid the administrative nightmare. Claude finally understood that if Ghislaine had competent people, he never would have been dragged here in the first place. Faced with the impossible reality, Claude lost it and shouted in utter frustration, declaring he couldn't handle everything by himself. Ghislaine simply smiled sweetly, telling Claude he wouldn't know if he could do it unless he tried. Claude demanded the tasks be assigned one at a time, but Ghislaine firmly refused, citing the critical lack of time. Completely defeated, Claude shouted a final defiance, telling Ghislaine to just cut off his head if he intended to work him to death. Ghislaine narrowed his eyes and nodded toward Kaor, who immediately began twirling his sword with a menacing grin. Claude stammered and frantically looked around, realizing they were not joking and that all escape routes were blocked by mercenaries. The crushing reality hit Claude. He was indebted to a madman and destined to work himself into an early grave in this miserable territory. With that final, desperate thought, something snapped inside Claude's head, and he lost consciousness, collapsing onto the floor.